Chapter 10 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. Strange Associations. The next day, the race agreed upon was run in the calmest of calm weather. There was not the faintest breath of wind. The sea was still as a pond and almost oily in its smooth, motionless shining. And it was evident at first that our captain entertained no doubt whatever as to the Diana, with her powerful engines, being easily able to beat the aerial-looking dream schooner, which at noonday, with all sails spread, came gliding up beside us till she lay point to point at equal distance and at nearly equal measurement with our more cumbersome vessel. Mr. Harland was keenly excited. Dr. Braille was ready to lay any amount of wagers as to the impossibility of a sailing vessel, even granted she was moved by electricity, outracing one of steam in such a dead calm. As the two vessels lay on the still waters, the Diana fussily getting up steam, and the Dream with sails full out as if in a stiff breeze, despite the fact that there was no wind, we discussed the situation eagerly. Or rather, I should say my host and his people discussed it, for I had nothing to say, knowing that the victory was sure to be with Santoris. We were in very lonely waters. There was room and to spare for plenty of racing. And when all was ready, and Santoris saluted us from the deck, lifting his cap and waving it in response to a similar greeting from Mr. Harland and our skipper, the signal to start was given. We moved off together, and for at least half an hour or more the Dream floated along in a kind of lazy indolence, keeping up with us easily, her canvas filled, and her keel cutting the water as if swept by a favouring gale. The result of the race was soon a foregone conclusion, for presently, when well out on the mirror-like calm of the sea, the Dream showed her secret powers in earnest, and flew like a bird with a silent swiftness that was almost incredible. Our yacht put on all steam in the effort to keep up with her. In vain! On, with light grace and celerity, her white sails carried her like the wings of a seagull, and almost before we could realize it, she vanished altogether from our sight. I saw a waste of water spread around us, emptily, like a wide circle of crystal reflecting the sky, and a sense of desolation fell upon me in the mere fact that we were temporarily left alone. We steamed on and on in the direction of the vanished Dream, our movements suggesting those of some clumsy four-footed animal panting its way after a bird, but unable to come up with her. "Wonderful!" said Mr. Harland at last, drawing a long breath. "I would never have believed it possible." "Nor I," agreed Captain Derrick. "I certainly thought she would never have managed it in such a dead calm, for though I have seen some of her mechanism, I cannot entirely understand it." Dr. Braille was silent. It was evident that he was annoyed, though why he should be so was not apparent. I myself was full of secret anxiety, for the Dream yacht's sudden and swift disappearance had filled me with a wretched sense of loneliness beyond all expression. Suppose she should not return? I had no clue to her whereabouts, and with the loss of Santoris, I knew I should lose all that was worth having in my life. While these miserable thoughts were yet chasing each other through my brain, I suddenly caught a far glimpse of white sails on the horizon. "She's coming back!" I cried, enraptured, and heedless of what I said. "Oh, thank God! She's coming back!" They all looked at me in amazement. "Why, what's the matter with you?" asked Mr. Harland, smiling. "You surely didn't think she was in any danger?" My cheeks grew warm. "I didn't know. I could not imagine," I faltered, and turning away, I met Dr. Braille's eyes fixed upon me with a gleam of malice in them. "I'm sure," he said suavely, "you are greatly interested in Mr. Santoris. Perhaps you have met each other before." "Never," I answered hurriedly, and then checked myself, startled and confused. He kept his narrow brown eyes heedfully upon me and smiled slightly. "Really? I should have thought otherwise." I did not trouble myself to reply. The white sails of the dream were coming nearer and nearer over the smooth width of the sunlit water, and as she approached, my heart grew warm with gratitude. Life was again a thing of joy. The world was no longer empty. That ship looked to me like a beautiful winged spirit coming toward me with radiant assurances of hope and consolation, and I lost all fear, all sadness, all foreboding, as she gradually swept up alongside in the easy triumph she had won. Our crew assembled to welcome her and cheered lustily. Santoris, standing on her deck, lightly acknowledged the salutes which gave him the victory, and presently both our vessels were once more at their former places of anchorage. When all the excitement was over, I went down to my cabin to rest for a while before dressing for the dinner on board the Dream, to which we were all invited. And while I lay on my sofa reading, Catherine Harland knocked at my door and asked to come in. I admitted her at once, and she flung herself into an armchair with a gesture of impatience. "I'm so tired of all this yachting," she said peevishly. "It isn't amusing to me." "I'm very sorry," I answered. "If you feel like that, why not give it up at once?" "Oh, it's father's whim," she said, "and if he makes up his mind, there's no moving him. One thing, however, I'm determined to do, and that is—" Here she stopped, looking at me curiously. I returned her gaze questioningly. "And that is what?" "To get as far away as ever we can from that terrible dream yacht and its owner," she replied. "That man is a devil." I laughed. I could not help laughing. The estimate she had formed of one so vastly her superior as Santoris struck me as more amusing than blamable. I am often accustomed to hear the hasty and narrow verdict of small-minded and unintelligent persons pronounced on men and women of high attainment and great mental ability. Therefore, that she should show herself as not above the level of the common majority did not offend so much as it entertained me. However, my laughter made her suddenly angry. "Why do you laugh?" she demanded. "You look quite pagan in that lace rest gown. I suppose you call it a rest gown, with all your hair tumbling loose about you. And that laugh of yours is a pagan laugh." I was so surprised at her odd way of speaking that for a moment I could find no words. She looked at me with a kind of hard disfavour in her eyes. "That's the reason," she went on, "why you find life agreeable. Pagans always did. They revelled in sunshine and open air, and found all sorts of excuses for their own faults, provided they got some pleasure out of them. That's quite your temperament. And they laughed at serious things, just as you do." The mirror showed me my own reflection, and I saw myself still smiling. "Do I laugh at serious things?" I said. "Dear Miss Harland, I am not aware of it. But I cannot take Mr. Santoris as a devil seriously." "He is!" and she nodded her head emphatically. "And all those queer beliefs he holds, and you hold them too, are devilish. If you belonged to the Church of Rome, you would not be allowed to indulge in such wicked theories for a moment." "Ah, the Church of Rome fortunately cannot control thought," I said, "not even the thoughts of its own children. And some of the beliefs of the Church of Rome are more blasphemous and barbarous than all the paganism of the ancient world. Tell me, what are my wicked theories?" "Oh, I don't know," she replied vaguely and inconsequently. "You believe there's no death, and you think we all make our own illnesses and misfortunes, and I've heard you say that the idea of eternal punishment is absurd. So in a way you are as bad as father, who declares there's nothing in the universe but gas and atoms, no God and no anything. You really are quite as much of an atheist as he is. Dr. Braille says so." I had been standing in front of her while she thus talked, but now I resumed my former reclining attitude on the sofa and looked at her with a touch of disdain. "Dr. Braille says so?" I repeated. "Dr. Braille's opinion is the least worth having in the world. Now, if you really believe in devils, there's one for you." "How can you say so?" she exclaimed hotly. "What right have you?" "How can he call me an atheist?" I demanded. "What right has he to judge me?" The flush died off her face, and a sudden fear filled her eyes. "Don't look at me like that," she said, almost in a whisper. "It reminds me of an awful dream I had the other night." She paused. "Shall I tell it to you?" I nodded indifferently, yet watched her curiously the while. Something in her hard, plain face had become suddenly and unpleasantly familiar. "I dreamed that I was in a painter's studio watching two murdered people die, a man and a woman. The man was like Santoris, the woman resembled you. They had been stabbed, and the woman was clinging to the man's body. Dr. Braille stood beside me, also watching. But the scene was strange to me, and the clothes we wore were all of some ancient time. I said to Dr. Braille, 'We have killed them,' and he replied, 'Yes, they are better dead than living.' It was a horrible dream. It seemed so real. I have been frightened of you and of that man Santoris ever since." I could not speak for a moment. A recollection swept over me, to which I dared not give utterance. It seemed too impossible. "I've had nerves," she went on, shivering a little, "and that's why I say I'm tired of this yachting trip. It's becoming a nightmare to me." I lay back on the sofa, looking at her with a kind of pity. "Then why not end it?" I said. "Or why not let me go away? It is I who have displeased you somehow, and I assure you I'm very sorry. You and Mr. Harland have both been most kind to me. I've been your guest for nearly a fortnight. That's quite sufficient holiday for me. Put me ashore anywhere you like, and I'll go home and get myself out of your way. Will that be any comfort to you?" "I don't know that it will," she said, with a short, querulous sigh. "Things have happened so strangely." She paused, looking at me. "Yes, you have the face of that woman I saw in my dream, and you have always reminded me of—" I waited eagerly. She seemed afraid to go on. "Well," I said, as quietly as I could, "do please finish what you were saying." "It goes back to the time when I first saw you," she continued, now speaking quickly, as though anxious to get it over. "You will perhaps hardly remember the occasion. It was at that great art and society crush in London, where there was such a crowd that hundreds of people never got farther than the staircase. You were pointed out to me as a psychist, and while I was still listening to what was being said about you, my father came up with you on his arm and introduced us. When I saw you, I felt that your features were somehow familiar, though I could not tell where I had met you before, and I became very anxious to see more of you. In fact, you had a perfect fascination for me. You have the same fascination now, only it is a fascination that terrifies me." I was silent. "The other night," she went on, "when Mr. Santoris first came on board, I had a singular impression that he was or had been an enemy of mine. Though where or how I could not say. It was this that frightened me, and made me too ill and nervous to go with you on that excursion to Loch Coruisk. And I want to get away from him. I never had such impressions before, and even now, looking at you, I feel there's something in you which is quite uncanny. It troubles me. Oh, I'm sure you mean me no harm. You are bright and amiable and adaptable and all that, but I'm afraid of you." "Poor Catherine," I said very gently. "These are merely nervous ideas. There is nothing to fear from me. No, nothing." For here she suddenly leaned forward and took my hand, looking earnestly in my face. "How can you imagine such a thing possible?" "Are you sure?" she half whispered. "When I called you pagan just now, I had a sort of dim recollection of a fair woman like you, a woman I seemed to know who was really a pagan. Yet I don't know how I knew her, or where I met her. A woman who, for some reason or other, was hateful to me because I was jealous of her. These curious fancies have haunted my mind only since that man Santoris came on board, and I told Dr. Braille exactly what I felt." "And what did he say?" I asked. "He said that it was all the work of Santoris, who was an evident professor of psychical imposture." I sprang up. "Let him say that to me!" I exclaimed. "Let him dare to say it, and I will prove who is the impostor to his face." She retreated from me with wide open eyes of alarm. "Why do you look at me like that?" she said. "We didn't really kill you, except in a dream." A sudden silence fell between us. Something cold and shadowy and impalpable seemed to possess the very air. If by some supernatural agency we had been momentarily deprived of life and motion, while a vast dark cloud, heavy with rain, had made its slow way betwixt us, the sense of chill and depression could hardly have been greater. Presently Catherine spoke again, with a little forced laugh. "What silly things I say!" she murmured. "You can see for yourself my nerves are in a bad state. I am altogether unstrung." I stood for a moment looking at her, and considering the perplexity in which we both seemed involved. "If you would rather not dine with Mr. Santoris this evening," I said at last, "and if you think his presence has a bad effect on you, let us make some excuse not to go. I will willingly stay with you if you wish me to do so." She gave me a surprised glance. "You are very unselfish," she said, "and I wish I were not so fanciful. It's most kind of you to offer to stay with me, and to give up an evening's pleasure, for I suppose it is a pleasure. You like Mr. Santoris?" The colour rushed to my face in a warm glow. "Yes," I answered, turning slightly away from her. "I like him very much." "And he likes you better than he likes any of us," she said. "In fact, I believe if it had not been for you, we should never have met him in this strange way." "Why, how can you make that out?" I asked, smiling. "I had never heard of him till your father spoke of him, and I never saw him till—" "Till when?" she demanded quickly. "Till the other night," I answered, hesitatingly. She searched my face with questioning eyes. "I thought you were going to say that you, like myself, had some idea or recollection of having met him before," she said. "However, I shall not ask you to sacrifice your pleasure for me. In fact, I have made up my mind to go to this dinner, though Dr. Brayle doesn't wish it." "Oh, Dr. Brayle doesn't wish it?" I echoed. "And why?" "Well, he thinks it will not be good for me, and he hates the very sight of Santoris." I said nothing. She rose to leave my cabin. "Please don't think too hardly of me," she said, pleadingly. "I've told you frankly just how I feel, and you can imagine how glad I shall be when this yachting trip comes to an end." She went away then, and I stood for some minutes lost in thought. I dared not pursue the train of memories with which she had connected herself in my mind. My chief idea now was to find some convenient method of immediately concluding my stay with the Harlands, and leaving their yacht at some easy point of departure for home. And I resolved I would speak to Santoris on this subject, and trust to him for a means whereby we should not lose sight of each other, for I felt that this was imperative. And my spirit rose up within me full of joy and pride in its instinctive consciousness that I was as necessary to him as he was to me. It was a warm, almost sultry evening, and I was able to discard my serge yachting dress for one of soft white Indian silk, a cooler and more presentable costume for a dinner party on board a yacht, which was furnished with such luxury as was the dream. My little sprig of bell heather still looked bright and fresh in the glass where I always kept it, but tonight, when I took it in my hand, it suddenly crumbled into a pinch of fine grey dust. This sudden destruction of what had seemed well nigh indestructible startled me for a moment, till I began to think that, after all, the little bunch of blossom had done its work. Its message had been given, its errand completed. All the Madonna lilies Santoris had given me were as fresh as if newly gathered, and I chose one of these with its companion bud as my only ornament. When I joined my host and his party in the saloon, he looked at me with inquisitive scrutiny. "I cannot quite make you out," he said. "You look several years younger than you did when you came on board at Rothsay. Is it the sea air, the sunshine, or Santoris?" "Santoris?" I repeated and laughed. "How can it be Santoris?" "Well, he makes himself young," Mr. Harland answered, "and perhaps he may make others young too. There's no telling the extent of his powers." "Quite the conjurer," observed Dr. Brayle dryly. "Faust should have consulted him instead of Mephistopheles." "Faust is a wonderful legend, but absurd in the fact that the old philosopher sold his soul to the devil merely for the love of woman," said Mr. Harland. "The joy, the sensation, and the passion of love were to him supreme temptation and the only satisfaction on earth." Dr. Brayle's eyes gleamed. "But after all, is this not a truth?" he asked. "Is there anything that so completely dominates the life of a man as the love of a woman? It is very seldom the right woman, but it is always a woman of some kind. Everything that has ever been done in the world, either good or evil, can be traced back to the influence of women on men. Sometimes it is their wives who sway their actions, but it is far more often their mistresses. Kings and emperors are as prone to the universal weakness as commoners. We have only to read history to be assured of the fact. What more could Faust desire than love?" "Well, to me love is a mistake," said Mr. Harland, throwing on his overcoat carelessly. "I agree with Byron's dictum, 'Who loves, raves.' Of course, it should be an ideal passion, but it never is. Come, are we all ready?" We were, and we at once left the yacht in our own launch. Our party consisted of Mr. Harland, his daughter, myself, Dr. Brayle, and Mr. Swinton, and with such indifferent companions I imagined it would be difficult, if not impossible, to get even a moment with Santoris alone, to tell him of my intention to leave my host and hostess as soon as might be possible. However, I determined to make some effort in this direction, if I could find even the briefest opportunity. We made our little trip across the water from the Diana to the Dream in the light of a magnificent sunset. Loch Scavaig was a blaze of burning colour, and the skies above us were flushed with deep rose divided by lines of palest blue and warm gold. Santoris was waiting on the deck to receive us, attended by his captain and one or two of the principals of the crew. But what attracted and charmed our eyes at the moment was a beautiful dark youth of some 12 or 13 years of age, clad in Eastern dress, who held a basket full of crimson and white rose petals, which, with a graceful gesture, he silently emptied at our feet as we stepped on board. I happened to be the first one to ascend the companion ladder, so that it looked as if this fragrant heap of delicate leaves had been thrown down for me to tread upon. But even if it had been so intended, it appeared as though designed for the whole party. Santoris welcomed us with a kindly courtesy which always distinguished his manner, and he himself escorted Miss Harland down to one of the cabins, there to take off the numerous unnecessary wraps and shawls with which she invariably clothed herself on the warmest day. I followed them as they went, and he turned to me with a smile, saying, "You know your room? The same you had yesterday afternoon." I obeyed his gesture and entered the exquisitely designed and furnished apartment which he had said was for a princess, and, closing the door, I sat down for a few minutes to think quietly. It was evident that things were coming to some sort of crisis in my life, and shaping to some destiny which I must either accept or avoid. Decisive action would rest, as I saw, entirely with myself. To avoid all difficulty, I had only to hold my peace and go my own way, refuse to know more of this singular man who seemed to be so mysteriously connected with my life, and return home to the usual safe, if dull, routine of my ordinary round of work and effort. On the other hand, to accept the dawning joy that seemed showering upon me like a light from heaven was to blindly move on into the unknown, to trust unquestioningly to the secret spiritual promptings of my own nature, and to give myself up wholly and ungrudgingly to a love which suggested all things, yet promised nothing. Full of the most conflicting thoughts, I paced the room up and down slowly. The tall mirror reflected my face and figure, and showed me the startlingly faithful presentment of the woman I had seen in my strange series of visions, the woman who centuries ago had fought against convention and custom, only to be foolishly conquered by them in 1,000 ways, the woman who had slain love, only that it should rise again and confront her with deathless eyes of eternal remembrance. The woman who, drowned at last for love's sake in a sea of wrath and trembling, knelt outside the barred gate of heaven, praying to enter in. And in my mind I heard again the words spoken by that sweet and solemn voice which had addressed me in the first of my dreams. One rose from all the roses in heaven, one, fadeless and immortal, only one, but sufficient for all. One love from all the millions of loves of men and women, one, but enough for eternity. How long the rose has awaited its flowering, how long the love has awaited its fulfillment, only the recording angels know. Such roses bloom but once in the wilderness of space and time. Such love comes but once in a universe of worlds. And then I remembered the parting command. Rise and go hence. Keep the gift God sends thee. Take that which is thine. Meet that which hath sought thee sorrowing for many centuries. Turn not aside again, neither by thine own will, nor by the will of others, lest old errors prevail. Pass from vision into waking, from night to day, from seeming death to life, from loneliness to love, and keep within thy heart the message of a dream. Dared I trust to these suggestions, which the worldly wise would call mere imagination? A profound philosopher of these latter days has defined imagination as an advanced perception of truth, and avers that the discoveries of the future can always be predicted by the poet and the seer, whose receptive brains are the first to catch the premonitions of those finer issues of thought which emanate from the divine intelligence. However this may be, my own experience of life had taught me that what ordinary persons pin their faith upon as real is often unreal, while such promptings of the soul are as almost incapable of expression lead to the highest realities of existence. And I decided at last to let matters take their own course, though I was absolutely resolved to get away from the Harlands within the next 2 or 3 days. I meant to ask Mr. Harland to land me at Portree, where I could take the steamer for Glasgow. Any excuse would serve for a hurried departure, and I felt now that departure was necessary. A soft sound of musical bells reached my ears at this moment, announcing dinner, and leaving the princess's apartment, I met Santoris at the entrance to the saloon. There was no one else there for the moment but himself, and as I came towards him, he took my hands in his own and raised them to his lips. "You are not yet resolved," he said in a low tone, smiling. "Take plenty of time." I lifted my eyes to his, and all doubt seemed swept away in the light of our mutual glances. I smiled in response to his look, and we loosened our hands quickly as Mr. Harland, with his doctor and secretary, came down from the deck, Catherine joining us from the cabin, where she had disburdened herself of her invalid wrappings. She was rather more elegantly attired than usual. She wore a curious purple-coloured gown, with threads of gold interwoven in the stuff, and a collar of lace turned back at the throat gave her the aspect of an old Italian picture, a sort of portrait of a lady, artist unknown. Not a pleasant portrait, perhaps, but characteristic of a certain dull and self-centered type of woman. We were soon seated at table, a table richly yet daintily appointed, and adorned with the costliest flowers and fruits. The men who waited upon us were all Easterns, dark-eyed and dark-skinned, and wore the Eastern dress. All their movements were swift yet graceful and dignified. They made no noise in the business of serving. Not a dish clattered, not a glass clashed. They were perfect servants, taking care to avoid the common but reprehensible method of offering dishes to persons conversing, thus interrupting the flow of talk at inopportune moments. And what talk it was! All sorts of subjects, social and impersonal, came up for discussion, and Santoris handled them with such skill that he made us forget that there was anything remarkable or unusual about himself or his surroundings, though, as a matter of fact, no more princely banquet could ever have been served in the most luxurious of palaces. Halfway through the meal, when the conversation came for a moment to a pause, the most exquisite music charmed our ears. Beginning softly and far away, it swelled out to rich and glorious harmonies like a full orchestra playing under the sea. We looked at each other, and then at our host in charmed enquiry. "Electricity again," he said, "so simply managed that it is not worth talking about. Unfortunately, it is mechanical music, and this can never be like the music evolved from brain and fingers. However, it fills in gaps of silence when conventional minds are at a strain for something to say, something quite safe and unlikely to provoke discussion." His keen blue eyes flashed with a sudden gleam of scorn in them. I looked at him half questioningly, and the scorn melted into a smile. "It isn't good form to start any subject which might lead to argument," he went on. "The modern brain must not be exercised too strenuously. It is not strong enough to stand much effort. What do you say, Harland?" "I agree," answered Mr. Harland. "As a rule, people who dine as well as we are dining tonight have no room left for mentality. They become all digestion." Dr. Braille laughed. "Nothing like a good dinner if one has an appetite for it. I think it quite possible that Faust would have left his Margaret for a full meal." "I'm sure he would," chimed in Mr. Swinton. "Any man would." Santoris looked down the table with a curious air of half-amused inspection. His eyes, clear and searching in their swift glance, took in the whole group of us. Mr. Harland enjoying succulent asparagus, Dr. Braille drinking champagne, Mr. Swinton helping himself out of some dish of good things offered to him by one of the servants, Catherine playing in a sort of demure old maidish way with a knife and fork, as if she were eating against her will, and finally they rested on me, to whom the dinner was just a pretty pageant of luxury, in which I scarcely took any part. "Well, whatever Faust would or would not do," he said, half laughingly, "it's certain that food is never at a discount. Women frequently are." "Women," said Mr. Harland, poising a stem of asparagus in the air, "are so constituted as to invariably make havoc either of themselves or of the men they profess to love. Wives neglect their husbands, and husbands naturally desert their wives. Devoted lovers quarrel and part over the merest trifles. The whole thing is a mistake." "What whole thing?" asked Santoris, smiling. "The relations between man and woman," Harland answered. "In my opinion, we should conduct ourselves like the birds and animals, whose relationships are neither binding nor lasting, but are just sufficient to preserve the type. That's all that is really needed. What is called love is mere sentiment." "Do you endorse that verdict, Miss Harland?" Santoris asked suddenly. Catherine looked up, startled. Her yellow skin flushed a pale red. "I don't know," she answered. "I scarcely heard—" "Your father doesn't believe in love," he said. "Do you?" "I hope it exists," she murmured. "But nowadays people are so very practical." "Oh, believe me, they are no more practical now than they ever were," averred Santoris, laughing. "There's as much romance in the modern world as in the ancient. The human heart has the same passions, but they are more deeply suppressed and therefore more dangerous. And love holds the same eternal sway. So does jealousy." Dr. Braille looked up. "Jealousy is an uncivilized thing," he said. "It is a kind of primitive passion from which no well-ordered mind should suffer." Santoris smiled. "Primitive passions are as forceful as they ever were," he answered. "No culture can do away with them. Jealousy, like love, is one of the motive powers of progress. It is a great evil, but a necessary one, as necessary as war. Without strife of some sort, the world would become like a stagnant pool, breeding nothing but weeds and the slimy creatures pertaining to foulness. Even in love, the most divine of passions, there should be a wave of uncertainty and a sense of unsolved mystery to give it everlastingness." "Everlastingness?" queried Mr. Harland, "or simply life-lastingness?" "Everlastingness," repeated Santoris. "Love that lacks eternal stability is not love at all, but simply an affectionate understanding and agreeable companionship in this world only. For the other world or worlds—" "Ah, you are going too far," interrupted Mr. Harland. "You know I cannot follow you, and with all due deference to the fair sex, I very much doubt if any one of them would care for a love that was destined to last forever." "No man would," interrupted Braille sarcastically. Santoris gave him a quick glance. "No man is asked to care," he said, "nor woman either. Souls are not only asked, but commanded to care. This, however, is beyond you." "And beyond most people," answered Braille. "Such ideas are purely imaginary and transcendental." "Granted." And Santoris gave him a quick, straight glance. "But what do you mean by imaginary and transcendental?" "Imagination is the faculty of conceiving in the brain ideas, which may, with time, spring to the full fruition of realization. Every item of our present-day civilization has been imagined before taking practical shape. Transcendental means beyond the ordinary happenings of life and life's bodily routine. And this 'beyond' expresses itself so often that there are few lives lived for a single day without some touch of its inexplicable marvel. It is on such lines as these that human beings drift away from happiness. They will only believe what they can see, while all the time their actual lives depend on what they do not see." There was a moment's silence. The charm of his voice was potent, and still more so the fascination of his manner and bearing, and Mr. Harland looked at him in something of wonder and appeal. "You are a strange fellow, Santoris," he said at last, "and you always were. Even now I can hardly believe that you are really the very Santoris that struck such terror into the hearts of some of us undergrads at Oxford. I say I can hardly believe it, though I know you are the man. But I wish you would tell me—" "All about myself?" And Santoris smiled. "I will, with pleasure, if the story does not bore you. There is no mystery about it, no black magic or occultism of any kind. I have done nothing since I left college but adapt myself to the forces of nature and use them when necessary. The same way of life is open to all, and the same results are bound to follow." "Results? Such as?" queried Braille. "Health, youth, and power," answered Santoris, with an involuntary slight clenching of the firm, well-shaped hand that rested lightly on the table. "Command of oneself, command of body, command of spirit, and so on, through an ever-ascending scale. Every man with the breath of God in him is a master, not a slave." My heart beat quickly as he spoke. Something rose up in me like a response to a call, and I wondered, did he assume to master me? No, I would not yield to that. If yielding were necessary, it must be my own free will that gave in, not his compelling influence. As this thought ran through my brain, I met his eyes. He smiled a little, and I saw he had guessed my mind. The warm blood rushed to my cheeks in a fervent glow. Nevertheless, the defiance of my soul was strong as the love which had begun to dominate me, and I listened eagerly as he went on. "I began at Oxford by playing the slave part," he said, "a slave to conventions and fossil methods of instruction. One can really learn more from studying the actual formation of rocks than from those worthy dons whom nothing will move out of their customary ruts of routine. Even at that early time, I felt that, given a man of health and good physical condition, with sound brain, sound lungs, and firm nerves, it was not apparent why he, evidently born to rule, should put himself into the leading strings of Oxford or any other forcing bed of intellectual effort. That it would be better if such an one took himself in hand and tried to find out his own meaning, both in relation to the finite and infinite gradations of spirit and matter, and I resolved to enter upon the task, without allowing myself to fear failure or to hope for success. My aim was to discover myself and my meaning, if such a thing were possible. No atom, however infinitesimal, is without origin, history, place, and use in the universe, and I, a conglomerated mass of atoms called man, resolved to search out the possibilities, finite and infinite, of my own entity. With this aim I began. With this aim I continued. "Your task is not finished, then?" put in Dr. Braille with a smilingly incredulous air. "It will never be finished," answered Santoris. "An eternal thing has no end." There was a moment's silence. "Well, go on, Santoris," said Mr. Harland, with a touch of impatience, "and tell us exactly what we all of us are chiefly anxious to know. How it is that you are young, when according to the time of the world, you should be old." Santoris smiled again. "Ah, that is a purely personal touch of inquisitiveness," he answered. "It is quite human and natural, of course, but not always wise. In every great lesson of life or scientific discovery, people ask first of all, 'How can I benefit by it?' or 'How will it affect me?' And while asking the question, they yet will not trouble to get an answer out of themselves, but they turn to others for the solution of the mystery. To keep young is not at all difficult. When certain simple processes of nature are mastered, the difficulty is to grow old." We all sat silent, waiting in mute expectancy. The servants had left us, and only the fruits and dainties of dessert remained to tempt us in baskets and dishes of exquisitely coloured Venetian glass, contrasting with the graceful clusters of lovely roses and lilies which added their soft charm to the decorative effect of the table. And Santoris passed the wine, a choice Chateau Yquem, round to us all, before beginning to speak again. And when he did speak, it was in a singularly quiet, musical voice which exercised a kind of spell upon my ears. I had heard that voice before. Ah, how often! How often through the course of my life had I listened to it wonderingly, in dreams of which the waking morning brought no explanation. How it had stolen upon me like an echo from far away, when alone in the pauses of work and thought I had longed for some comprehension and sympathy. And I had reproached myself for my own fancies and imaginings, deeming them wholly foolish and irresponsible. And now its gentle and familiar tone went straight to the center of my spiritual consciousness, and forced me to realize that for the soul there is no escape from its immortal remembrance. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. One Way of Love. "When I left Oxford," he said, "as I told you before, I left what I conceived to be slavery, that is, a submissively ordered routine of learning in which there occurred nothing new, nothing hopeful, nothing really serviceable. I mastered all there was to master, and carried away honours which I deemed hardly worth winning. It was supposed then, most people would suppose it, that as I found myself the possessor of an income of between 5,000 and 6,000 a year, I would naturally live my life, as the phrase goes, and enter upon what is called a social career. Now, to my mind, a social career simply means social sham, and to live my life had always a broader application for me than for the majority of men. So, having ascertained all I could concerning myself and my affairs from my father's London solicitors, and learning exactly how I was situated with regard to finances and what is called the practical side of life, I left England for Egypt, the land where I was born. I had an object in view, and that object was not only to see my own old home, but to find out the whereabouts of a certain great sage and mystic philosopher, long known in the East by the name of Heliobas. I started, and the blood rushed to my cheeks in a burning flame. "I think you knew him," he went on, addressing me directly with a straight glance. You met him some years back, did you not?" I bent my head in silent assent, and saw the eyes of my host and hostess turned upon me in questioning scrutiny. "In a certain circle of students and mystics he was renowned," continued Santoris, "and I resolved to see what he could make of me, what he would advise, and how I should set to work to discover what I had resolved to find. However, at the end of a long and tedious journey, I met with disappointment. Heliobas had removed to another sphere of action." "He was dead, you mean?" interposed Mr. Harland. "Not at all," answered Santoris calmly. "There is no death. To put it quite simply, he had reached the top of his class in this particular school of life and learning, and, therefore, was ready and willing to pass on into the higher grade. He, however, left a successor capable of maintaining the theories he inculcated, a man named Aselzion, who elected to live in an almost inaccessible spot among mountains, with a few followers and disciples. Him I found after considerable difficulty, and we came to understand each other so well that I stayed with him some time, studying all that he deemed needful before I started on my own voyage of discovery. His methods of instruction were arduous and painful. In fact, I may say I went through a veritable ordeal of fire." He broke off, and for a moment seemed absorbed in recollections. "You are speaking, I suppose, of some rule of life, some kind of novitiate, to which you had to submit yourself?" said Mr. Harland. "Or was it merely a course of study?" "In one sense it was a sort of novitiate or probation," answered Santoris slowly, with the far-away, musing look still in his eyes. "In another it was, as you put it, merely a course of study. Merely! It was a course of study in which every nerve, every muscle, every sinew was tested to its utmost strength, and in which a combat between the spiritual and material was fiercely fought, till the one could master the other so absolutely as to hold it in perfect subjection. Well, I came out of the trial fairly well, strong enough at any rate to stand alone, as I have done ever since." "And to what did your severe ordeal lead?" asked Dr. Brayle, who by this time appeared interested, though still wearing his incredulous, half-sneering air. "To anything which you could not have gained just as easily without it?" Santoris looked straight at him. His keen eyes glowed as though some bright fire of the soul had leapt into them. "In the first place," he answered, "it led me to power. Power not only over myself, but over all things small and great that surround or concern my being. I think you will admit that if a man takes up any line of business, it is necessary for him to understand all its technical methods and practical details. My business was and is life, the one thing that humanity never studies and therefore fails to master." Mr. Harland looked up. "Life is mysterious and inexplicable," he said. "We cannot tell why we live. No one can fathom that mystery. We are here through no conscious desire of our own, and again we are not here just as we have learned to accommodate ourselves to the fact of being anywhere." "True," answered Santoris, "but to understand the why of life, we must first of all realize that its origin is love. Love creates life because it must. Even agnostics, when pushed to the wall in argument, grant that some mysterious and mighty force is at the back of creation, a force which is both intelligent and beneficent. The trite saying, 'God is love,' is true enough, but it is quite as true to say, 'Love is God.' The commencement of universes, solar systems, and worlds is the desire of love to express itself, no more and no less than this. From desire springs action, from action life. It only remains for each living unit to bring itself into harmonious union with this one fundamental law of the whole cosmos, the expression and action of love, which is based, as naturally it must be, on a dual entity." "What do you mean by that?" asked Dr. Brayle. "As a physician, "And I presume as a scientist you ought scarcely to ask," replied Santoris with a slight smile. "For you surely know that there is no single thing in the universe. The very microbes of disease or health go in pairs. Light and darkness, the up and the down, the right and the left, the storm and the calm, the male and the female. All things are dual, and the sorrows of humanity are for the most part the result of ill-assorted numbers, figures brought together that will not count up properly, wrong halves of the puzzle that will never fit into place. The mischief runs through all civilization, wrong halves of races brought together which do not and never can assimilate, and in an individual personal sense, wrong halves of spirit and matter are often forced together, which are bound by law to separate in time, with some attendant disaster. The error is caused by the obstinate miscomprehension of man himself as to the nature and extent of his own powers and faculties. He forgets that he is not as the beasts that perish, but that he has the breath of God in him, that he holds within himself the seed of immortality which is perpetually recreative. He is bound by all the laws of the universe to give that immortal life its dual entity and attendant power, without which he cannot attain his highest ends. It may take him thousands of years, cycles of time, but it has to be done. Materially speaking, he may perhaps consider that he has secured his dual entity by a pleasing or fortunate marriage, but if he is not spiritually mated, his marriage is useless, aye, worse than useless, as it only interposes fresh obstacles between himself and his intended progress. "Marriage can hardly be called a useless institution," said Dr. Brayle, with an uplifting of his sinister brows. "It helps to populate the world." "It does," answered Santoris calmly. "But if the pairs that are joined in marriage have no spiritual bond between them, and nothing beyond the attraction of the mere body, they people the world with more or less incapable, unthinking, and foolish creatures like themselves. And supposing these to be born in tens of millions, like ants or flies, they will not carry on the real purpose of man's existence to anything more than that stoppage and recoil which is called death, but which in reality is only a turning back of the wheels of time when the right road has been lost, and it becomes imperative to begin the journey all over again." We sat silent. No one had any comment to offer. "We are arriving at that same old turning point once more," he continued. "The Western civilization of 2,000 years, assisted, and sometimes impeded, by the teachings of Christianity, is nearing its end. Out of the vast wreckage of nations, now imminent, only a few individuals can be saved, and the storm is so close at hand that one can almost hear the mutterings of the thunder. But why should I, or you, or anyone else think about it? We have our own concerns to attend to, and we attend to these so well that we forget all the most vital necessities that should make them of any importance. However, in this day, nothing matters. Shall I go on with my own story, or have you heard enough?" "Not half enough," said Catherine Harland quite suddenly. She had scarcely spoken before, but she now leaned forward, looking eagerly interested. "You speak of power over yourself. Do you possess the same power over others?" "Not unless they come into my own circle of action," he answered. "It would not be worth my while to exert any influence on persons who are, and ever must be, indifferent to me. I can, of course, defend myself against enemies, and that without lifting a hand." Everyone, save myself, looked at him inquisitively, but he did not explain his meaning. He went on very quietly with his own personal narrative. "As I have told you," he said, "I came out of my studies with Aselzion successfully enough to feel justified in going on with my work alone. I took up my residence in Egypt in my father's old home, a pretty place enough with wide pleasure grounds planted thickly with palm trees and richly filled with flowers, and here I undertook the mastery and comprehension of the most difficult subject ever propounded for learning, the most evasive, complex, yet exact piece of mathematics ever set out for solving. Myself! Myself was my puzzle. How to unite myself with nature so thoroughly as to insinuate myself into her secrets, possess all she could offer me, and yet detach myself from self so completely as to be ready to sacrifice all I had gained at a moment's notice, should that moment come. "You are paradoxical," said Mr. Harland irritably. "What's the use of gaining anything if it is to be lost at a moment's bidding?" "It is the only way to hold and keep whatever there is to win," answered Santoris calmly. "And the paradox is no greater than that of 'He that loveth his life shall lose it.' The only moment of supreme self-surrender is love. When that comes, everything else must go. Love alone can compass life, perfect it, complete it, and carry it on to eternal happiness. But please bear in mind that I am speaking of real love, not mere physical attraction. The two things are as different as light from darkness." "Is your curious conception or ideal of love the reason why you have never married?" asked Braille abruptly. "Precisely," replied Santoris. "It is most unquestionably and emphatically the reason why I have never married." There was a pause. I saw Catherine glancing at him with a strange furtiveness in which there was something of fear. "You have never met your ideal, I suppose?" she asked with a faint smile. "Oh yes, I've met her," he answered, "ages ago. On many occasions I have met her. Sometimes she has estranged herself from me. Sometimes she has been torn from me by others. And still more often I have, through my own folly and obstinacy, separated myself from her. But our mutual mistakes do no more than delay the inevitable union at last." Here he spoke slowly and with marked meaning. "For it is an inevitable union. As inevitable as that of two electrons which, after spinning in space for certain periods of time, rush together at last and remain so indissolubly united that nothing can ever separate them." "And then?" queried Dr. Braille with an ironical air. "Then? Why, everything is possible then. Beauty, perfection, wisdom, progress, creativeness, and a world, even worlds, of splendid thought and splendid ideals, bound to lead to still more splendid realization. It is not difficult to imagine two brains, two minds moving so absolutely in unison that like a grand chord of music they strike harmony through hitherto dumb life episodes. But think of two immortal souls full of a love as deathless as themselves, conjoined in highest effort and superb attainment, the love of angel for angel, of God for God. You think this ideal imaginative, transcendental, impossible. Yet I swear to you, it is the most real possibility in this fleeting mirage of a world." His voice thrilled with a warmth of feeling and conviction, and as I heard him speak I trembled inwardly with a sudden remorse, a quick sense of inferiority and shame. Why could I not let myself go? Why did I not give the fluttering spirit within me room to expand its wings? Something opposing, something inimical to my peace and happiness held me back, and presently I began to wonder whether I should attribute it to the influence of those with whom I was temporarily associated. I was almost confirmed in this impression when Mr. Harland's voice, harsh and caustic as it could be when he was irritated or worsted in an argument, broke the momentary silence. "You are more impossible now than you ever were at Oxford, Santoris," he said. "You out-transcend all transcendentalism. You know, or you ought to know by this time, that there is no such thing as an immortal soul. And if you believe otherwise, you have brought yourself voluntarily into that state of blind credulity. All science teaches us that we are the mere spawn of the planet on which we live. We are here to make the best of it for ourselves and for others who come after us, and there's an end. What is called love is the mere physical attraction between the two sexes, no more, and it soon palls. All that we gain we quickly cease to care for, It is the way of humanity." "What a poor creation humanity is, then," said Santoris with a smile. "How astonishing that it should exist at all for no higher aims than those of the ant or the mouse. My dear Harland, if your beliefs were really sound, we should be bound in common duty and charity to stop the population of the world altogether, for the whole business is useless and even cruel, for it is nothing but a crime to allow people to be born for no other end than extinction. However, keep your creeds. I thank heaven they are not mine." Mr. Harland gave a slight movement of impatience. I could see that he was disturbed in his mind. "Let's talk of something I can follow," he said. "The personal and material side of things. Your perennial condition of health, for example. Your apparent youth." "Oh, is it only apparent?" laughed Santoris gaily. "Well, to those who never knew me in my boyhood's days, and are therefore never hurling me back to their 30 years or more ago of friendship, etc., my youth seems very actual. You see, their non-ability to count up the time I have spent on earth obliges them to accept me at my own valuation. There's really nothing to explain in the matter. Everyone can keep young if he understands himself and nature. If I were to tell you the literal truth of the process, you would not believe me, and even if you did, you would not have the patience to carry it out. But what does it matter after all, if we only live for the express purpose of dying? The sooner we get the business over and done with, the better. Youth itself has no charms under such circumstances. All the purposes of life, however lofty and nobly planned, are bound to end in nothingness, and it is hardly worth while taking the trouble to breathe the murderous air." He spoke with a kind of passion. His eyes were luminous, his face transfigured with an almost superhuman glow, and we all looked at him in something of amazement. Mr. Harland fidgeted uneasily in his chair. "You go too far," he said. "Life is agreeable as long as it lasts." "Have you found it so?" Santoris interrupted him. "Has it not, even in your pursuit and attainment of wealth, brought you more pain than pleasure? Number up all the possibilities of life, from the existence of the labourer in his hut to that of the king on his throne. They are none of them worth striving for or keeping if death is the ultimate end. Ambition is merest folly, wealth a temporary possession of perishable goods which must pass to others, fame a brief noise of one's name in mouths that will soon be dumb, and love sex attraction only. What a treacherous and criminal act, then, is this creation of universes! What mad folly! What sheer, blind, reasonless wickedness!" There was a silence. His eyes flashed from one to the other of us. "Can you deny it?" he demanded. "Can you find any sane, logical reason for the continuance of life, which is to end in utter extinction, or for the creation of worlds doomed to eternal destruction?" No one spoke. "You have no answer ready," he said, and smiled. "Naturally, for an answer is impossible. And here you have the key to what you consider my mystery. The mystery of keeping young instead of growing old. The secret of living instead of dying. It is simply the conscious, practical realization that there is no death, but only change. That is the first part of the process. Change, or transmutation and transformation of the atoms and elements of which we are composed, is going on forever without a second's cessation. It began when we were born, and before we were born, and the art of living young consists simply in using one's soul and willpower to guide this process of change towards the ends we desire, instead of leaving it to blind chance and to the association with inimical influences which interfere with our best actions. For example, I, a man in sound health and condition, realize that with every moment some change is working in me towards some end. It rests entirely with myself as to whether the change shall be towards continuance of health or towards admission of disease, towards continuance of youth or towards the encouragement of age, towards life as it presents itself to me now, or towards some other phase of life as I perceive it in the future. I can advance or retard myself as I please, the proper management of myself being my business. If I should suffer pain or illness, I am very sure it will be chiefly through my own fault. If I invite decay and decrepitude, it will be because I allow these forces to encroach upon my well-being. In fact, briefly, I am what I will to be. And all the laws that brought me into existence support me in this attitude of mind, body, and spirit. "If we could all become what we would be," said Dr. Braille, "we should attain the millennium." "Are you sure of that?" queried Santoris. "Would it not rather depend on the particular choice each one of us might make? You, for example, might wish to be something that would hardly tend to your happiness. And your wish being obtained, you might become what, if you had only realized it, you would give worlds not to be. Some men desire to be thieves, even murderers, and become so, but the end of their desires is not perhaps what they imagined." "Can you read people's thoughts?" asked Catherine suddenly. Santoris looked amused. He replied by a counter-question. "Would you be sorry if I could?" She flushed a little. I smiled, knowing what was in her mind. "It would be a most unpleasant accomplishment, that of reading the thoughts of others," said Mr. Harland. "I would rather not cultivate it." "But Mr. Santoris almost implies that he possesses it," said Dr. Braille, with a touch of irritation in his manner. "And, after all, thought reading is a kind of society amusement nowadays. There is nothing very difficult in it." "Nothing indeed," agreed Santoris lightly. "And being as easy as it is, why do you not show us at once that antique piece of jewellery you have in your pocket? You brought it with you this evening to show to me, and to ask my opinion of its value, did you not?" Braille's eyes opened in utter amazement. If ever a man was taken completely by surprise, he was. "How did you know?" he began, stammeringly, while Mr. Harland, equally astonished, stared at him through his round spectacles as though challenging some defiance. Santoris laughed. "Thought reading is only a society amusement, as you have just observed," he said, "and I have been amusing myself with it for the last few minutes. Come, let us see your treasure." Dr. Braille was thoroughly embarrassed, but he tried to cover his confusion by an awkward laugh. "Well, you have made a very clever hit," he said. "Quite a random shot, of course, which by mere coincidence went to its mark. It's quite true I have brought with me a curious piece of jewel work, which I always carry about wherever I go, and something moved me tonight to ask your opinion of its value, as well as to place its period. It is old Italian, but even experts are not agreed as to its exact date." He put his hand in his breast pocket and drew out a small silk bag, from which he took with great care a collar of jewels, designed in a kind of chainwork which made it perfectly flexible. He laid it out on the table, and I bit my lip hard to suppress an involuntary exclamation. For I had seen the thing before, and for the immediate moment could not realize where, till a sudden flash of light through the cells of my brain reminded me of that scene of love and death in the vision of the artist's studio, when the name Cosmo de Medici had been whispered like an evil omen. The murderer in that dream picture had worn a collar of jewels precisely similar to the one I now saw. But I could only keep silence and listen with every nerve strained to utmost attention, while Santoris took the ornament in his hand and looked at it with an intent earnestness, in which there was almost a touch of compassion. "A beautiful piece of workmanship," he said at last, slowly, while Mr. Harland, Catherine, and Swinton the secretary all drew up closer to him at the table and leaned eagerly forward. "And I should say," here he raised his eyes and looked full at the dark, brooding, sinister face of Braille, "I should say that it belonged to the Medici period. It must have been part of the dress of a nobleman of that time. The design seems to me to be Florentine. Perhaps if these jewels could speak, they might tell a strange story. They are unhappy stones." "Unhappy?" exclaimed Catherine. "You mean unlucky?" "No, there is no such thing as luck," answered Santoris quietly, turning the collar over and over in his hands. "Not for either jewels or men. But there is unhappiness. And unhappiness simply means life being put to wrong uses. I call these gems unhappy because they have been wrongfully used. A precious stone is a living thing. It absorbs influences as the earth absorbs light, and these jewels have absorbed some sense of evil that renders them less beautiful than they might be. These diamonds and rubies, these emeralds and sapphires, have not the full luster of their own true nature. They are in the condition of pining flowers. It will take centuries before they resume their natural brilliancy. There is some tragedy hidden among them." Dr. Brayle looked amused. "Well, I can give you no history of them," he said. "A friend of mine bought the collar from an old Jew curiosity dealer in a back street of Florence and sent it to me to wear with a Florentine dress at a fancy dress ball. Curiously enough, I chose to represent one of the Medicis, some artist having told me my features resembled their type of countenance. That's the chronicle, so far as I am concerned. I rather liked it on account of its antiquity. I could have sold it many times over, but I have no desire to part with it." "Naturally," and Santoris passed on the collar to everyone to examine. "You feel a sense of proprietorship in it." Catherine Harland had the trinket in her hand, and a curious vague look of terror came over her face as she presently passed it back to its owner. But she made no remark, and it was Mr. Harland who resumed the conversation. "That's an odd idea of yours about unhappy jewels," he said. "Perhaps the misfortune attending the possessors of the famous Blue Hope diamond could be traced to some early tragedy connected with it." "Unquestionably," replied Santoris. "Now look at this." And he drew from his watch pocket a small fine gold chain to which was attached a moonstone of singular size and beauty set in a circle of diamonds. "Here is a sort of talismanic jewel. It has never known any disastrous influences, nor has it been disturbed by malevolent surroundings. It is a perfectly happy, unsullied gem. As you see, the lustre is perfect, as clear as that of a summer moon in heaven. Yet it is a very old jewel and has seen more than 1,000 years of life." We all examined the beautiful ornament, and as I held it in my hand a moment, it seemed to emit tiny sparks of luminance, like a flash of moonlight on rippling waves. "Women should take care that their jewels are made happy," he continued, looking at me with a slight smile. "That is, if they want them to shine. Nothing that lives is at its best, unless it is in a condition of happiness, a condition which, after all, is quite easy to attain." "Easy? I should have thought nothing was so difficult," said Mr. Harland. "Nothing certainly is so difficult in the ordinary way of life men choose to live," answered Santoris. "For the most part, they run after the shadow and forsake the light. Even in work and the creative action of thought, each ordinary man imagines that his especial work being all important, it is necessary for him to sacrifice everything to it. And he does. If he is filled with worldly ambition and selfish concentration, and he produces something, anything, which frequently proves to be ephemeral as gossamer dust, it is only when work is the outcome of a great love and keen sympathy for others that it lasts and keeps its influence. Now, we have talked enough about all these theories, which are not interesting to anyone who is not prepared to accept them. Shall we go up on deck?" We all rose at once, Santoris holding out a box of cigars to the men to help themselves. Catherine and I preceded them up the saloon stairs to the deck, which was now like a sheet of silver in the light shed by one of the loveliest moons of the year. The water around was sparkling with phosphorescence, and the dark mountains looked higher and more imposing than ever, rising as they seemed to do, sheer up from the white splendour of the sea. I leaned over the deck rail, gazing down into the deep liquid mirror of stars below, and my heart was heavy and full of a sense of bitterness and tears. Catherine had dropped languidly into a chair, and was leaning back in it with a strange, far-away expression on her tired face. Suddenly she spoke with an almost mournful gentleness. "Do you like his theories?" I turned towards her inquiringly. "I mean, do you like the idea of there being no death, and that we only change from one life to another, and so on forever?" she continued. "To me it is appalling. Sometimes I think death the kindest thing that can happen, especially for women." I was in the mood to agree with her. I went up to her and knelt down by her side. "Yes," I said, and I felt the tremor of tears in my voice. "Yes, for women death often seems very kind. When there is no love and no hope of love, when the world is growing grey and the shadows are deepening towards night, when the ones we most dearly love misjudge and mistrust us, and their hearts are closed against our tenderness, then death seems the greatest god of all, one before whom we may well kneel and offer up our prayers. Who would live forever quite alone in an eternity without love? Oh, how much kinder, how much sweeter would be utter extinction." My voice broke, and Catherine, moved by some sudden womanly impulse, put her arm round me. "Why, you are crying!" she said softly. "What is it? You, who are always so bright and happy!" I quickly controlled the weakness of my tears. "Yes, it is foolish," I said, "but I feel tonight as if I had wasted a good part of my life in useless research, and looking for what has been, after all, quite close to my hand, only that I failed to see it, and that I must go back upon the road I thought I had passed." Here I paused. I saw she could not understand me. "Catherine," I went on abruptly, "will you let me leave you in a day or two? I have been quite a fortnight with you on board the Diana, and I think I have had enough holiday. I should like—" and I looked up at her from where I knelt. "I should like to part from you while we remain good friends, and I have an idea that perhaps we shall not agree so well if we learn to know more of each other." She bent her eyes upon me with a half frightened expression. "How strange you should think that!" she murmured. "I have felt the same, and yet I really like you very much. I always liked you. I wish you would believe it." I smiled. "Dear Catherine," I said, "it is no use shutting our eyes to the fact that while there is something which attracts us to each other, there is also something which repels. We cannot argue about it or analyze it. Such mysterious things do occur, and they are beyond our searching out." "But," she interrupted quickly, "we were not so troubled by these mysterious things till we met this man Santoris." She broke off, and I rose to my feet, as just then Santoris approached, accompanied by Mr. Harland and the others. "I have suggested giving you a sail by moonlight before you leave," he said. "It will be an old experience for you under new conditions. Sailing by moonlight in an ordinary sense is an ordinary thing, but sailing by moonlight with the moonlight as part of our motive power has perhaps a touch of originality." As he spoke, he made a sign to one of his men who came up to receive his orders, which were given in too low a tone for us to hear. Easy deck chairs were placed for all the party, and we were soon seated in a group together, somewhat silently at first, our attention being entirely riveted on the wonderful, almost noiseless way in which the sails of the Dream were unfurled. There was no wind, the night was warm and intensely still, the sea absolutely calm. Like broad white wings, the canvas gradually spread out under the deft, quick hands of the sailors employed in handling it. The anchor was drawn up in the same swift and silent manner. Then there came an instant's pause. Mr. Harland drew his cigar from his mouth and looked up amazed, as we all did, at the mysterious way in which the sails filled out, pulling the cordage tightly into bands of iron strength. And none of us could restrain an involuntary cry of wonder and admiration as their whiteness began to glitter with the radiance of hoarfrost, the strange luminance deepening in intensity till it seemed as if the whole stretch of canvas from end to end of the magnificent schooner was a mass of fine jewel-work sparkling under the moon. "Well, however much I disagree with your theories of life, Santoris," said Mr. Harland, "I will give you full credit for this extraordinary yacht of yours. It's the most wonderful thing I ever saw, and you are a wonderful fellow to have carried out such a unique application of science. You ought to impart your secret to the world." Santoris laughed lightly. "And the world would take 100 years or more to discuss it, consider it, deny it, and finally accept it," he said. "No, one grows tired of asking the world to be either wise or happy. It prefers its own way, just as I prefer mine. It will discover the method of sailing without wind, and it will learn how to make every sort of mechanical progress without steam in time, but not in our day. And I, personally, cannot afford to wait while it is slowly learning its ABC, like a big child under protest. You see, we're going now." We were going, indeed. It would have been more correct to say we were flying. Over the still water our vessel glided like a moving, beautiful shape of white fire, swiftly and steadily, with no sound save the little hissing murmur of the water cleft under her keel. And then, like a sudden whisper from fairyland, came the ripple of harp strings, running upward in phrases of exquisite melody, and a boy's voice, clear, soft, and full, began to sing with a pure enunciation which enabled us to hear every word. "Sailing, sailing, whither? What path of the flashing sea seems best for you and me? No matter the way, by night or day, so long as we sail together. Sailing, sailing, whither? Into the rosy grace of the sun's deep setting place. We need not know how far we go, so long as we sail together. Sailing, sailing, whither? To the glittering rainbow strand of love's enchanted land. We ask not where, in earth or air, so long as we sail together. Sailing, sailing, whither? On to the life divine, your soul made one with mine. In heaven or hell, all must be well, so long as we sail together." The song finished with a passionate chord, which, played as it was with swift intensity, seemed to awaken a response from the sea. At any rate, a strange shivering echo trembled upward, as it were, from the water, and floated into the spacious silence of the night. My heart beat with uncomfortable quickness, and my eyes grew hot with the weight of suppressed tears. Why could I not escape from the cruel, restraining force that held my real self prisoner, as with manacles of steel? I could not even speak, and while the others were clapping their hands in delighted applause at the beauty of both voice and song, I sat silent. "He sings well," said Santoris. "He is the Eastern lad you saw when you came on deck this morning. I brought him from Egypt. He will give us another song presently. Shall we walk a little?" We rose and paced the deck slowly, gradually dividing into couples. Catherine and Dr. Brayle, Mr. Harland and his secretary, Santoris and myself. We two paused together at the stern of the vessel, looking towards the bowsprit, which seemed to pierce the distance of sea and sky like a flying arrow. "You wish to speak to me alone?" said Santoris then, "do you not? Though I know what you want to say." I glanced at him with a touch of defiance. "Then I need not speak," I answered. "No, you need not speak unless you give utterance to what is in your true soul," he said. "I would rather you did not play at conventions with me." For the moment I felt almost angry. "I do not play at conventions," I murmured. "Oh, do you not? Is that quite candid?" I raised my eyes and met his. He was smiling. Some of the oppression in my soul suddenly gave way, and I spoke hurriedly in a low tone. "Surely you know how difficult it is for me," I said. "Things have happened so strangely, and we are surrounded here by influences that compel conventionality. I cannot speak to you as frankly as I would under other circumstances. It is easy for you to be yourself. You have gained the mastery over all lesser forces than your own. But with me it is different. Perhaps when I am away I shall be able to think more calmly." "You are going away?" he asked gently. Yes, it is better so." He remained silent. I went on quickly. "I am going away because I feel inadequate and unable to cope with my present surroundings. I have had some experience of the same influences before. I know I have." "I also," he interrupted. "Well, you must realize this better than I." And I looked at him now with greater courage. "And if you have, you know they have led to trouble. I want you to help me." "I to help you?" he said. "How can I help you when you leave me?" There was something infinitely sad in his voice, and the old fear came over me like a chill, lest I should lose what I had gained. "If I leave you," I said tremblingly, "I do so because I am not worthy to be with you. Oh, can you not see this in me?" For as I spoke, he took my hand in his and held it with a kindly clasp. "I am so self-willed, so proud, so unworthy. There are 1,000 things I would say to you, but I dare not here or now." "No one will approach us," he said, still holding my hand. "I am keeping the others, unconsciously to themselves, at a distance, till you have finished speaking. Tell me some of these 1,000 things." I looked up at him and saw the deep lustre of his eyes filled with a great tenderness. He drew me a little closer to his side. "Tell me," he persisted softly, "is there very much that we do not, if we are true to each other, know already?" "You know more than I do," I answered, "and I want to be equal with you. I do. I cannot be content to feel that I am groping in the dark weakly and blindly, while you are in the light, strong and self-contained. You can help me, and you will help me. You will tell me where I should go and study as you did, with Aselzion." He started back, amazed. "With Aselzion? Dear, forgive me. You are a woman. It is impossible that you should suffer so great an ordeal, so severe a strain. And why should you attempt it? If you would let me, I would be sufficient for you." "But I will not let you," I said, quickly roused to a kind of defiant energy. "I wish to go to the very source of your instruction, and then I shall see where I stand with regard to you. If I stay here now—" "It will be the same old story over again," he said. "Love and mistrust, then drifting apart in the same weary way. Is it not possible to avoid the errors of the past?" "No," I said resolutely. "For me it is not possible. I cannot yield to my own inward promptings. They offer me too much happiness. I doubt the joy. I fear the glory." My voice trembled. The very clasp of his hand unnerved me. "I will tell you," he said after a brief pause, "what you feel. You are perfectly conscious that between you and myself there is a tie which no power, earthly or heavenly, can break. But you are living in a matter-of-fact world with matter-of-fact persons, and the influence they exert is to make you incredulous of the very truths which are an essential part of your spiritual existence. I understand all this. I understand also why you wish to go to the House of Aselzion, and you shall go." I uttered an exclamation of relief and pleasure. His eyes grew dark with earnest gravity as he looked at me. "You are pleased at what you cannot realize," he said slowly. "If you go to the House of Aselzion, and I see you are determined, it will be a matter of such vital import that it can only mean one of two things: your entire happiness or your entire misery. I cannot contemplate with absolute calmness the risk you run, and yet it is better that you should follow the dictates of your own soul than be as you are now, irresolute, uncertain of yourself, and ready to lose all you have gained." To lose all I had gained? The old insidious terror. I met his searching gaze imploringly. "I must not lose anything," I said, and my voice sank lower. "I cannot bear to lose you." His hand closed on mine with a tighter grasp. "Yet you doubt," he said softly. "I must know," I said resolutely. He lifted his head with a proud gesture that was curiously familiar to me. "So the old spirit is not dead in you, my queen," he said, smiling. "The old indomitable will, the desire to probe to the very centre of things. Yet Love defies analysis, and it is the only thing that binds the universe together. A fact beyond all proving, a truth which cannot be expounded by any given rule or line, but which is the most emphatic force of life. My queen, it is a force that must either bend or break you." I made no reply. He still held my hand, and we looked out together on the shining expanse of the sea where there was no vessel visible, and where our schooner alone flew over the watery, moonlit surface like a winged flame. "In your working life," he continued gently, "you have done much. You have thought clearly, and you have not been frightened away from any eternal fact by the difficulties of research. But in your living life you have missed more than you will care to know. You have been content to remain a passive recipient of influences. You have not thoroughly learned how to combine and use them. You have overcome altogether what are generally the chief obstacles in the way of a woman's higher progress: her inherent childishness, her delight in imagining herself wronged or neglected, her absurd way of attaching weighty importance to the merest trifles, her want of balance, and the foolish resentment she feels at being told any of her faults. This is all past in you, and you stand free of the shackles of sheer stupidity which makes so many women impossible to deal with from a man's standpoint, and which renders it almost necessary for men to estimate them at a low intellectual standard. For even in the supreme passion of love, millions of women are only capable of understanding its merely physical side, while the union of soul with soul is never consummated. Where is that love supreme in which souls meet? Where is it satisfied? Enisled on heaving sands, of lone desire, spirit to spirit cries, while float across the skies bright phantoms of fair lands, where fancies fade not and where dreams abide. His voice dropped to the softest musical cadence, and I looked up. He answered my look. "Dear one," he said, "you shall go to the House of Aselzion, and with you will be the future." He let go of my hand very gently. I felt a sudden sense of utter loneliness. You will not misjudge me?" I said. "I, dear, I have made so many errors of judgment in the past, and I have lost you so many times, that I shall do nothing now which might lose you again." He smiled, and for one moment I was impelled to throw hesitation to the winds and say all that I knew in my inmost self ought to be said. But my rebellious will held me back, and I remained silent, while he turned away and rejoined the rest of the party, with whom he was soon chatting in such a cheery, easy fashion that they appeared to forget that there was anything remarkable about him, or about his wonderful vessel, which had now turned on her course and was carrying us back to Loch Scavaig at a speed which matched the fleetest wind. When she arrived at her former anchorage just opposite the Diana, we saw that all the crew of Mr. Harland's yacht were on deck watching our movements, which must have been well worth watching, considering what an amazing spectacle the Dream made of herself and her glittering sails against the dark loch and mountains, so brilliant indeed as almost to eclipse the very moon. But the light began to pale as soon as we dropped anchor, and very soon faded out completely, whereupon the sailors hauled down canvas, uttering musical cries as they pulled and braced it together. This work done, they retired, and a couple of servants waited upon our party, bringing wine and fruit as a parting refreshment before we said good night. And once again the sweet voice of the Egyptian boy singer smote upon our ears, with a prelude of harp strings. "Good night, farewell. If it should chance that nevermore we meet, remember that the hours we spent together here were sweet. Good night, farewell. If henceforth different ways of life we wend, remember that I sought to walk beside you to the end. Good night, farewell. When present things are merged into the past, remember that I love you and shall love you to the last." My heart beat with a quick and sudden agony of pain. Could it be true that I was of my own accord going to sever myself from one whom I knew, whom I felt to be all in all to me? "Good night," said a low voice close to my ear. I started. I had lost myself in a wilderness of thought and memory. Santoris stood beside me. "Your friends are going," he said, "and I too shall be gone tomorrow." A wave of desolation overcame me. "Ah, no!" I exclaimed. "Surely you will not go?" "I must," he answered quietly. "Are not you going? It has been a joy to meet you, if only for a little while. A pause in the journey, an attempt at an understanding, though you have decided that we must part again." I clasped my hands together in a kind of desperation. "What can I do?" I murmured. "If I yielded now to my own impulses?" "Ah, if you did!" he said wistfully. "But you will not, and perhaps after all it is better so. It is no doubt intended that you should be absolutely certain of yourself this time, and I will not stand in the way. Good night, and farewell." I looked at him with a smile, though the tears were in my eyes. "I will not say farewell," I answered. He raised my hands lightly to his lips. "That is kind of you," he said, "and tomorrow you shall hear from me about Aselzion and the best way for you to see him. He is spending the summer in Europe, which is fortunate for you, as you will not have to make so far a journey." We broke off our conversation here as the others joined us, and in a very little while we had left the dream and were returning to our own yacht. To the last, as the motor launch rushed with us through the water, I kept my eyes fixed on the reposeful figure of Santoris, who, with folded arms on the deck rail of his vessel, watched our departure. Should I never see him again? I wondered. What was the strange impulse that had more or less moved my spirit to a kind of opposition against his, and made me so determined to seek out for myself the things that he assumed to have mastered? I could not tell. I only knew that from the moment he had begun to relate the personal narrative of his own studies and experiences, I had resolved to go through the same training, whatever it was, and learn what he had learned, if such a thing were possible. I did not think I should succeed so well, but some new knowledge I felt I should surely gain. The extraordinary attraction he exercised over me was growing too strong to resist, yet I was determined not to yield to it, because I doubted both its cause and its effect. Love, I knew, could not, as he had said, be analysed, but the love I had always dreamed of was not the love with which the majority of mankind are content, the mere physical delight which ends in satiety. It was something not only for time, but for eternity. Away from Santoris, I found it quite easy to give myself up to the dream of joy which shone before me like the mirage of a promised land. But in his company I felt as though something held me back and warned me to beware of too quickly snatching at a purely personal happiness. We reached the Diana in a very few minutes. We had made the little journey almost in silence, for my companions were, or appeared to be, as much lost in thought as I was. As we descended to our cabins, Mr. Harland drew me back and detained me alone for a moment. "Santoris is going away tomorrow," he said. "He will probably have set those wonderful sails of his and flown before daybreak. I'm sorry." "So am I," I answered. "But after all, you would hardly want him to stay, would you? His theories of life are very curious and upsetting, and you all think him a sort of charlatan playing with the mysteries of earth and heaven. If he is able to read thoughts, he cannot be altogether flattered at the opinion held of him by Dr. Braille, for example." Mr. Harland's brows knitted perplexedly. "He says he could cure me of my illness," he went on, "and Braille declares that a cure is impossible." "You prefer to believe Braille, of course?" I queried. "Braille is a physician of note," he replied, "a man who has taken his degree in medicine and knows what he is talking about. Santoris is merely a mystic." I smiled a little sadly. "I see." And I held out my hand to say good night. "He is a century before his time, and maybe it is better to die than forestall a century." Mr. Harland laughed as he pressed my hand cordially. "Enigmatical as usual," he said. "You and Santoris ought to be congenial spirits." "Perhaps we are," I answered carelessly as I left him. stranger things than that have happened. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. A love letter. To those who are ignorant of, or indifferent to, the psychic forces working behind all humanity, and creating the causes which evolve into effect, it cannot but seem strange, even eccentric and abnormal, that any one person, or any two persons for that matter, should take the trouble to try and ascertain the immediate intention and ultimate object of their lives. The daily routine of ordinary working, feeding, and sleeping existence, varied by little social conventions and obligations which form a kind of break to the persistent monotony of the regular treadmill round, should be, they think, sufficient for any sane, well-balanced, self-respecting creature. And if a man or woman elects to stand out of the common ruck and say, "I refuse to live in a chaos of uncertainties. I will endeavour to know why my particular atom of self is considered a necessity, if infinitesimal, part of the universe," such an one is looked upon with either distrust or derision. In matters of love especially, where the most ill-assorted halves persist in fitting themselves together as if they could ever make a perfect whole, a woman is considered foolish if she gives her affections where it is not expedient, and a man is looked upon as having ruined his career if he allows a great passion to dominate him, instead of a calm, well-weighed, respectable sort of sentiment, which has its fitting end in an equally calm, well-weighed, respectable marriage. These are the laws and observances of social order, excellent in many respects, but frequently responsible for a great bulk of the misery attendant upon many forms of human relationship. It is not, however, possible to the ordinary mind to realize that somewhere and somehow every two component parts of a whole must come together, sooner or later, and that herein may be found the key to most of the great love tragedies of the world. The wrong halves mated, the right halves finding each other out and rushing together recklessly and inopportunely because of the resistless law which draws them together. This is the explanation of many a life's disaster and despair, as well as of many a life's splendid attainment and victory. And the trouble or the triumph, whichever it be, will never be lessened till human beings learn that in love, which is the greatest and most divine force on earth or in heaven, the soul, not the body, must first be considered, and that no one can fulfill the higher possibilities of his or her nature till each individual unit is conjoined with that only other portion of itself which is as one with it in thought and in the intuitive comprehension of its higher needs. I knew all this well enough, and had known it for years, and it was hardly necessary for me to dwell upon it as I sat alone in my cabin that night, too restless to sleep, and almost too uneasy even to think. What had happened to me was simply that I had, by a curious chance, or series of chances, been brought into connection again with the individual soul of a man whom I had known and loved ages ago. To the psychist, such a circumstance does not seem as strange as it is to the great majority of people who realize no greater force than matter, and who have no comprehension of spirit, and no wish to comprehend it, though even the dullest of these often find themselves brought into contact with persons whom they feel they have met and known before, and are unable to understand why they receive such an impression. In my case, I had not only to consider the one particular identity which seemed so closely connected with my own, but also the other individuals with whom I had become more or less reluctantly associated, Catherine, Harland, and Dr. Braille especially. Mr. Harland had, unconsciously to himself, been merely the link to bring the broken bits of a chain together. His secretary, Mr. Swinton, occupied the place of the always necessary non-entity in a group of intellectually or psychically connected beings, and I was perfectly sure, without having any actual reason for my conviction, that if I remained much longer in Catherine Harlan's company, her chance liking for me would turn into the old hatred with which she had hated me in a bygone time, a hatred fostered by Dr. Braille, who, plainly scheming to marry her and secure her fortune, considered me in the way, as I was, of the influence he desired to exercise over her and her father. Therefore it seemed necessary I should remove myself. Moreover, I was resolved that all the years I had spent in trying to find the way to some of nature's secrets should not be wasted. I would learn, I too, what Raphael Santoris had learned in the House of Aselzion, and then we might perhaps stand on equal ground, sure of ourselves and of each other. So ran my thoughts in the solitude and stillness of the night, a solitude and stillness so profound that the gentle push of the water against the sides of the yacht, almost noiseless as it was, sounded rough and intrusive. My porthole was open, and I could see the sinking moon showing through it like a white face in sorrow. Just then I heard a low plash as of oars. I started up and went to the sofa, where, by kneeling on the cushions, I could look through the porthole. There, gliding just beneath me, was a small boat, and my heart gave a sudden leap of joy as I recognized the man who rowed it as Santoris. He smiled as I looked down, then, standing up in the boat, guided himself alongside till his head was nearly on a level with the porthole. He put one hand on its edge. "Not asleep yet?" he said softly. "What have you been thinking of? The moon and the sea, or any other mystery as deep and incomprehensible?" I stretched out my hand and laid it on his with an involuntary caressing touch. "I could not leave you without another last word," he said, "and I have brought you a letter." He gave me a sealed envelope as he spoke, "which will tell you how to find Aselzion. I myself will write to him also and prepare him for your arrival. When you do see him, you will understand how difficult is the task you wish to undertake, and, if you should fail, the failure will be a greater sadness to yourself than to me, for I could make things easier for you." "I do not want things made easy for me," I answered quickly. "I want to do all that you have done. I want to prove myself worthy at least." I broke off and looked down into his eyes. He smiled. "Well," he said, "are you beginning to remember the happiness we have so often thrown away for a trifle?" I was silent, though I folded my hand closer over his. The soft, white, sleepy radiance of the moon on the scarcely moving water around us made everything look dreamlike and unreal, and I was hardly conscious of my own existence for the moment, so completely did it seem absorbed by some other influence stronger than any power I had ever known. "Here are we two," he continued softly, "alone with the night and each other, close to the verge of a perfect understanding, and yet determined not to understand. How often that happens! Every moment, every hour, all over the world, there are souls like ours, barred severally within their own shut gardens, refusing to open the doors. They talk over the walls, through the chinks and crannies, and peep through the keyholes, but they will not open the doors. How fortunate am I tonight to find even a porthole open." He turned up his face, full of light and laughter, to mine, and I thought then how easy it would be to fling away all my doubts and scruples, give up the idea of making any more search for what perhaps I should never find, and take the joy which seemed proffered, and the love which my heart knew was its own to claim. Yet something still pulled me back, and not only pulled me back, but on and away, something which inwardly told me I had much to learn before I dared accept a happiness I had not deserved. Nevertheless, some of my thoughts found sudden speech. "Raphael," I began, and then paused, amazed at my own boldness in thus addressing him. He drew closer to me, the boat he stood in swaying under him. "Go on," he said, with a little tremor in his voice. "My name never sounded so sweetly in my own ears. What is it you would have me do?" "Nothing," I answered, half afraid of myself as I spoke. "Nothing but this. Just to think that I am not merely willful or rebellious in parting from you for a little while. For if it is true—" "If what is true?" he interposed gently. "If it is true that we are friends not for a time, but for eternity," I said in steadier tones, "then it can only be for a little while that we shall be separated, and then afterwards I shall be quite sure—" "Yes, quite sure of what you are sure of now," he said, "as sure as any immortal creature can be of an immortal truth. Do you know how long we have been separated already?" I shook my head, smiling a little. "Well, I will not tell you," he answered. "It might frighten you, but by all the powers of earth and heaven we shall not traverse such distances apart again, not if I can prevent it." "And can you?" I asked, half wistfully. "I can, and I will, for I am stronger than you, and the strongest wins. Your eyes look startled. There are glimpses of the moon in them, and they are soft eyes, not angry ones. I have seen them full of anger, an anger that stabbed me to the heart. But that was in the days gone by, when I was weaker than you. This time the position has changed, and I am the master." "Not yet," I said resolutely, withdrawing my hand from his. "I yield to nothing, not even to happiness, till I know." A slight shadow darkened the attractiveness of his features. "That is what the world says of God. I will not yield till I know. But it is as plastic clay in his hands all the time, and it never knows." I was silent, and there was a pause in which no sound was heard but the movement of the water under the little boat in which he stood. Then, "Good night," he said. "Good night," I answered, and moved by a swift impulse, I stooped and kissed the firm hand that rested so near me, gripping the edge of the porthole. He looked up with a sudden light in his eyes. "Is that a sign of grace and consolation?" he asked, smiling. "Well, I am content, and I have waited so long that I can wait yet a little longer." So speaking, he let go his hold from alongside the yacht, and in another minute had seated himself in the boat and was rowing away across the moonlit water. I watched him as every stroke of the oars widened the distance between us, half hoping that he might look back, wave his hand, or even return again. But no, his boat soon vanished like a small black speck on the sea, and I knew myself to be left alone. Restraining with difficulty the tears that rose to my eyes, I shut the porthole and drew its little curtain across it. Then I sat down to read the letter he had left with me. It ran as follows: "Beloved, I call you by this name as I have always called you through many cycles of time. It should sound upon your ears as familiarly as a note of music struck in response to another similar note in far distance. You are not satisfied with the proofs given you by your own inner consciousness, which testify to the unalterable fact that you and I are and must be as one, that we have played with fate against each other, and sometimes striven to escape from each other, all in vain. It is not enough for you to know, as you do know, that the moment our eyes met, our spirits rushed together in a sudden ecstasy which, had we dared to yield to it, would have outleaped convention and made of us no more than two flames in one fire. If you are honest with yourself, as I am honest with myself, you will admit that this is so, that the emotion which overwhelmed us was reasonless, formless, and wholly beyond all analysis, yet more insistent than any other force having claim on our lives. But it is not sufficient for you to realize this, or to trace through every step of the journey you have made, the gradual leading of your soul to mine. From that last night you passed in your own home, when every fibre of your being grew warm with the prescience of coming joy, to this present moment, even though dreams of infinite benediction in which I shared. No, it is not sufficient for you. You must know, you must learn, you must probe into deeper mysteries, and study and suffer to the last. Well, if it must be so, it must, and I shall rely on the eternal fitness of things to save you from your own possible rashness and bring you back to me. For without you, now I can do nothing more. I have done much, and much remains to be done, but if I am to attain, you must crown the attainment. If my ambition is to find completion, you alone can be its completeness. If you have the strength and the courage to face the ordeal through which Aselzion sends those who seek to follow his teaching, you will indeed have justified your claim to be considered higher than merest woman, though you have risen above that level already. The lives of women generally, and of men too, are so small and sordid and self-centered, thanks to their obstinate refusal to see anything better or wider than their own immediate outlook, that it is hardly worth while considering them in the light of that deeper knowledge which teaches of the real life behind the seeming one. In the ordinary way of existence, men and women meet and mate with very little more intelligence or thought about it than the lower animals, and the results of such meeting and mating are seen in the degenerate and dying nations of today. Moreover, they are content to be born for no other visible reason than to die, and no matter how often they may be told there is no such thing as death, they receive the assertion with as much indignant incredulity as the priesthood of Rome received Galileo's assurance that the earth moves round the sun. But we, you and I, who know that life, being all life, cannot die, ought to be wiser in our present space of time than to doubt each other's infinite capability for love and the perfect world of beauty which love creates. I do not doubt. My doubting days are past, and the whips of sorrow have lashed me into shape as well as into strength. But you hesitate, because you have been rendered weak by much misunderstanding. However, it has partially comforted me to place the position fully before you, and having done this, I feel that you must be free to go your own way. I do not say, I love you. Such a phrase from me would be merest folly, knowing that you must be mine, whether now or at the end of many more centuries. Your soul is deathless as mine is. It is eternally young as mine is, and the force that gives us life and love is divine and indestructible, so that for us there can be no end to the happiness which is ours to claim when we will. For the rest I leave you to decide. You will go to the House of Aselzion, and perhaps you will remain there some time. At any rate, when you depart from thence, you will have learned much, and you will know what is best for yourself and for me. My beloved, I commend you to God with all my adoring soul, and am, your lover, Raphael Santoris. A folded paper fell out of this letter. It contained full instructions as to the way I should go on the journey I intended to make to the mysterious House of Aselzion, and I was glad to find that I should not have to travel as far as I had at first imagined. I began at once to make my plans for leaving the Harlands as soon as possible, and before going to bed I wrote to my friend Francesca, who I knew would certainly expect me to visit her in Invernessshire as soon as my cruise in the Harlands yacht was over, and briefly stated that business of an important nature called me abroad for 2 or 3 weeks, but that I fully anticipated being at home in England again before the end of October. As it was now just verging on the end of August, I thought I was allowing myself a fairly wide margin for absence. When I had folded and sealed my letter ready for posting, an irresistible sense of sleep came over me, and I yielded to it gratefully. I found myself too overcome by it even to think, and I laid my head down upon the pillows with a peaceful consciousness that all was well, that all would be well, and that in trying to make sure of the intentions of fate toward me, both in life and love, I could not be considered as altogether foolish. Of course, judged by the majority of people, I know I am already counted as worse than foolish for the impressions and experiences I here undertake to narrate. But that kind of judgment does not affect me, seeing that their own daily and hourly folly is so visibly pronounced, and has such unsatisfactory and frequently disastrous results, that mine, if it indeed be folly to choose lasting and eternal things rather than ephemeral and temporal ones, cannot but seem light in comparison. Love, as the world generally conceives of it, is hardly worth having, for if we become devoted to persons who must in time be severed from us by death or other causes, we have merely wasted the wealth of our affections. Only as a perfect, eternal, binding force is love of any value, and unless one can be sure in one's own self that there is the strength and truth and courage to make it thus perfect, eternal, and binding, It is better to have nothing to do with what, after all, is the divinest of divine passions, the passion of creativeness, from which springs all thought, all endeavour, all accomplishment. When I woke the next morning, I did not need to be told that the dream had set her wonderful sails and flown. A sense of utter desolation was in the air, and my own loneliness was impressed upon me with overwhelming bitterness and force. It was a calm, brilliant morning, and when I went up on deck, the magnificent scenery of Loch Scavaig was, to my thinking, lessened in effect by the excessive glare of the sun. The water was smooth as oil, and where the dream had been anchored, showing her beautiful lines and tapering spars against the background of the mountains, there was now a dreary vacancy. The whole scene looked intolerably dull and lifeless, and I was impatient to be away from it. I said as much at breakfast, a meal at which Catherine Harland never appeared, and where I was accustomed to take the head of the table, at Mr. Harland's request, to dispense the tea and coffee. Dr. Braille seemed malignly amused at my remark. "The interest of the place has evidently vanished with Mr. Santoris, so far as you are concerned," he said. "He is certainly a remarkable man, and owns a remarkable yacht, but beyond that I am not sure that his room is not better than his company." "I dare say you feel it so," said Mr. Harland, who had for some moments been unusually taciturn and preoccupied. "Your theories are diametrically opposed to his, and, for that matter, so are mine. But I confess I should like to have tested his medical skill. He assured me positively that he could cure me of my illness in 3 months." "Why do you not let him try?" suggested Braille with an air of forced lightness. "He will be a man of miracles if he can cure what the whole medical profession knows to be incurable. But I'm quite willing to retire in his favour if you wish it." Mr. Harland's bristling eyebrows met over his nose in a saturnine frown. "Well, are you willing?" he said. "I rather doubt it, and if you are not, I'm not. I've no faith in mysticism or psychism of any kind. It bores me to think about it, and nothing has puzzled me at all concerning Santoris, except his extraordinarily youthful appearance. That is a problem to me, and I should like to solve it." "He looks about 38 or 40, said Braille, "and I should say that is his age." "That his age?" Mr. Harland gave a short, derisive laugh. "Why, he's over 60 if he's a day. That's the mystery of it. There's not a touch of years about him. Instead of growing old, he grows young." Braille looked up quizzically at his patron. "I've already hinted," he said, "that he may not be the Santoris you knew at Oxford. He may be a relative, cleverly masquerading as the original man." "That won't stand a moment's argument," interposed Mr. Harland, "and I'll tell you how I know it won't. We had a quarrel once, and I slashed his arm with a clasp knife pretty heavily." Here a sudden quiver of something, shame or remorse perhaps, came over his hard face and changed its expression for a moment. "It was all my fault. I had a devilish temper, and he was calm. His calmness irritated me. Moreover, I was drunk. Santoris knew I was drunk, and he wanted to get me home to my rooms and to bed before I made too great a disgrace of myself. Then that happened. I remember the blood pouring from his arm. It frightened me and sobered me. Well, when he came on board here the other night, he showed me the scar of the very wound I had inflicted, so I know he's the same man." We all sat silent. "He was always studying the occult," went on Mr. Harland, "and I was scarcely surprised that he should think out that antique piece of jewellery from your pocket last night. He actually told me it belonged to you ages ago, when you were quite another and more important person." Dr. Braille laughed loudly, almost boisterously. "What a fictionist the man must be!" he exclaimed. "Why doesn't he write a novel? Mr. Swinton, I wish you would take a few notes for me of what Mr. Santoris said about that collar of jewels. I should like to keep the record." Mr. Swinton smiled an obliging assent. "I certainly will," he said. "I was fortunately present when Mr. Santoris expressed his curious ideas about the jewels to Mr. Harland." "Oh, well, if you are going to record it," said Mr. Harland, half laughingly, "you had better be careful to put it all down. The collar, according to Santoris, belonged to Dr. Braille when his personality was that of an Italian nobleman residing in Florence about the year 1537. He wore it on one unfortunate occasion when he murdered a man, and the jewels have not had much of a career since that period. Now they have come back into his possession." "Father, who told you all this?" The voice was sharp and thin, and we turned round, amazed to see Catherine standing in the doorway of the saloon, white and trembling, with wild eyes looking as though they saw ghosts. Dr. Braille hastened to her. "Miss Harland, pray go back to your cabin. You are not strong enough." "What's the matter, Catherine?" asked her father. "I'm only repeating some of the nonsense Santoris told me about that collar of jewels." "It's not nonsense," cried Catherine. "It's all true. I remember it all. We planned the murder together, he and I." And she pointed to Dr. Braille. "I told him how the lovers used to meet in secret, the poor hunted things. How he, that great artist he patronized, came to her room from the garden entrance at night, and how they talked for hours behind the rose trees in the avenue. And she, I hated her because I thought you loved her. You!" And again she turned to Dr. Braille, clutching at his arm. "Yes, I thought you loved her, but she loved him, and—" Here she paused, shuddering violently, and seemed to lose herself in chaotic ideas. "And so the yacht has gone, and there is peace, and perhaps we shall forget again. We were allowed to forget for a little while, but it has all come back to haunt and terrify us." And with these words, which broke off in kind of an inarticulate cry, she sank downward in a swoon, Dr. Braille managing to save her from falling quite to the ground. Everything was at once in confusion, and while the servants were busy hurrying to and fro for cold water, smelling salts, and other reviving cordials, and Catherine was being laid on the sofa and attended to by Dr. Braille, I slipped away and went up on deck, feeling myself quite overpowered and bewildered by the suddenness and strangeness of the episodes in which I had become involved. In a minute or two Mr. Harland followed me, looking troubled and perplexed. "What does all this mean?" he said. "I am quite at a loss to understand Catherine's condition. She is hysterical, of course, but what has caused it? What mad idea has she got into her head about a murder?" I looked away from him, across the sunlit expanse of sea. "I really cannot tell you," I said at last. "I am quite as much in the dark as you are. I think she is overwrought, and that she has perhaps taken some of the things Mr. Santoris said too much to heart. Then—" Here I hesitated. "She said the other day that she was tired of this yachting trip. In fact, I think it is simply a case of nerves." "She must have very odd nerves if they persuade her to believe that she and Braille committed a murder together ages ago," said Mr. Harland irritably. "I never heard of such nonsense in all my life." I was silent. "I have told Captain Derrick to weigh anchor and get out of this," he continued brusquely. "We shall make for Portree at once. There is something witch-like and uncanny about the place," and he looked round as he spoke at the splendour of the mountains, shining with almost crystalline clearness in the glory of the morning sun. "I feel as if it were haunted." "By what?" I asked. "By memories," he answered, "and not altogether pleasant ones." I looked at him, and a moment's thought decided me that the opportunity had come for me to broach the subject of my intended departure, and I did so. I said that I felt I had allowed myself sufficient holiday, and that it would be necessary for me to take the ordinary steamer from Portree the morning after our arrival there, in order to reach Glasgow as soon as possible. Mr. Harland surveyed me inquisitively. "Why do you want to go by the steamer?" he asked. "Why not go with us, back to Rothesay, for example?" "I would rather lose no time," I said. Then I added impulsively, "Dear Mr. Harland, Catherine will be much better when I am gone. I know she will. You will be able to prolong the yachting trip, which will benefit your health, and I should be really most unhappy if you curtailed it on my account." He interrupted me. "Why do you say that Catherine will be better when you are gone?" he demanded. "It was her own most particular wish that you should accompany us." "She did not know what moved her to such a desire," I said. Then, seeing his look of astonishment, I smiled. "I am not a congenial spirit to her, nor to any of you really, but she has been most kind, and so have you, and I thank you ever so much for all you have done for me. You have done much more than you know, only I feel it is better to go now. Now, before—" "Before what?" he asked. "Well, before we all hate each other," I said playfully. "It is quite on the cards that we shall come to that. Dr. Brayle thinks my presence quite as harmful to Catherine as that of Mr. Santoris. I am full of theories which he considers prejudicial, and so, perhaps they are to him." Mr. Harland drew closer to me where I stood leaning against the deck rail and spoke in a lower tone. "Tell me," he said, "and be perfectly frank about it. What is it you see in Brayle that rouses such a spirit of antagonism in you?" "If I give you a straight answer, such as I feel to be the truth in myself, will you be offended?" I asked. He shook his head. "No," he answered, "I shall not be offended. I simply want to know what you think, and I shall remember what you say and see if it proves correct." "Well, in the first place," I said, "I see nothing in Dr. Brayle but what can be seen in hundreds of worldly-minded men such as he. But he is not a true physician, for he makes no real effort to cure you of your illness, while Catherine has no illness at all that demands a cure. He merely humours the weakness of her nerves, a weakness she has created by dwelling morbidly on her own self and her own particular miseries. And all his future plans with regard to her and to you are settled. They are quite clear and reasonable. You will die. In fact, it is, in his opinion, necessary for you to die. It would be very troublesome and inconvenient to him if by some chance you were cured and continued to live. When you are gone, he will marry Catherine, your only child and heiress, and he will have no further personal anxieties. I dislike this self-seeking attitude on his part, and my only wonder is that you do not perceive it. For the rest, my antagonism to Dr. Brayle is instinctive and has its origin far back, perhaps in a bygone existence." He listened to my words with attentive patience. "Well, I shall study the man more carefully," he said, after a pause. "You may be right. At present, I think you are wrong. As for any cure for me, I know there is none. I have consulted medical works on the subject, and am perfectly convinced that Brayle is doing his best. He can do no more. And now, one word to yourself." Here he laid a hand kindly on mine. "I have noticed, I could not help noticing, that you were greatly taken by Santoris, and I should almost have fancied him rather fascinated by you had I not known him to be absolutely indifferent to womankind. But let me tell you, he is not a safe friend or guide for anyone. His theories are extravagant and impossible. His ideas that there is no death, for example, when death stares us in the face every day, is perfectly absurd. And he is likely to lead you into much perplexity, the more so as you are too much of a believer in occult things already. I wish I could persuade you to listen to me seriously on 1 or 2 points." I smiled. "I am listening," I said. "Well, child, you listen perhaps, but you are not convinced. Realize, if you can, that these fantastic chimeras of a past and future life exist only in the heated imagination of the abnormal idealist. There is nothing beyond our actual sight and immediate living consciousness. We know we are born and that we die, but why, we cannot tell and never shall be able to tell. We must try and manage the in-between, the gap dividing birth and death, as best we can, and that's all. I wish you would settle down to these facts reasonably. You would be far better balanced in mind and action." "If I thought as you do," I interrupted him, "I would jump from this vessel into the sea and let the waters close over me. There would be neither use nor sense in living for an in-between, leading merely to nothingness." He passed his hand across his brows perplexedly. "It certainly seems useless," he admitted, "but there it is. It is better to accept it than to run amok among inexplicable infinities." We were interrupted here by the sailors busying themselves in preparations for getting the yachts under way, and our conversation being thus broken off abruptly was not again resumed. By 11 o'clock we were steaming out of Loch Scavaig, and as I looked back on the sombre mountain peaks that stood sentinel-wise round the deeply hidden magnificence of Loch Coruisk, I wondered if my visionary experience there had been only the work of my own excited imagination, or whether it really had foundation in fact. The letter from Santoris lay against my heart as actual testimony that he at least was real, that I had met and known him, and that so far as anything could be believed, he had declared himself my lover. But was ever love so expressed? I soon ceased to perplex myself with futile speculations on the subject, however, and as the last peaks of the Scavig hills vanished in pale blue distance, I felt as if I had been brought suddenly back from a fairyland to a curiously dull and commonplace world. Everyone on board the Diana seemed occupied with the veriest trifles. Catherine remained too ill to appear all day, and Dr. Braille was in almost constant attendance upon her. A vague sense of discomfort pervaded the whole atmosphere of the yacht. She was a floating palace filled with every imaginable luxury, yet now she seemed a mere tawdry upholsterer's triumph compared with the exquisite grace and taste of the dream, and I was eager to be away from her. I busied myself during the day in packing my things ready for departure with the eagerness of a child leaving school for the holidays, and I was delighted when we arrived at Portree and anchored there that evening. It was after dinner, at about 9 o'clock, that Catherine sent for me, hearing I had determined to go next morning. I found her in her bed, looking very white and feeble, with a scared look in her eyes, which became intensified the moment she saw me. "You are really going away?" she said faintly. "I hope we have not offended you." I went up to her, took her poor thin hand and kissed it. "No, indeed," I answered. "Why should I be offended?" "Father is vexed you are going," she went on. "He says it is all my silly nonsense and hysterical fancies. Do you think it is?" "I prefer not to say what I think," I replied gently. "Dear Catherine, there are some things in life which cannot be explained, and it is better not to try and explain them. But believe me, I can never thank you enough for this yachting trip. You have done more for me than you will ever know, and so far from being offended, I am grateful beyond all words." She held my hands, looking at me wistfully. "You will go away," she said in a low tone, "and we shall perhaps never meet again. I don't think it likely we shall. People often try to meet again and never do. Haven't you noticed that? It seems fated that they shall only know each other for a little while, just to serve some purpose, and then part altogether. Besides, you live in a different world from ours. You believe in things that I can't even understand. You think there is a God, and you think each human being has a soul." "Are you not taught the same in your churches?" I interrupted. She looked startled. "Oh, yes, but then one never thinks seriously about it. You know that if we did think seriously about it, we could never live as we do. One goes to church for convention's sake, because it's respectable. But suppose you were to say to a clergyman that if your soul is immortal, it follows in reason that it must always have existed, and always will exist. He would declare you to be unorthodox. That's where all the puzzle and contradiction comes in, so that I don't believe in the soul at all." "Are you sure that you do not?" I inquired meaningly. She was silent. Then she suddenly broke out. "Well, I don't want to believe in it. I don't want to think about it. I'd rather not. It's terrible. If a soul has never died and never will die, its burden of memories must be awful, horrible. No hell could be worse." "But suppose they are beautiful and happy memories," I suggested. She shuddered. "They couldn't be. We all fail somewhere." This was true enough, and I offered no comment. "I feel," she went on hesitatingly, "that you are leaving us for some undiscovered country, and that you will reach some plane of thought and action to which we shall never rise. I don't think I am sorry for this. I am not one of those who want to rise. I should be perfectly content to live a few years in a moderate state of happiness and then drop into oblivion, and I think most people are like me." "Very unambitious," I said, smiling. "Yes, I dare say it is, but one gets tired of it all. Tired of things and people, at least I do. Now that man Santoris—" Despite myself, I felt the warm blood flushing my cheeks. "Yes, what of him?" I queried lightly. "Well, I can understand that he has always been alive," and she turned her eyes upon me with an expression of positive dread. "Immensely, actively, perpetually alive. He seems to hold some mastery over the very air. I am afraid of him, terribly afraid. It is a relief to me to know that he and his strange yacht have gone." "But, Catherine," I ventured to say, "the yacht was not really strange. It was only moved by a different application of electricity from that which the world at present knows. You would not call it strange if the discovery made by Mr. Santoris were generally adopted?" She sighed. "Perhaps not, but just now it seems a sort of devil's magic to me. Anyhow, I'm glad he's gone. You're sorry, I suppose?" "In a way I am," I answered quietly. "I thought him very kind and charming and courteous. No one could be a better host or a pleasanter companion, and I certainly saw nothing devilish about him. As for that collar of jewels, there are plenty of so-called thought readers who could have found out its existence and said as much of it as he did." She uttered a low cry. "Don't speak of it," she said. "For heaven's sake, don't speak of it!" She buried her face in her pillow, and I waited silently for her to recover. When she turned again towards me, she said, "I am not well yet. I cannot bear too much. I only want you to know before you go away that I have no unkind feeling toward you. Things seem pushing me that way, but I have not really, and you surely will believe me." "Surely," I said earnestly. "Dear Catherine, do not worry yourself. These impressions of yours will pass." "I hope so," she said. "I shall try to forget. And you will meet Mr. Santoris again, do you think?" I hesitated. "I do not know." "You seem to have some attraction for each other," she went on, "and I suppose your beliefs are alike. To me they are dreadful beliefs, worse than barbarism." I looked at her with all the compassion I truly felt. "Why? Because we believe that God is all love and tenderness and justice? Because we cannot think He would have created life only to end in death? Because we are sure that He allows nothing to be wasted, not even a thought, and nothing to go unrecompensed, either in good or in evil? Surely these are not barbarous beliefs?" A curious look came over her face. "If I believed in anything," she said, "I would rather be orthodox and believe in the doctrine of original sin and the atonement." "Then you would start with the idea that the supreme and all-wise Creator could not make a perfect work," I said, "and that He was obliged to invent a scheme to redeem His own failure? Catherine, if you speak of barbarism, that is the most barbarous belief of all." She stared at me, amazed. "You would be put out of any church in Christendom for such a speech as that," she said. "Possibly," I answered quietly, "but I should not and could not be put out of God's universe. Nor, I am certain, would He reject my soul's eternal love and adoration." A silence fell between us. Then I heard her sobbing. I put my arm round her, and she laid her head on my shoulder. "I wish I could feel as you do," she whispered. "You must be very happy. The world is all beautiful in your eyes, and of course with your ideas it will continue to be beautiful, and even death will only come to you as another transition into life. But you must not think anybody will ever understand you, or believe you, or follow you. People will only look upon you as mad, or the dupe of your own foolish imagination." I smiled as I smoothed her pillow for her and laid her gently back upon it. "I can stand that," I said. "If somebody who is lost in the dark jeers at me for finding the light, I shall not mind." We did not speak much after that, and when I said good night to her, I also said goodbye, as I knew I should have to leave the yacht early in the morning. I spent the rest of the time at my disposal in talking to Mr. Harland, keeping our conversation always on the level of ordinary topics. He seemed genuinely sorry that I had determined to go, and if he could have persuaded me to stay on board a few days longer, I am sure he would have been pleased. "I shall see you off in the morning," he said, "and believe me, I shall miss you very much. We don't agree on certain subjects, but I like you all the same." "That's something," I said cheerfully. "It would never do if we were all of the same opinion." "Will you meet Santoris again, do you think?" This was the same question Catherine had put to me, and I answered it in the same manner. "I really don't know." "Would you like to meet him again?" he urged. I hesitated, smiling a little. "Yes, I think so." "It is curious," he pursued, "that I should have been the means of bringing you together. Your theories of life and death are so alike that you must have thoughts in common. Many years have passed since I knew Santoris. In fact, I had completely lost sight of him, though I had never forgotten his powerful personality. And it seems rather odd to me that he should suddenly turn up again while you were with me. Mere coincidence, I said lightly, and common enough after all. Like attracts like, you know. That may be. There is certainly something in the law of attraction between human beings which we do not understand, he answered musingly. Perhaps if we did. He broke off and relapsed into silence. That night, just before going to bed, I was met by Dr. Braille in the corridor leading to my cabin. I was about to pass him with a brief good night, but he stopped me. "So, you are really going tomorrow?" he said, with a furtive narrowing of his eyelids as he looked at me. "Well, perhaps it is best. You are a very disturbing magnet." I smiled. "Am I? In what way?" "I cannot tell you without seeming to give the lie to reason," he answered brusquely. "I believe to a certain extent in magnetism. In fact, I have myself tested its power in purely nervous patients. But I have never accepted the idea that persons can silently, and almost without conscious effort, influence others for either malign or beneficial purposes. In your presence, however, the thing is forced upon me as though it were a truth, while I know it to be a fallacy." "Isn't it too late to talk about such things tonight?" I asked, wishing to cut short the conversation. "Perhaps it is, but I shall probably never have the chance to say what I wish to say," he replied, and he leaned against the stairway just where the light in the saloon sent forth a bright ray upon his face, showing it to be dark with a certain frowning perplexity. "You have studied many things in your own impulsive, feminine fashion, and you are beyond all the stupidity of the would-be agreeable female who thinks a prettily feigned ignorance becoming. So that I can speak frankly. I can now tell you that from the first day I saw you, I felt I had known you before, and you filled me with a curious emotion of mingled liking and repulsion. One night, when you were sitting with us on deck, it was before we met that fellow Santoris, I watched you with singular interest. Every turn of your head, every look of your eyes seemed familiar, and for a moment I almost loved you. Oh, you need not mind my saying this," and he laughed a little at my involuntary exclamation. "It was nothing. It was only a passing mood, for in another few seconds I hated you as keenly. There you have it. I do not know why I should have been visited by these singular experiences, but I own they exist. That is why I am rather glad you are going." "I am glad too," I said, and I held out my hand in parting. "I should not like to stay where my presence caused a moment's uneasiness or discomfort." "That's not putting it quite fairly," he answered, taking my offered hand and holding it loosely in his own. "But you are an avowed psychist, and in this way you are a little uncanny. I should not like to offend you." "You could not if you tried," I said quickly. "That means I am too insignificant in your mind to cause offence," he observed. "I dare say I am. I live on the material plane, and am content to remain there. You are essaying very high flights and ascending among difficulties of thought and action which are entirely beyond the useful and necessary routine of life. And in the end these things may prove too much for you." Here he dropped my hand. "You bring with you a certain atmosphere which is too rarefied for ordinary mortals. It has the same effect as the air of a very high mountain on a weak heart. It is too strong. One loses breath and the power to think coherently. You produce this result on Miss Harland, and also to some extent on me, even slightly on Mr. Harland, and poor Swinton alone does not fall under the spell, having no actual brain to impress. You need someone who is accustomed to live in the same atmosphere as yourself to match you in your impressions and opinions. We are on a different range of thought and feeling and experience, and you must find us almost beyond endurance." "As you find me," I interposed, smiling. "I will not say that, no, for there seems to have been a time when we were all on the same plane." He paused, and there was a moment's tense silence. The little silvery chime of a clock in the saloon struck 12. "Good night, Dr. Braille," I said. He lifted his brooding eyes and looked at me. "Good night. If I have annoyed you by my skepticism in certain matters, you must make allowances for temperament and pardon me. I should be sorry if you bore me any ill will." What a curious note of appeal there was in his voice! All at once it seemed to me that he was asking me to forgive him for that long-ago murder which I had seen reflected in a vision, and my blood grew suddenly heated with an involuntary wave of deep resentment. "Dr. Brayle," I said, "pray do not trouble yourself to think any more about me. Our ways will always be apart, and we shall probably never see each other again. It really does not matter to you in the least what my feeling may be with regard to you. It can have no influence on either your present or your future. Friendships cannot be commanded." "You will not say," he interrupted me, "that you have no dislike of me?" I hesitated, then spoke frankly. "I will not," I answered, "because I cannot." For one instant our eyes met. Then came something between us that suggested an absolute and irretrievable loss. "Not yet," he murmured, "not yet." And with a forced smile he bowed and allowed me to pass to my cabin. I was glad to be there, glad to be alone, and overwhelmed as I was by the consciousness that the memories of my soul had been too strong for me to resist, I was thankful that I had had the courage to express my invincible opposition to one who had, as I seemed instinctively to realize, been guilty of an unrepented crime. That night I slept dreamlessly, and the next morning, before 7 o'clock, I had left the luxurious Diana for the ordinary passenger steamer plying from Portree to Glasgow. Mr. Harland kept his promise of seeing me off, and expressed his opinion that I was very foolish to travel with a crowd of tourists and other folk, when I might have had the comfort and quiet of his yacht all the way. But he could not move me from my resolve, though in a certain sense I was sorry to say good-bye to him. "You must write to us as soon as you get home," he said at parting. "A letter will find us this week at Gairloch. I shall cruise about a bit longer." I made no reply for the moment. He had no idea that I was not going home at all, nor did I intend to tell him. "You shall hear from me as soon as possible," I said at last, evasively. "I shall be very busy for a time." He laughed. "Oh, I know. You are always busy. Will you ever get tired, I wonder?" I smiled. "I hope not." With that we shook hands and parted, and within the next 20 minutes the steamer had started, bearing me far away from the Isle of Skye, that beautiful, weird and mystic region full of strange legends and memories, which to me had proved a veritable wonderland. I watched the Diana at anchor in the Bay of Portree till I could see her no more, and it was getting on towards noon when I suddenly noticed the people on board the steamer making a rush to one side of the deck to look at something that was evidently both startling and attractive. I followed the crowd, and my heart gave a quick throb of delight when I saw poised on the sparkling waters the fairy-like Dream, her sails white as the wings of a swan, and her cordage gleaming like woven gold in the brilliant sunshine. She was a thing of perfect beauty, as she seemed to glide on the very edge of the horizon, like a vision between sky and sea. And as I pressed forward among the thronging passengers to look at her, she dipped her flag in salutation, a salutation I knew was meant for me alone. When the flag ran up again to its former position, murmurs of admiration came from several people around me. "The finest schooner afloat," I heard one man remark. "They say she goes by electricity as well as sailing power." "She's often seen about here," said another. "She belongs to a foreigner, some prince or other named Santoris." And I watched and waited, with unconscious tears in my eyes, till the exquisite fairy vessel disappeared suddenly, as though it had become absorbed and melted into the sun. Then all at once I thought of the words spoken by the wild Highland Jamie, who had given me the token of the bell heather. "One way in and another way out, one road to the west and the other to the east, and round about to the meeting place." The meeting place! Where would it be? I could only think and wonder, hope and pray, as the waves spread their silver foaming distance between me and the vanished dream. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. The House of Aselzion. It is not necessary to enter into particular details of the journey I now entered upon and completed during the ensuing week. My destination was a remote and mountainous corner of the Biscayan coast, situated a little more than 3 days' distance from Paris. I went alone, knowing that this was imperative, and arrived without any untoward adventure, scarcely fatigued, though I had travelled by night as well as by day. It was only at the end of my journey that I found myself confronted by any difficulty, and then I had to realize that though the Château d'Aselzion, as it was called, was perfectly well known to the inhabitants of the surrounding district, no one seemed inclined to show me the nearest way there, or even to let me have the accommodation of a vehicle to take me up the steep ascent which led to it. The château itself could be seen from all parts of the village, especially from the seashore, over which it hung like a toppling crown of the fortress-like rock on which it was erected. "It is a monastery," said a man of whom I asked the way, speaking in a curious kind of guttural patois, half French and half Spanish. "No woman goes there." I explained that I was entrusted with an important message. He shook his head. "Not for any money would I take you," he declared. "I should be afraid for myself." Nothing could move him from his resolve, so I made up my mind to leave my small luggage at the inn and walk up the steep road which I could see winding like a width of white ribbon towards the goal of my desires. A group of idle peasants watched me curiously as I spoke to the landlady and asked her to take care of my few belongings till I either sent for them or returned to fetch them, to which arrangement she readily consented. She was a buxom, pleasant little Frenchwoman, and inclined to be friendly. "I assure you, mademoiselle, you will return immediately," she said with a bright smile. "The Château d'Aselzion is a place where no woman is ever seen, and a lady alone, ah, mon Dieu, impossible! There are terrible things done there, so they say. It is a house of mystery. In the daytime it looks as it does now, dark as though it were a prison. But sometimes at night one sees it lit up as though it were on fire, every window full of something that shines like the sun. It is a brotherhood that lives there, not of the church. Ah, no, heaven forbid! But they are rich and powerful men, and it is said they study some strange science. Our traders serve them only at the outer gates and never go beyond. And in the midnight one hears the organ playing in their chapel, and there is a sound of singing on the very waves of the sea. I beg of you, mademoiselle, think well of what you do before you go to such a place, for they will send you away. I am sure they will send you away." I smiled and thanked her for her well-meant warning. "I have a message to give to the master of the Brotherhood," I said. "If I am not allowed to deliver it and the gate is shut in my face, I can only come back again, but I must do my best to gain an entrance if possible." And with these words I turned away and commenced my solitary walk. I had arrived in the early afternoon, and the sun was still high in the heavens. The heat was intense, and the air was absolutely still. As I climbed higher and higher, the murmuring noises of human life in the little village I had left behind me grew less and less, and presently sank altogether out of hearing, and I became gradually aware of the great and solemn solitude that everywhere encompassed me. No stray sheep browsed on the burnt brown grass of the rocky height I was slowly ascending. No bird soared through the dazzling deep blue of the vacant sky. The only sound I could hear was the soft rhythmic plash of small waves on the beach below, and an indefinite deeper murmur of the sea breaking through a cave in the far distance. There was something very grand in the silence and loneliness of the scene, and something very pitiful too, so I thought, about my own self, toiling up the rocky path in mingled hope and fear towards that grim pile of dark stone towers and high forbidding walls, where it was just possible I might meet with but a discouraging reception. Yet with a letter from him who signed himself "Your Lover" lying against my heart, I felt I had a talisman to open doors even more closely barred. Nevertheless, my courage gave way a little when I at last stood before the heavy iron gates set in a lofty archway of stone, through which I could see nothing but cavernous blackness. The road I had followed ended in a broad circular sweep opposite this archway, and a few tall pines twisted and gnarled in bough and stem, as though the full force of many a storm winds had battered and bent them out of their natural shapes, were the only relief to the barrenness of the ground. An iron chain with a massive ring at the end suggested itself as the possible means of pulling a bell, or otherwise attracting attention, but for some minutes I had not the boldness to handle it. I stood gazing at the frowning portal with a sense of utter loneliness and desolation. The quick, resistless impulse that had fired me to make the journey, and which, as it were, had driven me along by its own impetus, suddenly died away into a dreary consciousness of inadequateness and folly on my own part, and I began to reproach myself for yielding so utterly to the casual influence of one who, after all, must in a reasonable way be considered a stranger. For what was Raphael Santoris to me? Merely an old college friend of the man who, for a fortnight, had been my host, and with whom he chanced to renew acquaintanceship during a yachting tour? Anything more simple and utterly commonplace never occurred, yet here was I, full of strange impressions and visions, which were possibly only the result of clever hypnotism, practiced on me because the hypnotist had possibly discovered in my temperament some suitable subject matter for an essay of his skill. And I had so readily succumbed to his influence as to make a journey of hundreds of miles to a place I had never heard of before, on the chance of seeing a man of whom I knew nothing, except that, according to what Raphael Santoris had said of him, he was the follower of a great psychic teacher whom once I had known. Such doubtful and darkening thoughts as these, chasing one another rapidly through my brain, made me severely accuse myself of rash and unpardonable folly in all I had done or was doing, and I was almost on the point of turning away and retracing my steps, when a sudden ray of light, not of the sun, struck itself sharply, as it were, before my eyes and hurt them with its blinding glitter. It was like a whip of fire lashing my hesitating mind, and it startled me into instant action. Without pausing further to think what I was about, I went straight up to the entrance of the chateau and pulled at the iron chain. The gates swung open at once, and swiftly, without sound, and I stepped into the dark passage within, whereupon they as noiselessly closed again behind me. There was no going back now, and nerving myself to resolution, I walked quickly on through what was evidently a long corridor with a lofty arched roof of massive stone. It was dark and cool and refreshing after the great heat outside, and I saw a faint light at the end towards which I made my way. The light widened as I drew near, and an exclamation of relief and pleasure escaped me as I suddenly found myself in a picturesque quadrangle, divided into fair green lawns and parterres of flowers. Straight opposite me as I approached, a richly carved double oaken door stood wide open, enabling me to look into a vast circular domed hall, in the center of which a fountain sent up tall silver columns of spray, which fell again with a tinkling musical splash into a sunken pool bordered with white marble, where delicate pale blue water lilies floated on the surface of the water. Enchanted by this glimpse of loveliness, I went straight on and entered without seeking the right of admission, and then stood looking about me in wonder and admiration. If this was the House of Aselzion, where such difficult lessons had to be learned, and such trying ordeals had to be faced, it certainly did not seem like a house of penance and mortification, but rather of luxury. Exquisite white marble statues were set around the hall in various niches between banked-up masses of roses and other blossoms, many of them perfect copies of the classic models, and all expressing either strength and resolution or beauty and repose. And most wonderful of all was the light that poured in from the high dome. I could have said with truth that it was like that light which never was on sea or land. It was not the light of the sun, but something more softened and more intense, and was totally indescribable. Fascinated by the restful charm of my surroundings, I seated myself on a marble bench near the fountain, and watched the sparkle of the water as it rose in rainbow radiance and fell again into the darker shadows of the pool. And I had for a moment lost myself in a kind of waking dream, so that I started with a shock of something like terror when I suddenly perceived a figure approaching me, that of a man clothed in white garments fashioned somewhat after the monastic type, yet hardly to be called a monk's dress, though he wore a sort of hood or cowl pulled partially over his face. My heart almost stopped beating, and I could scarcely breathe for nervous fear as he came towards me with an absolutely noiseless tread. He appeared to be young, and his eyes, dark and luminous, looked at me kindly, and, as I fancied, with a touch of pity. "You are seeking the master?" he inquired in a gentle voice. "He has instructed me to receive you, and when you have rested for an hour, to take you to his presence." I had risen as he spoke, and his quiet manner helped me to recover myself a little. "I am not tired," I answered. "I could go to him at once." He smiled. "That is not possible," he said. "He is not ready. If you will come to the apartment allotted to you, I am sure you will be glad of some repose. May I ask you to follow me?" He was perfectly courteous in demeanour, and yet there was a certain impressive authority about him which silently impelled obedience. I had nothing further to demand or to suggest, and I followed him at once. He preceded me out of the domed hall into a long stone passage, where every sign of luxury, beauty, or comfort disappeared in cold vastness, and where at every few steps large white boards with the word "Silence" printed upon them in prominent black letters confronted the eyes. The way we had to go seemed long and dreary and dungeon-like, but presently we turned towards an opening where the sun shone through, and my guide ascended a steep flight of stone stairs, at the top of which was a massive door of oak heavily clamped with iron. Taking a key from his girdle, he unlocked this door, and throwing it open, signed to me to pass in. I did so, and found myself in a plain stone-walled room with a vaulted roof, and one very large, lofty, uncurtained window, which looked out upon the sea and sheer down the perpendicular face of the rock on which the House of Aselzion was built. The furniture consisted of one small camp bedstead, a table, and 2 easy-chairs, a piece of rough matting on the floor near the bed, and a hanging cupboard for clothes. A well-fitted bathroom adjoined this apartment, but beyond this there was nothing of modern comfort and certainly no touch of luxury. I moved instinctively to the window to look out at the sea, and then turned to thank my guide for his escort, but he had gone. Thrilled with a sudden alarm, I ran to the door. It was locked. I was a prisoner. I stood breathless and amazed. Then a wave of mingled indignation and terror swept over me. How dared these people restrain my liberty? I looked everywhere round the room for a bell or some means of communication by which I could let them know my mind, but there was nothing to help me. I went to the window again, and finding it was like a French casement, merely latched in the centre, I quickly unfastened and threw it open. The scent of the sea rushed at me with a delicious freshness, reminding me of Loch Scavaig and the Dream, and I leaned out, looking longingly over the wide expanse of glittering water just now broken into little crests of foam by a rising breeze. Then I saw that my room was a kind of turret chamber, projecting itself sheer over a great wall of rock which evidently had its base in the bed of the ocean. There was no escape for me that way, even if I had sought it. I drew back from the window and paced round and round my room like a trapped animal, angry with myself for having ventured into such a place, and forgetting entirely my previous determination to go through all that might happen to me with patience and unflinching nerve. Presently I sat down on my narrow camp bed and tried to calm myself. After all, what was the use of my anger or excitement? I had come to the House of Aselzion of my own wish and will, and so far I had endured nothing difficult. Apparently, Aselzion was willing to receive me in his own good time, and I had only to wait the course of events. Gradually my blood cooled, and in a few minutes I found myself smiling at my own absurdly useless indignation. True, I was locked up in my own room like a naughty child, but did it matter so very much? I assured myself it did not matter at all, and as I accustomed my mind to this conviction, I became perfectly composed and quite at home in my strange surroundings. I took off my hat and cloak and put them by. Then I went into the bathroom and refreshed my face with delicious splashes of cold water. The bathroom possessed a full-length mirror fitted into the wall, a fact which rather amused me, as I felt it must have been there always and could not have been put up specially for me, so that it would seem these mystic brothers were not without some personal vanity. I surveyed myself in it with surprise as I took down my hair and twisted it up again more tidily, for I had expected to look fagged and tired, whereas my face presented a smiling freshness which was unexpected and astonishing to myself. The plain black dress I wore was dusty with travel, and I shook it as free as I could from railway griminess, feeling that it was scarcely the attire I should have chosen for an audience of Aselzion. However, I said to myself, if he has me locked up like this, and gives me no chance of sending for my luggage at the inn, I can only submit and make the best of it. And returning from the bathroom to the bedroom, I again looked out of my lofty window across the sea. As I did so, leaning a little over the ledge, something soft and velvety touched my hand. It was a red rose clambering up the turret just within my reach. Its opening petals lifted themselves towards me like sweet lips turned up for kisses, and I was for a moment startled, for I could have sworn that no rose of any kind was there when I first looked out. One rose from all the roses in heaven. Where had I heard those words, and what did they signify? Then I remembered. Carefully and with extreme tenderness, I bent over that beautiful, appealing flower. "I will not gather you," I whispered, following the drift of my own dreaming fancy. "If you are a message, and I think you are, stay there as long as you can and talk to me. I shall understand." And so for a while we made silent friends with each other, till I might have said with the poet, "The soul of the rose went into my blood." At any rate, something keen, fine, and subtle stole over my senses, moving me to an intense delight in merely being alive. I forgot that I was in a strange place among strange men. I forgot that I was to all intents and purposes a prisoner. I forgot everything except that I lived, and that life was ecstasy. I had no very exact idea of the time. My watch had stopped, but the afternoon light was deepening, and long lines of soft amber and crimson in the sky were beginning to spread a radiant path for the descent of the sun. While I still remained at the window, I suddenly heard the rise and swell of deep organ music, solemn and sonorous. It was as though the waves of the sea had set themselves to song. Some instinct then told me there was someone in the room, and I turned round quickly to find my former guide in the white garments standing silently behind me, waiting. I had intended to complain at once of the way in which I had been imprisoned, as though I were a criminal. But at sight of his grave, composed figure, I lost all my hardihood and could say nothing. I merely stood still, attendant on his pleasure. His dark eyes, gleaming from under his white cowl, looked at me with a searching enquiry, as though he expected me to speak. But as I continued to keep silence, he smiled. "You are very patient," he said quietly, "and that is well. The master awaits you." A tremor ran through me, and my heart began to beat violently. I was to have my wilful desires granted then. I was actually to see and speak with the man to whom Raphael Santoris owed his prolonged youth and power, and under whose training he had passed through an ordeal which had taught him some of the deepest mysteries of life. The result of my own wishes seemed now so terrifying to me that I could not have uttered a word had I tried. I followed my escort in absolute silence. Once, in my nervous agitation, I slipped on the stone staircase and nearly fell. He at once caught me by the hand and supported me, and the kindness and gentle strength of his touch renewed my courage. His wonderful eyes looked steadily into mine. "Do not be afraid," he said in a low tone. "There is really nothing to fear." We passed the domed hall and its sparkling fountain, and in 2 or 3 minutes came to a deep archway veiled by a portière of some rich stuff woven in russet brown and gold. This curtain my guide threw back noiselessly, showing a closed door. Here he came to a standstill and waited. I waited with him, trying to be calm, though my mind was in a perfect tumult of expectation mingled with doubt and dread. That closed door seemed to me to conceal some marvellous secret with which my whole future life and destiny were likely to be involved. Suddenly it opened. I saw a beautiful octagonal room, richly furnished, with the walls lined, so it appeared, from floor to ceiling with books. 1 or 2 great stands and vases of flowers made flashes of colour among the shadows, and a quick upward glance showed me that the ceiling was painted in fresco. Then my guide signed to me to enter. "The master will be with you in a moment," he said. "Please sit down." Here he gave me an encouraging smile. "You are a little nervous. Try and compose yourself. You need not be at all anxious or frightened." I tried to smile in response, but I felt far more ready to weep. I was possessed by a sudden, hopeless and helpless depression which I could not overcome. My guide went away at once, and the door closed after him in the same mysteriously silent fashion in which it had opened. I was left to myself, and I sat down on one of the numerous deep easy chairs which were placed about the room, trying hard to force myself into at least the semblance of quietude. But after all, what was the use of even assuming composure when the man I had come to meet probably had the power to gauge the whole gamut of a human being's emotion at a moment's notice? Instinctively I pressed my hand against my heart and felt the letter my lover had given me. Surely that was no dream. I drew a long breath like a sigh, and turned my eyes towards the window, which was set in a sort of double arch of stone, and which showed me a garden stretching far away from the edges of soft lawns and flower borders into a picturesque vista of woodland and hill. A warmth of rosy light illumined the fair scene, indicating that the glory of the sunset had begun. Impulsively I rose to go and look out, then stopped, checked and held back by a swift compelling awe. I was no longer alone. I was confronted by the tall, commanding figure of a man, wearing the same white garments as those of my guide. A man whose singular beauty and dignity of aspect would have enforced admiration from even the most callous and unobservant, and I knew that I was truly at last in the presence of Aselzion. Overpowered by this certainty, I could not speak. I could only look and wonder as he drew near me. His cowl was thrown back, fully displaying his fine intellectual head. His eyes, deep blue and full of light, studied my face with a keen scrutiny which I could feel as though it were a searching ray burning into every nook and cranny of my heart and soul. The blood rushed to my cheeks in a warm wave. Then suddenly rallying my forces, I returned him glance for glance. Thus we moved, each on our own lines of spiritual attraction, closer together, till presently a slight smile brightened the gravity of his handsome features, and he extended both hands to me. "You are welcome," he said in a voice that expressed the most perfect music of human speech. "Rash and undisciplined as you are welcome." Timidly I laid my hands in his, grateful for the warm, strong clasp he gave them. Then, all at once, hardly knowing how it happened, I sank on my knees as before some saint or king, silently seeking his blessing. There was a moment's deep stillness, and he laid his hands on my bowed head. "Poor child," he said gently, "you have adventured far for love and life. It will be hard if you should fail. May all the powers of God and nature help you." This said, he raised me with an infinitely courteous kindness, and placed a chair for me near a massive table desk on which there were many papers, some neatly tied up and labelled, others lying about in apparent confusion, and when we were both seated, he began conversation in the simplest and easiest fashion. "You know, of course, that I have been prepared for your arrival here," he said, "by one of my students, Raphael Santoris. He has been seeking you for a long time, but now he has found you, he is hardly better off, for you are a rebellious child and unwilling to recognize him. Is it not so?" I felt a little more courageous now and answered him at once. "I am not unwilling to recognize any true thing," I said, "but I do not wish to be deceived, or to deceive myself." He smiled. "Do you not? How do you know that you have not been deceiving yourself ever since your gradual evolvement from subconscious into conscious life? Nature has not deceived you. Nature always takes herself seriously. But you, have you not tried in various moods or phases of existence to do something cleverer than Nature, to more or less outwit her, as it were? Come, don't look so puzzled about it. You have only done what all so-called reasonable human beings do, and think themselves justified in doing. But now, in your present state, which is an advancement and not a retrogression, you have begun to gain a little wider knowledge, with a little deeper humility, and I am inclined to have great patience with you." I raised my eyes and was reassured by his kindly glance. "Now, to begin with," he went on, "you should know at once that we do not receive women here. It is against our rule and order. We are not prepared for them. We do not want them. They are never more than half souls." My heart gave an indignant bound, but I held my peace. He looked straight at me, while with one hand he put together a few stray papers on his desk. "Well, why do you not give me the obvious answer?" he queried. "Why do you not say that if women are half souls, men are the same, and that two halves must conjoin to make one? Foolish child! You need not burn with suppressed offence at what sounds a slighting description of your sex. It is not meant as such. You are half souls, and the chief trouble with you is that you seldom have the sense to see it, or to make any endeavour to form the perfect and indivisible union, a sacred task which is left in your hands. Nature is forever working to bring the right halves together. Man is forever striving to scatter them apart. And though it all comes right at the last, as it must, there is no need for delay involving either months or centuries. You women were meant to be the angels of salvation, but instead of this, you are the ruin of your own ideals." I could offer no contradiction to this, for I felt it to be true. "As I have just said," he went on, "this is no place for women. The mere idea that you should imagine yourself capable of submitting to the ordeal of a student here is, on the face of it, incredible. Only for Raphael's sake have I consented to see you, and explain to you how impossible it is that you should remain." I interrupted him. "I must remain," I said firmly. "Do with me whatever you like. Put me in a cell and keep me prisoner. Give me any hardship to endure, and I will endure it. But do not turn me away without teaching me something of your peace and power. The peace and power which Raphael possesses, and which I too must possess if I would help him and be all in all to him." Here I paused, overcome by my own emotion. Aselzion looked full at me. "That is your desire? To help him and to be all in all to him?" he said. "Why did you not realize this ages ago? And even now you have wavered in the allegiance you owe to him. You have doubted him, though all your inward instincts tell you that he is your soul's true mate, and that your own heart beats toward him like a bird in a cage beating against the bars toward liberty." I was silent. My fate seemed in the balance, but I left it to Aselzion, who, if his power meant anything, could read my thoughts better than I could express them. He rose from his desk and paced slowly up and down, absorbed in meditation. Presently he stopped abruptly in front of me. "If you stay here," he said, "you must understand what it means. It means that you must dwell as one apart in your own room, entirely alone, except when summoned to receive instruction. Your meals will be served there, and you will feel like a criminal undergoing punishment rather than enlightenment. And you may speak to no one unless spoken to first. Moreover, he interrupted himself and beckoned me to follow him into another room adjoining the one we were in. Here, leading me to a window, he showed me a very different view from the sunlit landscape and garden I had lately looked upon. A dismal square of rank grass in which stood a number of black crosses. "These do not mark deaths," he said, "but failures. Failures, not in a worldly sense, but failures in making of life the eternal and creative thing it is, eternal here and now, as long as we shall choose. Do you seek to be one of them?" "No," I answered quietly, "I shall not fail." He gave a slight impatient sigh. "So they all said, they whose records are here," and he pointed to the crosses with an impressive gesture. "Some of the men who have thus left their mark with us are at this moment among the world's most brilliant and successful personalities, wealthy and in great social request, and only they themselves know where the canker lies. Only they are aware of their own futility, and they live, knowing that their life must lead into other lives, and dreading that inevitable change which is bound by law to bring them into whatever position they have chiefly sought." His voice was grave and compassionate, and a faint tremor of fear ran through me. "These were, and are, men," he continued, "and you, a woman, would boldly attempt the adventures in which they failed? Think for a moment how weak and ignorant and all unprepared you are. When you first began your psychic studies with a teacher whom we both loved and honoured, one whom you knew by the name of Heliobas, you had scarcely lived at all in the world. Since then you have worked hard and done much, but in your close application to the conquest of difficulties you have missed many things by the way. I give you credit for patience and faith. These have accomplished much for you, and now you are at a crucial point in your career when your will, like the rudder of a ship, trembles in your hand, and you are plunging into unknown further deeps where there may be storm and darkness. There is danger ahead for any doubting, proud or rebellious soul. It is but fair to warn you." "I am not afraid," I said in a low tone. "I can but die." "Child, that is just what you cannot do. Grasp that fact firmly at once and forever. You cannot die. There is no such thing as death. If you could die, and have done with all the duties, cares, perplexities and struggles altogether, the eternal problem would be greatly simplified. But the idea of death is only one of a million human delusions. Death is an impossibility in the scheme of life. What is called by that name is merely a shifting and reinvestiture of imperishable atoms. The endless varying forms of this shifting and reinvestiture of atoms is the secret we and our students have set ourselves to master, and some of us have mastered it sufficiently to control both the matter and spirit whereof we are made. But the way of learning is not an easy way. Raphael Santoris himself could have told you that he was all but overcome in the trial. For I spare no one, and if you persist in your rash intention, I cannot spare you simply because of your sex." "I do not ask to be spared," I said gently. "I have already told you I will endure anything." A slight smile crossed his face. "So you will, I believe," he answered. "In the old days I can well understand your enduring martyrdom. I can see you facing lions in the Roman arena." As he thus spoke I started, and the warm blood rushed to my cheeks. "Rather than not carry out your own fixed resolve, whether such resolve was right or wrong. I can see you preparing to drown yourself in the waters of the Nile, rather than break through man's stupid superstition and convention. Why do you look so amazed? Am I touching on some old memory? Come, let us leave these black emblems of coward mortality and return to the more cheerful room." We re-entered the library together, and he seated himself again at his desk, turning towards me with an air of settled and impressive authority. "What you want to learn, and what every beginner in the study of psychic law generally wants to learn first of all, is how to obtain purely personal satisfaction and advantage," he said. "You want to know 3 things: the secret of life, the secret of youth, the secret of love. Thousands of philosophers and students have entered upon the same research, and one perhaps out of the 1,000 has succeeded where all the rest have failed. The story of Faust is perpetually a thing of interest, because it treats of these secrets, which according to the legend are only discoverable through the aid of the devil. We know that there is no devil, and that everything is divinely ordained by a divine intelligence, so that in the deepest researches which we are permitted to make there is nothing to fear but ourselves. Failure is always brought about by the students, not by the study in which they are engaged. The reason of this being that when they know a little, they think they know all, with the result that they become intellectually arrogant, an attitude that instantly nullifies all previous attainment. The secret of life is a comparatively easy matter to understand, the secret of youth a little more difficult, the secret of love the most difficult of all, because out of love is generated both the perpetuity of life and of youth. Now, your object in coming here is down at the root of it absolutely personal. I will not say selfish, because that sounds hard, and I will give you credit for the true womanly feelings you have, that being conscious in your own soul of Raphael Santoris as your superior and master, as well as your lover, you wish to be worthy of him, if only in the steadfastness and heroism of your character. I will grant you all that. I will also grant that it is perfectly natural, and therefore right, that you should wish to retain youth and beauty and health for his sake, and I would even urge that this desire should be solely for his sake. But just now you are not quite sure whether it is for his sake. You wish to hold for yourself the secret of life and the power of life's continuance, the secret of youth and the power of youth's continuance. And you most certainly wish to have for yourself, as well as for Raphael, the secret of love, and the power of love's continuance. None of these secrets can be disclosed to worldlings, by which term I mean those who allow themselves to be moved from their determination and distracted by 1,000 ephemeral matters. I do not say you are such an one, but you, like all who live in the world, have your friends and acquaintances, people who are ready to laugh at you and make mock of your highest aims, people whose delight would be to block the way to your progress. And the question with me is, are you strong enough to endure the mental strain which will be put upon you by ignorant and vulgar opposition and even positive derision? You may be, you are self-willed enough, though not always rightly so. For example, you want to gain knowledge apart from and independently of Raphael Santoris, yet you are an incomplete identity without him. The women of your day all follow this vicious policy, the desire to be independent and apart from men, which is the suicide of their nobler selves. None of them are complete creatures without their stronger halves. They are like deformed birds with only one wing, and a straight flight is impossible to them. He ceased, and I looked up. Whether I agree with you or not hardly matters, I said. I admit all my faults, and am ready to amend them, but I want to learn from you all that I may, all that you think I am capable of learning, and I promise absolute obedience. A slight smile lightened his eyes. And humility? I bent my head. And humility. You are resolved, then? I am resolved. He paused a moment, then appeared to make up his mind. So be it, he said, but on your own head be your own mischance, if any mischance should happen. I take no responsibility. Of your own will you have come here. Of your own will you elect to stay here, where there is no one of your own sex with whom you can communicate, and of your own will you must accept all the consequences. Is that agreed? His steel-blue eyes flashed with an almost supernatural brilliancy as he put the question, and I was conscious of a sense of fear. But I conquered this and answered simply, "It is agreed." He gave me a keen glance that swept me, as it were, from head to foot. Then turning from me abruptly, struck a handle on his desk which set a loud bell clanging in some outer corridor. My former guide entered almost immediately, and Aselzion addressed him. "Honorius," he said, "show this lady to her room, She will follow the course of a probationer and student." As he spoke, Honorius gave me a look of undisguised amazement and pity. "The moment she desires to leave, every facility for her departure is to be granted to her. As long as she remains under instruction, the rule for her, as you know, is solitude and silence." I looked at him and thought how swiftly his face had changed. It was no longer softened by the grave benevolence and kindness that had sustained my courage. A stern shadow darkened it, and his eyes were averted. I saw I was expected to leave the room, but I hesitated. "You will let me thank you," I murmured, holding out my hands timidly, almost pleadingly. He turned to me slowly and took my hands in his own. "Poor child, you have nothing to thank me for," he said. "Bear in mind, as one of your first lessons in the difficult way you are going, that you have nothing to thank anyone for, and nothing to blame anyone for in the shaping of your destiny but yourself. Go, and may you conquer your enemy." "My enemy?" I repeated wonderingly. "Yes, again, yourself, the only power any man or woman has ever had, or ever will have, to contend with." He dropped my hands, and I suppose I must have expressed some mute appeal in my upward glance at him, for the faintest shadow of a smile came on his lips. "God be with you," he said softly, and then with a gentle gesture signed to me to leave him. I at once obeyed, and followed the guide Honorius, who led me back to my own room, where, without speaking a word, he closed and locked the door upon me, as before. To my surprise, I found my luggage which I had left at the inn placed ready for me, and on a small dresser set in a niche of the wall, which I had not noticed before, there was a plate of fruit and dry bread, with a glass of cold water. On going to look at this little refection, which was simply yet daintily set out, I saw that the dresser was really a small lift, evidently connected with the domestic offices of the house, and I concluded that this would be the means by which all my meals would be served. I did not waste much time in thinking about it, however. I was only too glad to be allowed to remain in the House of Aselzion on any terms, and the fact that I was imprisoned under lock and key did not now trouble me. I unpacked my few things, among which were 3 or 4 favourite books. Then I sat down to my frugal repast, for which hunger provided a keen appetite. When I had finished, I took a chair to the open window and sat there, looking out on the sea. I saw my friendly little Rose leaning its crimson head against the wall just below me with quite a confidential air, and it gave me a sense of companionship. Otherwise the solitude was profound. The sky was darkening into night, though 1 or 2 glowing bars of deep crimson still lingered as memories of the departed sun, and a pearly radiance to the eastward showed a suggestion of the coming moon. I felt the sense of deep environing silence closing me in like a wall, and looking back over my shoulder from the window to the interior of my room, it seemed full of drifting shadows, dark and impalpable. I remembered I had no candle or any other sort of light, and this gave me a passing uneasiness, but only for a moment. I could go to bed, I thought, when I was tired of watching the sea. At any rate, I would wait for the moonrise. The scene I looked upon was divinely peaceful and beautiful, one that a painter or poet would have revelled in, and I was content. I was not conscious of any fear, but I did feel myself being impressed, as it were, and gradually overcome by the deepening stillness and great loneliness of my surroundings. The rule for her is solitude and silence, so had said Aselzion, and evidently the rule was being enforced. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. Cross and Star. The moon rose slowly between 2 bars of dark cloud, which gradually whitened into silver beneath her shining presence, and a scintillating pathway of diamond-like reflections began to spread itself across the sea. I remained at the window, feeling an odd disinclination to turn away into the darkness of my room. And I began to think that perhaps it was rather hard that I should be left all by myself, locked up in this way. Surely I might have been allowed a light of some sort. Then I at once reproached myself for allowing the merest suggestion of a complaint to enter my mind, for, after all, I was an uninvited guest in the House of Aselzion. I was not wanted, and I remembered the order that had been issued concerning me. The moment she desires to leave, every facility for departure is to be granted to her. I was much more afraid of this facility for departure than I was of my present solitude, and I determined to look upon the whole adventure in the best and most cheerful light. If it was best I should be alone, then loneliness was good. If it was necessary I should be in darkness, then darkness was also agreeable to me. Scarcely had I thus made up my mind to these conditions, when my room was suddenly illumined by a soft yet effulgent radiance, and I started up in amazement, wondering where it came from. I could see no lamps or electric burners. It was as if the walls glowed with some surface luminance. When my first surprise had passed, I was charmed and delighted with the warm and comforting brightness around me. It rather reminded me of the electric brilliancy on the sails of the Dream. I moved away from the window, leaving it open, as the night was very close and warm, and sat down at the table to read a little, but after a few minutes laid the book aside to listen to a strange whispering music that floated toward me, apparently from the sea, and thrilled me to the soul. No eloquent description could give any idea of the enthralling sweetness of the harmonies that were more breathed upon the air than sounded, and I became absorbed in following the rhythm of these delicious cadences as they rose and fell. Then, by degrees, my thoughts wandered away to Raphael Santoris. Where was he now? In what peaceful expanse of shining waters had his fairy vessel cast anchor? I pictured him in my brain till I could almost see his face, the broad brow, the fearless, tender eyes and smile, and I could fancy that I heard the deep, soft accents of his voice, always so gentle when he spoke to me who had half resented his influence, and a quick wave of long pent-up tenderness rose in my heart. My whole soul ran out, as it were, to greet him with outstretched arms. I knew in my own consciousness that he was more than all the world to me, and I said aloud, "My beloved, I love you, I love you," to the silence, almost as if I thought it could convey the words to him whom most I desired to hear them. Then I felt how foolish and futile it was to talk to the empty air, when I might have confessed myself to the real lover of my life face to face, had I been less sceptical, less proud. Was not my very journey to the House of Aselzion a testimony of my own doubting attitude? For I had come, as I now admitted to myself, first, to make sure that Aselzion really existed, and secondly, to prove to my own satisfaction that he was truly able to impart the mystical secrets which Raphael seemed to know. I wearied myself out at last with thinking to no purpose, and closing the window, I undressed and went to bed. As I lay down, the light in my room was suddenly extinguished, and all was darkness again, except for the moon, which sent a clear white ray straight through the lattice, there being no curtain to shut it out. For some time I remained awake on my hard little couch, looking at this ray, and steadily refusing to allow any sense of fear or loneliness to gain the mastery over me. The music which had so enchanted me ceased, and everything was perfectly still, and by my eyes closed, my tired limbs relaxed, and I fell into a sound and dreamless sleep. When I awoke, it was full morning, and the sunshine poured into my room like a shower of gold. I sprang up, full of delight that the night had passed so peacefully, and that nothing strange or terrifying had occurred, though I do not know why I should have expected this. Everything seemed wonderfully fresh and beautiful in the brightness of the new day, and the very plainness of my room had a fascination greater than any amount of luxury. The only unusual thing I noticed was that the soft cold water with which my bath was supplied sparkled as though it were effervescent. Once or twice It seemed to ripple with a diamond-like foam, and it was never actually still. I watched its glittering movements for some minutes before bathing. Then, feeling certain it was charged with some kind of electricity, I plunged into it without hesitation, and enjoyed to the utmost the delicious sense of invigoration it gave me. When my toilette was completed, and I had attired myself in a simple morning gown of white linen, as being more suited to the warmth of the weather than the black one I had travelled in, I went to throw open my window and let in all the freshness of the sea air, and was surprised to see a small, low door open in the side of the turret, through which I discovered a winding stair leading downward. Yielding to the impulse of the moment, I descended it, and at the end found myself in an exquisite little rock garden abutting on the seashore. I could actually open a gate and walk to the very edge of the sea. I was no longer a prisoner then. I could run away if I chose. I looked about me and smiled as I saw the impossibility of any escape. The little garden belonged exclusively to the turret, and on each side of it impassable rocks towered up almost to the height of the Chateau d'Aselzion itself, while the bit of shore on which I stood was equally hemmed in by huge boulders, against which the waves had dashed for centuries without making much visible impression. Yet it was delightful to feel I was allowed some liberty and open air, and I stayed for some minutes watching the sea and revelling in the warmth of the southern sun. Then I retraced my steps slowly, looking everywhere about me as I went, to see if there was anyone near. Not a soul was in sight. I returned to my room to find my bed made as neatly as though it had never been slept upon, and my breakfast, consisting of a cup of milk and some wheaten biscuits, set out upon the table. I was quite ready for the meal and enjoyed it. When I had finished, I took my empty cup and plate and put them on the dresser in the niche, whereupon the dresser was instantly lowered and very soon disappeared. Then I began to wonder how I should employ myself. It was no use writing letters. Though I had my own travelling desk ready for this purpose, I did not wish my friends or acquaintances to know where I was, and even if I had written to any of them, it was hardly likely that my correspondence would ever reach them, for I felt sure the mystic brotherhood of Aselzion would not allow me to communicate with the outside world so long as I remained with them. I sat meditating, and I began to consider that several days passed thus aimlessly would be difficult to bear. I could not keep correct count of time, my watch having stopped, and there was no clock or chime of any sort in the place that I could hear. The stillness around me would have been oppressive but for the soft dash of little waves breaking on the beach below my window. All at once, to my great joy, the door of my room opened, and the personage called Honorius entered. He bent his head slightly, by way of salutation, and then said briefly, "You are commanded to follow me." I rose obediently and stood ready. He looked at me intently and with curiosity, as though he sought to read my mind. Remembering that Aselzion had said I was not to speak unless spoken to, I only returned his look steadfastly and with a smile. "You are not unhappy or afraid or restless," he said slowly. "That is well. You are making a good beginning. And now, whatever you see or hear, keep silence. If you desire to speak, speak now. But after we leave this room, not a word must escape your lips, not a single exclamation. Your business is to listen, learn, and obey." He waited, giving me the opportunity to say something in reply, but I preferred to hold my peace. He then handed me a folded length of soft white material, opaque yet fine and silky as gossamer. "Cover yourself with this veil," he said, "and do not raise it till you return here." I unfolded it and threw it quickly over me. It was as delicate as a filmy cloud, and draped me from head to foot, effectually concealing me from the eyes of others, though I myself could see through it perfectly. Honorius then signed to me to follow, and I did so, my heart beating quickly with excitement and expectation. We went through many passages with intricate turnings that seemed to have no outlet. It was like threading one's way through a maze. till at last I found myself shut within a small cell-like place with an opening in front of me, through which I gazed upon a strange and picturesque scene. I saw the interior of a small but perfectly beautiful Gothic chapel, exquisitely designed, and lit by numerous windows of stained glass, through which the sunlight filtered in streams of radiant colour, patterning with gold, crimson, and blue the white marble flooring below. Between every tapering column that supported the finely carved roof were 2 rows of benches, one above the other, and here sat an array of motionless white figures, men in the garb of their mysterious order, their faces almost concealed by their drooping cowls. There was no altar in this chapel, but at its eastern end, where the altar might have been, was a dark purple curtain against which blazed in brilliant luminance a cross and 7-pointed star. The rays of light shed by this uplifted symbol of an unwritten creed were so vivid as to be almost blinding, and nearly eclipsed the summer glory of the sun itself. Awed by the strange and silent solemnity of my surroundings, I was glad to be hidden under the folds of my enshrouding white veil, though I realized that I was in a sort of secret recess made purposely for the use of those who were summoned to see all that went on in the chapel without being seen. I waited, full of eager anticipation, and presently the low, vibrating sound of the organ trembled on the air, gradually increasing in volume and power till a magnificent rush of music poured from it like a sudden storm breaking through clouds. I drew a long breath of pure ecstasy. I could have knelt and wept tears of gratitude for the mere sense of hearing. Such music was divine. The very idea of mortality was swallowed up in it and destroyed, and the imprisoned soul mounted up to the highest life on wings of light, rejoicing. When it ceased, as it did all too soon, there followed a profound silence, so profound that I could hear the quick beating of my own heart, as if I were the only living thing in the place. I turned my eyes towards the dazzling cross and star with its ever-darting rays of fiery brilliancy, and the effect of its perpetual sparkle of lambent fire was as if an electric current were giving off messages which no mortal skill would ever be able to decipher or put into words, but which found their way to one's deepest inward consciousness. All at once there was a slight movement among the rows of white-garmented, white-cowled figures hitherto sitting so motionless, and with one accord they rose to their feet as a figure, tall, stately, and imposing, came walking slowly across the chapel, and stood directly in front of the flaming symbol, holding both hands outstretched as though invoking a blessing. It was the master, Aselzion. Aselzion invested with such dignity and splendour as I had never thought possible to man. He might have posed for some god or hero. His aspect was one of absolute power and calm self-poise. Other men might entertain doubts of themselves at the intention of their lives, but this one, in his mere bearing, expressed sureness, strength, and authority. He wore his cowl thrown back, and from where I sat in my secluded corner, I could see his features distinctly, and could watch the flash of his fine, steadfast eyes as he turned them upon his followers. Keeping his hands extended, he said in a firm, clear voice, "To the Creator of all things visible and invisible, let us offer up our gratitude and praise, and so begin this day." And a responsive murmur of voices answered him. "We praise Thee, O Divine Power of Love and Life Eternal. We praise Thee for all we are. We praise Thee for all we have been. We praise Thee for all we hope to be. Amen." There followed a moment's tense silence. Then the assembled brethren sat down in their places, and Aselzion spoke in measured, distinct accents, with the easy and assured manner of a practised orator. "Friends and brethren, we are gathered here together to consider in this moment of time the things we have done in the past, and the things we are preparing to do in the future. We know that from the past, stretching back into infinity, we have ourselves made the present. And according to divine law, we also know that from this present, stretching forward into infinity, we shall ourselves evolve all that is yet to come. There is no power, no deity, no chance, no fortuitous concurrence of atoms in what is simply a figure of the universal mathematics. Nothing can be forgiven under the eternal law of compensation. Nothing need be prayed for, since everything is designed to accomplish each individual spirit's ultimate good. You are here to learn not only the secret of life, but something of how to live that life, and I, in my capacity, am only striving to teach what nature has been showing you for thousands of centuries, though you have not cared to master her lessons. The science of today is but nature's first primer, a spelling book, as it were, with the alphabet set out in pictures. You are told by sagacious professors, who, after all, are no more than children in their newly studied wisdom, that human life was evolved in the first instance from protoplasm, as they think, but they lack the ability to tell you how the protoplasm was itself evolved and why, where the material came from that went to the making of millions of solar systems and trillions of living organisms concerning whose existence we have no knowledge or perception. Some of them deny a God, but most of them are driven to confess that there must be an intelligence, supreme and omnipotent, behind the visible universe. Order cannot come out of chaos without a directing mind, and order would be quickly submerged into chaos again, were not the directing mind of a nature to sustain its method and condition. We start, therefore, with this governing intelligence or directing mind, which must, like the brain of man, be dual, combining the male and female attributes, since we see that it expresses itself throughout all creation in dual form and type. Intelligence, mind, or spirit, whichever we may elect to call it, is inherently active and must find an outlet for its powers, and the very fact of this necessity produces desire to perpetuate itself in varied ways. This again is the first attribute of love. Hence, love is the foundation of worlds and the source of all living organisms, the dual atoms or ions of spirit and matter yielding to attraction, union, and reproduction. If we master this fact reasonably and thoroughly, we shall be nearer the comprehension of life." He paused a moment, then advanced a step or two and went on, the flaming symbol behind him seeming literally to envelop him in its beams. What we have to learn first of all is how these laws affect us as individual human beings and as separate personalities. It is necessary to avoid all obscurity of language in setting forth the simple principles which should guide and preserve each human existence, and my explanation shall be as brief and plain as I can make it. Granted that there is a divine mind or governing intelligence behind the infinitude of vital and productive atoms, which in their union and reproduction build up the wonders of the universe, we see and admit that one of the chief results of the working of this divine mind is man. He is, so we have been told, the image of God. This expression may be taken as a poetic line in the Scriptures, meaning no more than poetic imagery, but it is nevertheless a truth. Man is a kind of universe in himself. He, too, is a conglomeration of atoms, atoms that are active, reproductive, and desirous of perpetual creativeness. Behind them, as in the nature of the divine, there is the governing intelligence, the mind, the spirit, dual in type, double-sexed in action. Without the mind to control it, the constitution of man is chaos, just as the universe itself would be without the Creator's governance. What we have chiefly to remember is that just as the spirit behind visible nature is divine and eternal, so is the spirit behind each one of our individual selves also divine and eternal. It has been always, it will be always, and we move as distinct personalities through successive phases of life, each one under the influence of his or her own controlling soul, to higher and ever higher perception and attainment. The great majority of the world's inhabitants live with less consciousness of this spirit than flies or worms. They build up religions in which they prate of God and immortality as children prattle, without the smallest effort to understand either. And at the change which they call death, they pass out of this life without having taken the trouble to discover, acknowledge, or use the greatest gift God has bestowed upon them. But we who are here to realize the existence of the all-powerful force which gives us complete mastery over the things of space and time and matter, we who know that over that individual moving universe of atoms called man, it can hold absolute control, we can prove for ourselves that the whole earth is subject to the dominance of the immortal soul. Aye, and the very elements of air, fire, and water, for these are but the ministers and servants to its sovereign authority. He paused again, and after a minute or two of silence, went on. This beautiful earth, this overarching sky, the exquisite things of nature's form and loveliness are all given to man, not only for his material needs, but for his spiritual growth and evolvement. From the light of the sun he may draw fresh warmth and color for his blood. From the air, new supplies of life. From the very trees and herbs and flowers he may renew his strength. And there is nothing created that is not intended to add in some measure to his pleasure and well-being. For if the foundation of the universe be love, as it is, then love desires to see its creatures happy. Misery has no place in the divine scheme of things. It is the result of man's own opposition to natural law. In natural law, all things work calmly, slowly, and steadfastly together for good. Nature silently obeys God's ordinance. Man, on the contrary, questions, argues, denies, rebels, with the result that he scatters his force and fails in his highest effort. It is in his own power to renew his own youth, his own vitality. Yet we see him sink of his own accord into feebleness and decrepitude, giving himself up, as it were, to be devoured by the disintegrating influences which he could easily repel. For, as the directing Spirit of God governs the infinitude of atoms and stardust which go to make up universes, so the mind of a man should govern the atoms and stardust of which he himself is composed, guiding their actions and renewing them at pleasure, forming them into suns and systems of thought and creative power, and wasting no particle of his eternal life forces. He can be what he elects to be, a god, or merely one of a mass of units in embryo, drifting away from one phase of existence to another in unintelligent indifference, and so compelling himself to pass centuries of aimless movement before entering upon any marked or decisive path of individual and separate action. The greater number prefer to be nothings in this way, though they cannot escape the universal grinding mill. They must be used for some purpose in the end, be they never so reluctant. Therefore, we, who study the latent powers of man, judge it wiser to meet and accept our destiny, rather than fall back in the race and allow destiny to overtake us, and whip us into place with rods of sharp experience. If there is anyone here present who now desires to speak, to ask a question, or deny a statement, let him come forward boldly and say what he has to say, without fear. As he thus spoke, I, looking from my little hidden recess, saw a movement among the seated brethren. One of them rose, and, descending from his place, walked slowly towards Aselzion till he was within a few paces of him. Then he paused and threw back his cowl, showing a worn, handsome face, on which some great sorrow seemed to be marked too strongly to be ever erased. "I do not wish to live," he said. "I came here to study life, but not to learn how to keep it. I would lose it gladly for the merest trifle, for life is to me a bitter thing, a hideous and inexplicable torment. Why should you, O Aselzion, teach us how to live long? Why not rather teach us how to die soon?" Aselzion's eyes were bent upon him with a grave and tender compassion. "What accusation do you bring against life?" he asked. How has life wronged you?" "How has life wronged me?" And the unhappy man threw up his hands with a gesture of desperation. "You who profess to read thought and gauge the soul, can you ask? How has life wronged me? By sheer injustice. From my first breath, for I never asked to be born. From my early days when all my youthful dreams and aspirations were checked, smothered, and killed by loving parents. Loving parents, forsooth, whose idea of love was money. Every great ambition frustrated, every higher hope slain, and in my own love, that love of woman which is man's chief curse, even she was false and worthless as a spurious coin, caring nothing whether my life was saved or ruined. It was ruined, of course, but what matter? Who need care? Only the weariness of it all, the day after day burden of time, the longing to lie down and hide beneath the comfortable grass in peace, where no false friend, no treacherous love, no kind acquaintances, glad to see me suffer, can ever point their mocking hands or round their cruel eyes at me again. Aselzion, if the God you serve is half as wicked as the men he made, then heaven itself is hell." He spoke deliberately, yet with passion. Aselzion silently regarded him. The fiery cross and star blazed with strange colours like millions of jewels, and the deep stillness in the chapel was for many minutes unbroken. All at once, as though impelled by some irresistible force, he sank on his knees. "Aselzion, as you are strong, have patience with the weak. As you see the divine, pity those who are blind. As you stand firm, stretch a hand to those whose feet are on the shifting quicksands. And if death and oblivion are among the gifts of your bestowal, withhold them not from me, for I would rather die than live." There was a pause. Then Aselzion's voice, calm, clear, and very gentle, vibrated on the silence. "There is no death," he said. "You cannot die. There is no oblivion. You may not forget. There is but one way of life, to live it." Another moment's stillness, then again the steady, resolute voice went on. "You accuse life of injustice. It is you who are unjust to life. Life gave you those dreams and aspirations you speak of. It was in your power to realize them. I say, it was in your power had you chosen. No parents, no friends, not God himself can stop you from doing what you will to do. Who frustrated any great ambition of yours but yourself? Who can slay a hope but him in whose soul it was born? And that love of woman, was she your true mate, or only a thing of eyes and hair and vanity? Did your passion touch her body only, or did it reach her soul? Did you seek to know whether that soul had ever wakened within her? Or were you too well satisfied with her surface beauty to care? In all these things blame yourself, not life, for life gives you earth and heaven, time and eternity for the attainment of joy, joy in which, but for yourself, there would never be a trace of sorrow." The kneeling penitent, for such he now appeared to be, covered his face with his hands. "I cannot give you death," continued Aselzion. "You can take what is called by that name for yourself, if you choose. You can, by your own action, sudden or premeditated, destroy this present form and composition of yourself for just so long as it takes the forces of nature to build you up again, an incredibly brief moment of time. But you gain nothing, you neither lose your consciousness nor your memory. Ponder this well before you pull down your present dwelling house, for ingratitude breeds narrowness, and your next habitation might be smaller and less fitted for peace and quiet breathing." With these words, gently spoken, he raised the penitent from his knees and signed to him to return to his place. He did so obediently, without another word, pulling his cowl closely about him, so that none of his fellow brethren might see his features. Another man then stepped forward and addressed Aselzion. "Master," he said, "would it not be better to die than to grow old, if, as you teach us, there is no real death? Should there be any real decay? What pleasure is there in life when the strength fails and the pulses slacken, when the warm blood grows chill and stagnant, and when even those we have loved consider we have lived too long? I who speak now am old, though I am not conscious of age, but others are conscious for me. Their looks, their words, imply that I am in their way, that I am slowly dying like a lopped tree, and that the process is too tedious for their impatience. And yet I could be young. My powers of work have increased rather than lessened. I enjoy life more than those that have youth on their side, but I know I carry the burden of 70 years upon me, and I say that surely it is better to die than live even so long. Aselzion, standing in the full light of the glittering cross and star, looked upon him with a smile. I also carry the burden, if burden you must call it, of 70 years, he said. But years are nothing to me. They should be nothing to you. Who asked you to count them or to consider them? In the world of wild nature, time is measured by seasons only. The bird does not know how old it is. The rose tree does not count its birthdays. You, whom I know to be a brave man and patient student, have lived the usual life of men in the world. You are wedded to a woman who has never cared to understand the deeper side of your nature, and who is now far older than you, though in actual years younger. You have children who look upon you as their banker merely, and who, while feigning affection, really wait for your death with eagerness in order to possess your fortune. You might as well have never had those children. I know all this as you yourself know it. I also know that through the word impressions and influence of so-called friends who wish to persuade you of your age, the disintegrating process has begun, but this can be arrested. You yourself can arrest it. The dream of Faust is no fallacy, only that the renewal of youth is not the work of magic evil, but of natural good. If you would be young, leave the world as you have known it and begin it anew. Leave wife, children, friends, all that hang like fungi upon an oak, rotting its trunk and sapping its strength without imparting any new form of vitality. Live again, love again. I? And he who was thus spoken to threw back his cowl, showing a face wan and deeply wrinkled, yet striking in its fine intellectuality of feature. I, with these white hairs? You jest with me, Aselzion. I never jest, replied Aselzion. I leave jesting to the fools who prate of life without comprehending its first beginnings. I do not jest with you. Put me to the proof. Obey my rules here but for 6 months, and you shall pass out of these walls with every force in your body and spirit renewed in youth and vitality. But yourself must work the miracle, which, after all, is no miracle. Yourself must build yourself, as everyone is bound to do who would make the fullest living out of life. If you hesitate, if you draw back, if you turn with one foolish regret or morbid thought to your past mistakes in life which are past, to her, your wife, a wife in name but never in soul, to your children, born of animal instinct but not of spiritual, deep love, to those your friends who count up your years as though they were crimes, you check the work of reinvigoration, and you stultify the forces of renewal. You must choose, and the choice must be voluntary and deliberate, for no man becomes aged and effete without his own intention and inclination to that end, and equally no man retains or renews his youth without a similar intention and inclination. Take 2 days to consider, and then tell me your mind." The man he thus addressed hesitated, as though he had something more to say, then, with a deep obeisance, went back to his place. Aselzion waited till he was seated, and after the brief interval spoke again. "If all of you here present are content with your rule of life in this place, and with your studies you are undertaking, and none of you wish to leave, I ask for the usual sign." All the brethren rose and raised their arms above their heads, dropping them slowly again after a second's pause. "Enough!" And Aselzion now moved towards the cross and star, fronting it fully. As he did so, I saw to my astonishment and something of terror that the rays proceeding from the centre of the symbol flamed out to an extraordinary length, surrounding his whole figure and filling the chapel with a lurid brilliancy as though it were suddenly on fire. Straight into the center of the glowing flames he steadily advanced. Then, at a certain point, turned again and faced his followers. But what an aspect now was his! The light about him seemed to be part of his very body and garments. He was transfigured into the semblance of something godlike and angelic, and I was overcome with fear and awe as I looked upon him. Lifting one hand, he made the sign of the cross, whereat the white-robed brethren descended from their places, and walking one by one in line, came up to him where he stood. He spoke, and his voice rang out like a silver clarion. "O divine light," he exclaimed, "we are a part of thee, and into thee we desire to become absorbed. From thee we know we may obtain an immortality of life upon this gracious earth. O Nature, beloved Mother, whose bosom burns with hidden fires of strength, we are thy children, born of thee in spirit as in matter. In us thou hast distilled thy rains and dews, thy snows and frosts, thy sunlight and thy storm. In us thou hast embodied thy prolific beauty, thy productiveness, thy power, and thy advancement towards good. And more than all, thou hast endowed us with the divine passion of love, which kindles the fire whereof thou art created, and whereby we are sustained. Take us, O light, keep us, O nature, and thou, O God, supreme spirit of love, whose thought is flame, and whose desire is creation, be thou our guide, supporter and instructor through all worlds without end. Amen. Once more the glorious music of the organ surged through the chapel like a storm, and I, trembling in every limb, knelt, covering my veiled face closely with my hands, overcome by the splendor of the sound and the strangeness of the scene. Gradually, very gradually, the music died away. A deep silence followed, and when I lifted my head, the chapel was empty. Aselzion and his disciples had vanished noiselessly, as though they had never been present. Only the cross and star still remained glittering against its dark purple background, darting out long tremulous rays, some of which were pale violet, others crimson, others of the delicate hues of the pink topaz. I looked round, then behind me, and to my surprise saw that the door of my little recess had been unlocked and left open. Acting on an impulse too strong to resist, I stole softly out, and stepping on tiptoe, scarcely daring to breathe, I found my way through a low archway into the body of the chapel, and stood there all alone, my heart beating loudly with positive terror. Yet there was nothing to fear. No one was near me that I could see, but I felt as if there were thousands of eyes watching me from the roof, from behind the columns, and from the stained glass windows that shed their light on the marble pavement. And the glowing radiance of the cross and star in all that stillness was almost terrible. The long bright rays were like tongues of fire, mutely expressing unutterable things. Fascinated, I drew nearer and nearer, then paused abruptly, checked by a kind of vibration under me, as though the ground rocked. Presently, however, I gained fresh courage to go on, and by degrees was drawn into a perfect vortex of light, which rushed upon me like great waves on all sides, so forcibly that I had hardly any knowledge of my own movements. Like a creature in a dream, I moved. My very hands looked transparent and spirit-like as I stretched them out towards that marvelous symbol, and when my eyes glanced for a moment at the folds of my covering veil, I saw that its white silkiness shone with a pale amethystine hue. On I went, a desperate idea possessing me to go as far as I could into that strange, starry center of living luminance. The very boldness of the thought appalled me even while I encouraged it. But step by step I went on resolutely, till I suddenly felt myself caught, as it were, in a wheel of fire. Round and round me it whirled, darting points of radiance as sharp as spears, which seemed to enter my body and stab it through and through. I struggled for breath and tried to draw back. Impossible! I was tangled up in a net of endless light vibrations, which, though they gave forth no heat, yet quivered through my whole being with searching intensity, as though bent on probing to the very center of my soul. I could not utter a sound. I stood there dumb, immovable, and shrouded in million-coloured flame, too stunned with the shock to realize my own identity. Then, all at once, something dark and cool floated over me like the shadow of a passing cloud. I looked up and strove to utter a cry, a word of appeal, and then fell to the ground, lost in complete unconsciousness. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. A first lesson. I do not know how long I lay there, lost to sight and sense, but when I came to myself, I was in a quiet, shadowy place, like a kind of little hermitage, with a window opening out upon the sea. I was lying on a couch, with the veil I had worn still covering me, and as I opened my eyes and looked about me, I saw that it was night, and that the moon was tracing a silver network of beams across the waves. There was a delicious fragrance on the air. It came from a group of roses set in a tall crystal vase close to where I lay. Then, as I gradually regained full knowledge of my own existence, I perceived a table in the room with a lamp burning upon it, and at the table sat no less a personage than Aselzion himself, reading. I was so amazed at the sight of him that for the moment I lay inert, afraid to move, for I was almost sure I had incurred his displeasure, till suddenly, with the feeling of a child seeking pardon for an offence, I sprang up and ran to him, throwing myself on my knees at his feet. "Aselzion, forgive me," I murmured. "I have done wrong. I had no right to go so far." He turned his eyes upon me, smiling, and took me gently by the hands. "Who denies your right to go far, if you have the strength and courage?" he said. "Dear child, I have nothing to forgive. You are the maker of your own destiny. But you have been bold. Though you are a mere woman, you have dared to do what few men attempt. This is the power of love within you, that perfect love which casteth out fear. You risked a danger which has not harmed you. You have come out of it unscathed. So may it be with every ordeal through which you may yet be tried as by fire." He raised me from where I knelt, but I still held his hands. "I could not help it," I said. "Your command for me was silence and solitude, and in that silence and solitude I remained while I watched you all, and I heard everything that was said. This was your wish and order. And when you all went away, the silence and solitude would have been the same but for that cross and star. They seemed to speak, to call me, to draw me to them, and I went, hardly knowing why, yet feeling that I must go, and then—" Aselzion pressed my hands gently. "Then the light claimed its own," he said, "and courage had its reward. The door of your recess in the chapel was opened by my instructions. I wished to see what you would do. You have no conception as yet of what you have done, but that does not matter. You have passed one test successfully, for had you remained passive in your place till someone came to remove you, I should have known you for a creature of weak will and transitory impulses. But you are stronger than I thought, so tonight I have come to give you your first lesson." "My first lesson?" I repeated the words after him wonderingly, as he let go my hands and put me gently into a chair which I had not perceived, but which stood in the shadow cast by the lamp almost immediately opposite to him. "Yes, your first lesson," he answered, smiling gravely. "The first lesson in what you have come here to learn, the perpetuation of your life on earth for just so long as you desire it, the secret which gives to Raphael Santoris his youth and strength and power, as well as his governance over certain elemental forces. But first take this." And he poured out from a quaintly shaped flask a full glass of deep red-coloured wine. "This is no magic potion. It is simply a form of nourishment which will be safer for you than solid food. And I know you have eaten nothing all day since your light breakfast. Drink it all, every drop." I obeyed. It seemed tasteless and strengthless, like pure water. "Now," he continued, "I will put before you a very simple illustration of the truth which underlies all nature. If you were taken into a vast plain and there saw two opposing armies, the one actuated by a passion for destruction, the other moved only by a desire for good, you would naturally wish the latter force to win, would you not?" I answered yes at once, without hesitation. "But suppose," he went on, "that both armies were actuated by good, and that the object of the destroying force was only to break down what was effete and mischievous, in order to build it up again in stronger and nobler forms, while the aim of the other was to strictly preserve and maintain the advantages it possessed, which side would then have your sympathy?" I tried to think, but could not instantly determine. "Here is your point of hesitation," he said, "and here the usual limit of human comprehension. Both forces are good, but as a rule we can only side with one. We name that one life, the other death. We think life alone stands for what is living, and that death is a kind of cessation of life, instead of being one of life's most active forms. The universe is entirely composed of these two fighting forces. We call them good and evil, but there is no evil. There is only a destruction of what might be harmful if allowed to exist. To put it clearly, the millions of atoms and electrons which compose the everlasting elements of spirit and matter are dual, that is to say, of two kinds, those which preserve their state of equilibrium and those whose work is to disintegrate, in order to build up again. As with the universe, so with the composition of a human being. In you, as in myself, there exist these two forces, and our souls are, so to speak, placed on guard between them. The one set of atoms is prepared to maintain the equilibrium of health and life, but if through the neglect and unwatchfulness of the sentinel soul, any of them are allowed to become disused and effete, the other set, whose business it is to disintegrate whatever is faulty and useless for the purpose of renewing it in better form, begins to work. And this disintegrating process is our conception of decay and death. Yet, as a matter of fact, such process cannot even begin without our consent and collusion. Life can be retained in our possession for an indefinite period on this earth, but it can only be done through our own actions, our own wish and will. "One may wish and will many things," I said, "but the result is not always successful." "Is that your experience?" he asked, bending his keen eyes full upon me. "You know, if you are true to yourself, that no power can resist the insistence of a strong will brought steadily to bear on any intention. If the effort fails, it is only because the will has hesitated. What have you made of some of your past lives, you and your lover both, through hesitation at a supreme moment?" I looked at him appealingly. "If we made mistakes, could we altogether help it?" I asked. "Does it not seem that we tried for the best?" He smiled slightly. "No, it does not seem so to me," he replied. "The mainspring of your various previous existences, the law of attraction drawing you together, was, and is, love. This you fought against as though it were a crime, and in many cases you obeyed the temporary conventionalities of man rather than the unchanging ordinance of God. And now, divided as you have been, lost as you have been in endless whirlpools of infinitude, you are brought together again. And though your lover has ceased to question, you have not ceased to doubt." "I do not doubt!" I exclaimed suddenly and with passion. "I love him with all my soul. I will never lose him again." Aselzion looked at me questioningly. "How do you know you have not lost him already?" he said. At this, a sudden wave of despair swept over me, a chill sense of emptiness and desolation. Could it be possible that my own rashness and selfishness had again separated me from my beloved? For so I now called him in my heart. Had I, by some foolish, distrustful thought, estranged him once more from my soul? The rising tears choked me. I rose from my seat, hardly knowing what I did, and went to the window for air. Aselzion followed me and laid his hand gently on my shoulder. "It is not so difficult to win love as to keep it," he said. misunderstanding, and want of quick sympathy, and in heartbreak and separation. And this is far worse than what mortals call death. The burning tears fell slowly from my eyes. Every word seemed to pierce my heart. I looked yearningly out on the sea, rippling under the moon. I thought of the day, barely a week ago, when Raphael stood beside me, his hand clasping mine. Such a little division of time seemed to have elapsed since we were together. And yet, how long? At last I spoke. "I would rather die, if death were possible, than lose his love," I said. "And where there is no love, surely there must be death." Aselzion sighed. "Poor child, now you understand why the lonely soul hurls itself wildly from one phase of existence to another till it finds its true mate," he answered. "You say truly that where there is no love, there is no real life. It is merely a semi-conscious existence. But you have no cause to grieve, not now, not if you are firm and faithful. Raphael Santoris is safe and well, and his soul is so much with you. You are so constantly in his thoughts that it is as if he were himself here. See!" And he placed his two hands for a moment over my eyes and then removed them. I uttered a cry of ecstasy, for there before me on the moonlit water I saw the Dream, her sails glittering with light, and her aerial shape clearly defined against the sky. Oh, how I longed to fly across the strip of water which alone seemed to divide us, and once more to stand on the deck beside him whom I now loved more than my very hopes of heaven. But I knew it was only a vision, conjured up before me by the magic of Aselzion, a magic used gently for my sake, to help and comfort me in a moment of sadness and heart's longing. And I watched, knowing that the picture must fade, as it slowly did, vanishing like a rainbow in a swirl of cloud. "It is indeed a dream," I said, smiling faintly, as I turned again to Aselzion. "I pray that love itself may never be so fleeting." "If love is fleeting, it is not love," he answered. "An ephemeral passion called by that name is the ordinary sort of attraction existing between ordinary men and women. Men who see no farther than the gratification of a desire, and women who see no higher than the yielding to that desire. Men who love in the highest and most faithful meaning of the term are much rarer than women. Women are very near the divine in love when it is first awakened in them. If afterwards they sink to a lower level, it is generally the men who have dragged them down. Unless a man is bent on the highest, he is apt to settle on the lowest, whereas a woman generally soars to the highest ideals at first in the blind instinct of a soul seeking its mate. How often she is hurled back from the empyrean only the angels know. Not to all is given power to master and control the life forces, and it is this I would have you understand before I leave you tonight. I can teach you the way to hold your life safely above all disintegrating elements, but the learning of the lesson rests with yourself." He sat down, and I resumed my place in the chair opposite to him, prepared to hear him with the closest attention. There were a few things on the table which I had not previously noticed, and one of these was a circular object covered with a cloth. He removed this covering and showed me a crystal globe which appeared to be full of some strange, volatile fluid, clear in itself, but intersected with endless floating brilliant dots and lines. "Look well at this," he said, "for here you have a very simple manifestation of a great truth. These dots and lines, which you observe perpetually in motion, are an epitome of what is going on in the composition of every human being. Some of them, as you see, go in different directions, yet meet and mingle with each other at various points of convergence, then again become separated. They are the building up and the disintegrating forces of the whole cosmos, and, mark this well, they are all, when unimprisoned, directed by a governing willpower. You, in your present state of existence, are simply an organized form composed of these atoms, and your willpower, which is part of the divine creative influence, is set within you to govern them. If you govern them properly, the building up and revivifying atoms within you obey your command, and with increasing strength gradually control and subdue their disintegrating opponents. opponents which, after all, are only their servants, ready to disencumber them from all that is worthless and useless at the first sign of disablement. There is nothing more simple than this law, which has only to be followed in order to preserve both life and youth. It is all contained in an effort of the will, to which everything in nature responds, just as a well-steered ship obeys the compass. Remember this well, I say, everything in nature. This crystal globe holds momentarily imprisoned atoms, which cannot just now be directed because they are shut in, away from all will to govern them. But if I left them as they are for a few more hours, their force would shatter the crystal, and they would escape to resume their appointed way. They are only shown to you as an object lesson, to prove that such things are. They are facts, not dreams. You, like this crystal globe, are full of imprisoned atoms, atoms of spirit and matter, which work together to make you what you are. But you have also the governing will which is meant to control them and move them either to support, sustain, and revivify you, or else to weaken, break down, and finally disperse and disintegrate you, preparatory to your assumption of another form and phase of existence. Now, do you begin to understand? I think I do, I answered, but is it possible always to make this effort of will? There is no moment in which you do not, consciously or subconsciously, will something, he answered. And the amount of power you use up in willing perfectly trifling and ephemeral things could almost lift a planet. But let us take simple actions, such as raising a hand. You think this movement instinctive or mechanical, but it is only because you will to raise it that you can do it. If you willed not to raise it, it could not raise itself of itself. This tremendous force, this divine gift of willpower, is hardly exercised at all by the majority of men and women. Hence their manner of drifting here and there, their pliable yielding to this or that opinion, the easy sway obtained over the million by a few leaders and reformers, the infectious follies which possess whole communities at a time, the caprices of fashion, the moods of society. All these are due to scattered willpower, which if concentrated would indeed replenish the earth and subdue it. But we cannot teach the world, and therefore we must be content to teach and train a few individuals only. And when you ask if it is possible always to make the necessary effort of will, I answer yes. Of course it is possible. The secret of it all is to resolve upon a firm attitude and maintain it. If you encourage thoughts of fear, hesitation, disease, trouble, decay, incompetency, failure, and feebleness, you at once give an impetus to the disintegrating forces within you to begin their work, and you gradually become ill, timorous, and diseased in mind and body. If, on the contrary, your thoughts are centered on health, vitality, youth, joy, love, and creativeness, you encourage all the revivifying elements of your system to build up new nerve tissue and fresh brain cells, as well as to make new blood. No scientist has ever really discovered any logical cause why human beings should die. They are apparently intended to live for an indefinite period. It is they themselves who kill themselves. Even so-called accidents are usually the result of their own carelessness, recklessness, or inattention to warning circumstance. I am trying to put all this as simply as I can to you. There are hundreds of books which you might study, in which the very manner of expression is so abstruse and involved that even the most cultured intelligence can scarcely grasp it. But what I have told you is perfectly easy of comprehension. The only difficulty lies in its practical application. Tonight, therefore, and for the remainder of the time you are here, you will enter upon certain tests and trials of your will force, and the result of these will prove whether you are strong enough to be successful in your quest of life and youth and love. If you are capable of maintaining the true attitude, if you can find and keep the real center poise of the divine image within you, all will be well. And remember that if you once learn how to govern and control the atomic forces within yourself, you will equally govern and control all atomic forces which come within your atmosphere. This gives you what would be called by the ignorant miraculous power, though it is no miracle. It is nothing more than the attitude of spirit controlling matter. You will find yourself not only able to govern your own forces, but also to draw upon nature for fresh supplies. The air, the sunshine, the trees, the flowers will give you all they have to give on demand, and nothing shall be refused to you. Ask, and ye shall receive. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Naturally, the law is that what you receive you must give out again in an ungrudging outflow of love and generosity and beneficence and sympathy, not only towards mankind but to everything that lives. For as you are told, give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down and shaken together and running over, shall men give into your bosom. For with the same measure that ye mete withal, it shall be measured to you again. These sayings of our greatest master are heard so often that they are considered by many people almost trite and commonplace, but they hold a truth from which we cannot escape. Even such a little matter as a kind word is paid back to the one who uttered it with a double interest of kindness, while a cruel or coarse one carries its own punishment. Those who take without giving are generally unsuccessful in their lives and aims, while those who give without taking appear to be miraculously served by both fame and fortune, this being merely the enactment of the spiritual law. "I do not want fame or fortune," I said. "Love is enough for me." Aselzion smiled. "Enough for you, indeed, my child. It is enough for all. If you have love, you have entered into the secret mind of God. Love inspires all nobleness, all endurance, all courage, and I think you have some of its attributes, for you have been bold in your first independent essay, and it is this very boldness that has brought me here to speak to you tonight. You have, of your own accord, and without preparation, passed what we students and mystics call the first circle of fire, and you are therefore ready for the rest of your trial. So, I will now take you back to your own room and leave you there, for you must face your ordeal alone." My heart sank a little, but I said nothing, and watched him as he took up the crystal globe, full of the darting lines and points of light gleaming like imprisoned fire, and held it for a moment between his two hands. Then he set it down again, and covered it as it had been covered before. The next moment he had extinguished the lamp, and we stood together in the pale brilliancy of the moonlight, which now spread itself in a broad path of silver across the sea. The tide was coming in, and I heard the solemn sound of rising waves breaking rhythmically upon the shore. In silence, Aselzion took me by the hand and led me through a low doorway out of the little hermitage into the open air, where we stood within a few feet of the sea. The moonbeams bathed us in a shower of pearly radiance, and I turned instinctively to look at my companion. His face appeared transfigured into something of supernatural beauty, and for one second the remembrance of how he had said in the chapel that he carried the burden of 70 years upon him flashed across me with a shock of surprise. 70 years! He appeared to be in the very prime and splendour of life, and the mere idea of age as connected with him was absurd and incongruous. And while I gazed upon him, wondering and fascinated, he lifted one hand as though in solemn invocation to the stars that gleamed in their countless millions overhead, and his voice, deep and musical, rang out softly yet clearly on the silence. "O supreme guide of all the worlds created, accept this soul which seeks to be consecrated unto Thee. Help her to attain to all that shall be for her wisdom and betterment, and make her one with that nature whereof she is born. Thou, silent and peaceful night, invest her with thy deep tranquillity. Thou, bright moon, penetrate her spirit with the shining in of holy dreams. Give her of thy strength and depth, O sea, and may she draw from the treasures of the air all health, all beauty, all life, all sweetness, so that her existence may be a joy to the world, and her love a benediction. Amen." My whole being thrilled with a sense of keen rapture as he thus prayed for me. I could have knelt to him in reverence, but that I instinctively knew he would not wish this act of homage. I felt that it was best to keep silence, and I obeyed his guiding touch, as still holding my hand, he led me into a vaulted stone passage, and up a long winding stair, at the head of which he paused, and taking a key from his girdle, unlocked a small door. "There is your room, my child," he said, with a grave kindliness which moved me strangely. "Farewell. The future is with yourself alone." I clung to his hand for an instant. "Shall I not see you again?" I asked, with a little tremor in my voice. "Yes, you will see me again if you pass your ordeal successfully," he answered. "Not if you fail." "What will happen if I fail?" "Nothing but the most ordinary circumstance," he answered. "You will leave this place in perfect safety and return to your home and your usual avocations. You will live as most women live, perhaps on a slightly higher grade of thought and action, and in time you will come to look upon your visit to the House of Aselzion as the merest wilful escapade of folly. The world and its conventions will hold you." "Never!" I exclaimed passionately. "Aselzion, I will not fail!" He looked earnestly in my face, then laid his hands on my head in a mute blessing, and signed to me to pass into my turret room. I obeyed. He closed the door upon me instantly. I heard the key turn in the lock, and then just the faint echo of his retreating footsteps down the winding stair. My room was illumined by a very faint light, the source of which I knew not. Everything was as I had left it before I had been summoned to the mysterious chapel of the Cross and Star, and I looked about me, tranquilized by the peace and simplicity of my surroundings. I did not feel disposed to sleep, and I resolved to write down from memory all that Aselzion had told me while it was fresh in my mind. The white veil I had been given still clung about me. I now took it off and carefully folded it ready for further use if needed. Sitting down at the little table, I took out pen, ink, and paper, but somehow I could not fix my attention on what I intended to do. The silence around me was more intense than ever, and though my window was open, I could not even hear the murmur of the sea. I listened, hardly drawing breath. There was not a sound. The extraordinary silence deepened, and with it came a sense of cold. I seemed to be removed into a place apart, where no human touch, no human voice could reach me, and I felt, as I had never felt in all my life before, that I was indeed utterly alone. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. Shadow and Sound. The stillness deepened. It seemed to myself that I could hear the quickened beating of every pulse in my body. A curious vague terror began to possess me. I fought against its insidious influence, and bending my head down over the paper I had set out before me, I prepared to write. After a few minutes, I managed to gain some control over my nerves, and started to put down clearly and in sequence the things Aselzion had told me, though I knew there was little danger of my ever forgetting them. And then a sudden sensation came over me which forced me to realize that something or someone was in the room, looking steadfastly at me. With an effort I raised my head, and saw nothing at first. Then, by degrees, I became aware that a shadow, dark and impenetrable, stood between me and the open window. At first it seemed simply a formless mass of black vapor, but very gradually it assumed the outline of a shape which did not seem human. I laid down my pen, and with my heart thumping hammer strokes of fear, looked at this strange darkness gathered as it were in one place and blocking out the silver gleam of the moon. As I looked, all the light in my room was suddenly extinguished. A cry rose involuntarily to my lips, and physical fright began to gain the mastery over me. For with the increasing gloom, the mysterious shadow grew more and more defined, a blackness standing out as it were, against another blackness, the pale glint of the moonbeams only illumining it faintly as a cloud may be edged with a suggestion of light. It was not motionless. It stirred now and then as though about to lift itself to some supernatural stature and bend above me or swoop down upon me like an embodied storm. And as I still gazed upon it fearingly, every nerve strained to an almost unsupportable tension, I could have sworn that two eyes, large and luminous, were fixed with a searching, pitiless intensity on mine. It is impossible to describe what I felt. A sense of sick, swooning horror overcame me. My head swam giddily, and I could not now utter a sound. Trembling violently, I rose to my feet in a kind of mechanical impulse, determined to turn away from the dreadful contemplation of this formless phantom, when suddenly, as if by a lightning flash of conviction, the thought came to me that it was not by coward avoidance that I could expect to overcome either my own fears or the nameless danger which apparently threatened me. I closed my eyes and retreated, as it were, within myself, to find that centre poise of my own spirit, which I knew must remain an invincible force despite all attack, being in itself immortal. And I mentally barricaded my soul with thoughts of armed resistance. Then, opening my eyes again, I saw that the shadow loomed blacker and vaster, while the luminance around it was more defined, and was not the radiance of the moon, but some other light that was ghostly and terrifying. But I had now regained a little courage, and slight as it was, I held to it as my last hope, and gradually steadied myself upon it like a drowning creature clinging to a plank for rescue. Presently I found myself able to ask questions of my inner consciousness. What, after all, could this phantom, if phantom it were, do to work me harm? Could it kill me with sheer terror? Surely in that case the terror would be my own fault, for why should I be afraid? The thing called death being no more than a living change, did it matter so much when or how the change was effected? Who is responsible, I said to myself, for the sense of fear? Who is it that so mistrusts the divine order of the universe as to doubt the ultimate intention of goodness in things which appear evil? Is it not I alone who am the instigator of my own dread? And can this dark, dumb spectre do more to me than is ordained for my blessing in the end? With these thoughts I grew bold. My nervous trembling ceased. I now chose deliberately to consider, and willed to determine that this mysterious shadow, darker still as it grew, was something of a friend in disguise. I lifted my head half defiantly, half hopefully in the gloom, and the strange fact that the only light I saw came from the weirdly gleaming edge of radiance round the phantom itself did not frighten me from the attitude I had resolved upon. The more I settled myself into that attitude, the firmer it became, and the stronger grew my courage. I gently moved aside the table on which I had been writing, and stood up. Once on my feet, I felt still bolder and surer of myself, and though the shadow opposite to me looked darker and more threatening than before, I began to move steadily towards it. I made an effort to speak to it, and at last found my voice. "Whatever you are," I said aloud, "you cannot exist at all without God's will. God ordains nothing that is not for good. Therefore, you cannot be here with any evil purpose. If I am afraid of you, my fear is my own weakness. I will not look at you as a thing that could or would do me harm, and therefore I am coming to you to find out your meaning. You shall prove to me what you are made of, to the very depth and heart of your darkness. You shall unveil to me all that you hide behind your terrifying aspect, because I know that whatever your intention towards me may be, you cannot hurt my soul." As I spoke, I drew nearer and nearer, and the luminous edge round the phantom grew lighter and lighter, till suddenly a flash of brilliant colour like a rainbow glittered full on my eyes so sharply that I fell back, half blinded by its splendour. Then, as I looked, I dropped to my knees in speechless awe, for the shadow had changed to a dazzling shape of winged radiance, a figure and face so glorious that I could only gaze and gaze, with all my soul entranced in wonder. I heard delicious music around me, but I could not listen. All my soul was in my eyes. The vision grew in stature and in splendor, and I stretched out my hands to it in prayerful appeal, conscious that I was in the shining presence of some inhabitant of higher and more heavenly spheres than ours. The beautiful head, crowned with a diadem of flowers like white stars, bent towards me. The luminous eyes smiled into mine, and a voice sweeter than all sweet singing spoke to me in accents of thrilling tenderness. "Thou hast done well," it said. "Even so, always approach darkness without fear. Then shalt thou find the light. Meet sorrow with a trusting heart. So shalt thou discover an angel in disguise. God thinks no evil of thee, desires no wrong towards thee, has no punishment in store for thee. Give thyself into his hand, and be at peace." Slowly, like the colours of the sunset melting away into the grey of twilight, the vision faded, and when I recovered from the dazzled bewilderment into which I had been thrown, I found myself again in complete solitude and darkness unrelieved save by the dim light of the setting moon. I was for a long time unable to think of anything but the strange experience through which I had just passed, and I wondered what would have happened if, instead of boldly advancing and confronting the dark phantom which had so terrified me, I had striven to escape from it. I believed, and I think I was right in my belief, that I should have found every door open and every facility offered for a cowardly retreat had I chosen to make it. And then everything would have been at an end. I should have probably had to leave the House of Aselzion, and perhaps I too should have been marked with a black cross as a failure. Inwardly, I rejoiced that so far I had not given way, and presently yielding to a drowsiness that began to steal over me, I undressed and went to bed, perfectly tranquil in mind and happy. I must have slept several hours when I was awakened suddenly by the sound of voices conversing quite close to me. In fact, they seemed to be on the other side of the wall against which my bed was placed. They were men's voices, and one or two were curiously harsh and irritable in tone. There was plenty of light in my room, for the night had passed, and as far as I could tell, it seemed to be early morning. The voices went on, and I found myself compelled to listen. "Aselzion is the cleverest humbug of his time," said one. "He is never so happy as when he can play the little god and dupe his worshippers." A laugh followed this sentence. "He's a marvel in his way," said another. "He must be a kind of descendant of some ancient Egyptian conjurer who had the trick of playing with fire. There is nothing in the line of so-called miracle he cannot do, and of course those who are ignorant of his methods and who are credulous themselves—" "Like the woman here?" interposed the first voice. "Yes, like the woman here, little fool!" And there was more laughter. "Fancying herself in love with Raphael Santoris." I sat up in bed, straining my ears now for every word. My cheeks were burning, my heart beating. I hardly knew what to think. There was silence for 2 or 3 minutes, minutes that seemed like ages in my longing to hear more. "Santoris always managed to amuse himself," said a thin, sharp voice with a mocking ring in its tone. "There was always some woman or other in love with him, some woman he could take in easily, of course." "Not difficult to find," rejoined the first voice that had spoken. "Most women are blind where their affections are concerned. Or their vanity." Another silence. I rose from my bed, shivering with a sense of sudden cold, and threw on my dressing gown. Going to the window, I looked out on the fair expanse of the calm sea, silver grey in the early dawn. How still and peaceful it looked! What a contrast to the storm of doubt and terror that was beginning to rage within my own heart! Hush! The voices began again. "Well, it's all over now, and his theory of perpetuating life at pleasure has come to an untimely end. Where did the yacht go down?" "Off Armadale, in Skye." For a moment I could not realize what had been said, and tried to repeat both the question and answer. Where did the yacht go down? Off Armadale in Skye? What did it mean? The yacht gone down? What yacht? They were talking of Santoris, of Raphael, my beloved, my lover, lost through ages of time and space, and found again only to be once more separated from me through my own fault? My own fault? That was the horror of it, a horror I could not contemplate without an almost maddening anguish. I ran to the wall through which I had heard the voices talking, and pressed my ear against it, murmuring to myself, "Oh no, it is not possible, not possible! God would not be so cruel!" For many minutes I heard nothing, and I was rapidly losing patience and self-control, when at last I heard the conversation resumed. "He should never have risked his life in such a vessel," said one of the voices in a somewhat gentler tone. "It was a wonderfully clever contrivance, but the danger of all that electricity was obvious. In a storm it would have no chance." "That has been thoroughly proved," answered another voice. "Just half a gale of wind with a dash of thunder and lightning, and down it went, with every soul on board." "Santoris might have saved himself. He was a fine swimmer." "Was he?" Another silence. I thought my head would have burst with its aching agony of suspense. My eyes were burning like hot coals with a weight of unshed tears. I felt that I could have battered down the wall between me and those torturing voices in my feverish desire to know the worst at all costs. If Raphael were dead? But no, he could not die. He could not actually perish, but he could be parted from me as he had been parted before, and I should be alone again, alone as I had been all my life. And in my foolish pride I had voluntarily severed myself from him. Was this my punishment? More talking began, and I listened, like a criminal listening to a cruel sentence. "Aselzion will tell her, of course. Rather a difficult business, as he will have to admit that his teachings are not infallible, and on the whole there was something very taking about Santoris. I'm sorry he's gone, but he would only have fooled the woman had he lived." "Oh, that naturally. But that hardly matters. She would only have had herself to blame for falling into the trap." I drew myself away from the wall, trembling and sick with dread. Mechanically I dressed myself, and stared out at the gold of the sun which was now pouring its radiance full on the sea. The beauty of the scene moved me not at all. Nothing mattered. All that my consciousness could take in was that, according to what I had heard, Raphael was dead, drowned in the sea over which his fairy vessel the Dream had sailed so lightly, and that all he had said of our knowledge of each other in former lives, and of the love which had drawn us together, was mere fooling. I leaned out of the window, and my eyes rested on the little crimson rose that still blossomed against the wall in fragrant confidence. And then I spoke aloud, hardly conscious of my own words. "It is wicked," I said, "wicked of God to allow us to imagine beautiful things that have no existence. It is cruel to ordain us to love if love must end in disappointment and treachery. It would be better to teach us at once that life is intended to be hard and plain and without tenderness or truth, than to lead our souls into a fool's paradise." Then, all at once, I remembered the dark phantom of the night and its transformation into the vision of an angel. I had struggled against the terror of its first spectral appearance, and had conquered my fears. Why was I now shaken from my self-control? What was the cause? Voices merely. Voices behind a wall that spoke of death and falsehood. Voices belonging to persons I did not know and could not see, like the voices of the world, which delight in uttering scandals and cruelties, and which never praise so much as they condemn. Voices merely. Ah! But they spoke of the death of him whom I loved. Must I not listen? They spoke of his treachery and fooling. Should I not hear? And yet, who were those persons, if persons they were, who talked of him with such easy callousness? I had met no one in the House of Aselzion, save Aselzion himself, and his servant or secretary, Honorius. Who then could there be, except those two, to know the reasons that had brought me hither? I began to question myself, and to doubt the accuracy of the terrible news I had inadvertently overheard. If any evil had chanced to Raphael Santoris, would Aselzion have told me he was safe and well when he had conjured up for my comfort the picture of the dream yacht on the moonlit sea only a few hours ago? Yet, with my bravest effort, I could not recover myself sufficiently to be quite at peace. and in my restless condition of mind I looked towards the turret door opening to the stairway which led to the little garden below and the seashore, but it was fast shut, and I remembered Aselzion had locked it. But to my complete surprise another door stood open, a door that had seemed part of the wall, and a small room was disclosed beyond it, a kind of little shrine hung with pale purple silk, and looking as though it were intended to hold something infinitely precious. I entered it hesitatingly, not sure whether I was doing right or wrong, and yet impelled by something more than curiosity. As I stepped across the threshold, I heard the voices behind the wall again. They sounded louder and more threatening, and I paused, half afraid, yet longing to know all that might yet be said, though such knowledge might mean nothing but misery and despair to me. "All women are fools," and this trite observation was made by someone speaking in harsh and bitter accents. "It is not love that really moves them so much as the self-satisfaction of being loved. No woman could be faithful for long to a dead man. She would lack the expected response to her superabundant sentimentality, and she would tire of waiting to meet him in paradise, if she believed in such a possibility, which in 9 cases out of 10 she would not." "With Aselzion there are no dead men," said another of the unseen speakers. "They have merely passed into another living state, and according to his theories, lovers cannot be separated, even by what is called death, for long." "Poor comfort!" And with the words I heard a laugh of scornful mockery. "The women who have loved Raphael Santoris would hardly thank you for it." I shuddered a little as with cold. The women who had loved Raphael Santoris? This phrase seemed to darken the very recollection of the handsome face and form of the man I had, almost unconsciously to myself, begun to idealize. Something coarse and common suggested itself in association with him, and my heart sank within me, deprived of hope. Voices merely, yet how they tortured me! If I could only know the truth, I thought. If Aselzion would only come and tell me the worst at once. In a kind of stupor of unnameable grief, I stood in the little purple-hung shrine, so suddenly opened to me, and began to dreamily consider the unkindness and harshness of those voices. Ah, so like the voices of the world, voices that sneer and mock and condemn, voices that would rather utter a falsehood than any word that should help and comfort, voices that take a cruel pleasure in saying just the one thing that will wound and crush an aspiring spirit, voices that cannot tune themselves to speak of love without grudging bitterness and scorn, voices, ah God! If only all the harsh and calumniating voices of humanity were stilled, what a heaven this earth would be! And yet, why should we listen to them? What have they really to do with us? Is the soul to be moved from its centre by casual opinion? What is it to me that this person or that person approves or disapproves my actions? Why should I be disturbed by rumours or frightened by ill report? Absorbed in these thoughts, I hardly realized the almost religious peace of my surroundings, and it was only when the voices ceased for a few minutes that I saw what was contained in this small room I had half unwittingly entered. An exquisite little table, apparently made of crystal which shone like a diamond, and on the table an open book. A chair was placed in position for the evident purpose of reading, and as I approached, at first indifferently, and then with awakening interest, I saw that the open book showed an inscription on its flyleaf: "To a faithful student, from Aselzion." Was I a faithful student? I asked myself the question doubtingly. There was no faithfulness in fears and depressions. Here was I, shaken in part from self-control, from the mere hearing of voices behind a wall. I, who had said that God ordains nothing that is not for good, was suddenly ready to believe that He had ordained the death of the lover to whom His laws had guided me. I, to whom had been vouchsafed the beatific vision of an angel who had said, "God thinks no evil of thee, desires no wrong towards thee, has no punishment in store for thee, give thyself into His hand and be at peace," was already flinching and turning away from the faith that should keep me strong. A sense of shame stole over me, and almost timidly I approached the table on which the open book lay, and sat down in the chair so invitingly placed. I had scarcely done this when the voices began again, in rather louder and angrier tones. "She imagines she can learn the secret of life! A woman, too! The brazen arrogance of such an attempt!" "No, no, it is not the secret of life she wants to discover, so much as the secret of perpetual youth. That, to a woman, is everything. To be always young and always fair. What feminine thing would not adventure for such merchandise?" A loud laugh followed this observation. "Santoris was well on his way to the goal," said a voice that was suave and calm of accent. "Certainly no one would have guessed his real age." "He had all the ardour and passion of youth," said another voice. "The fire of love ran as warmly in his veins as though he were a Romeo. None of the coldness and reluctance of age affected him where the fair sex was concerned." More laughter followed. I sat rigidly in the chair by the crystal table, listening to every word. "The woman here is the latest victim of his hypnotic suggestions, isn't she?" "Yes, one may say his last victim. He will victimize no more." "I suppose if Aselzion told her the truth, she would go at once." "Of course! Why should she remain? It is only a dream of love that has brought her here. When she knows the dream is over, there will be nothing left." "True, nothing left. The whole world a desert, and heaven itself without hope." I pressed my hands to my eyes to try and cool their burning ache. Was it possible that what these voices said could be true? They had ceased speaking, and there was a blessed silence. As a kind of desperate resource, I took out the letter Rafel Santoris had written to me, and read its every word with an eager passion of yearning, especially the one passage that ran thus: "We, you and I, who know that life, being all life, cannot die, ought to be wiser in our present space of time than to doubt each other's infinite capability for love and the perfect world of beauty which love creates." Wiser than to doubt! Ah, I was not wise enough. I was full of doubts and imagined evils. And why? Because of voices behind a wall. Surely a foolish cause for sorrow. I tried to extricate my mind from the darkness of despondency into which it had fallen, and to distract my attention from my own unhappy thoughts, I glanced at the book which lay open before me. As I looked, its title, printed in letters of gold, flashed on my eyes like a gleam of the sun: "The Secret of Life." A sudden keen expectancy stirred in me. I folded Rafel's letter and slipped it back into its resting place near my heart. Then I drew my chair close up to the table and, bending over the book, began to read. All was now perfectly still around me. The voices had ceased. Gradually I became aware that what I was reading was intended for my instruction, and that the book itself was a gift to me from Aselzion if I proved a faithful student. A thrill of hope and gratitude began to relieve the cold weight upon my heart, and I suddenly resolved that I would not listen to any more voices, even if they spoke again. "Rafel Santoris is not dead," I said aloud and resolutely. "He could not so sever himself from me now. He is not treacherous, he is true. He is not fooling me. He is relying upon me to believe in him, and I will believe in him. My love and faith shall not be shaken by mere rumour. I will give him no cause to think me weak or cowardly. I will trust him to the end." And with these words spoken to the air, I went on reading quietly in a stillness made suddenly fragrant with the scent of unseen flowers. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. The Magic Book. It is not possible here to transcribe more than a few extracts from the book on which my attention now became completely riveted. The passages selected are chosen simply because they may by chance be useful to those few, those very few, who desire to make of their lives something more than a mere buy and sell business, and also because they can hardly be called difficult to understand. When Paracelsus wrote The Secret of Long Life, he did so in a fashion sufficiently abstruse and complex to scare away all but the most diligent and persevering of students, this no doubt being his intention. But the instructions given in the volume placed, as I imagined, for my perusal, were simple, and in accordance with many of the facts discovered by modern science, and as I read on and on, I began to see light through the darkness, and to gain a perception of the way in which I might become an adept in what the world deems miracle, but which after all is nothing but the scientific application of common sense. To begin with, I will quote the following, headed Life and its Adjustment. Life is the divine impetus of love. The force behind the universe is love, and from that love is bred desire and creation. Even as the human lover passionately craves possession of his beloved, so that from their mutual tenderness the children of love are born, the divine spirit, immortally creative and desirous of perfect beauty, possesses space with eternal energy, producing millions of solar systems, each one of which has a different organization and a separate individuality. Man, the creature of our small planet the Earth, is but a single result of the resistless output of divine fecundity. Nevertheless, man is the image of God in that he is endowed with reason, will, and intelligence beyond that of the purely animal creation, and that he is given an immortal soul formed for love and for the eternal things which love creates. He can himself be divine in the desire and perpetuation of life. Considered in a strictly material sense, he is simply an embodied force composed of atoms held together in a certain organized form. But within this organized form is contained a spiritual being capable of guiding and controlling its earthly vehicle and adjusting it to surroundings and circumstances. In his dual nature, man has the power of holding his life cells under his own command. He can renew them or destroy them at pleasure. He generally elects to destroy them through selfishness and obstinacy, the two chief disintegrating elements of his mortal composition. Hence, the result which he calls death, but which is merely the necessary transposition of his existence, which he has himself brought about, into a more useful phase. If he were to learn once for all that he can prolong his life on this earth in youth and health for an indefinite period, in which days and years are not counted, but only psychic episodes or seasons, he could pass from one joy to another, from one triumph to another, as easy as breathing the air. It is judged good for a man's body that he should stand upright, and that he should move his limbs with grace and ease, performing physical exercises for the improvement and strengthening of his muscles. And he is not considered a fool for any feats of physical valor or ability which he may accomplish. Why then should he not train his soul to stand as upright as his body, so that it may take full possession of all the powers which natural and spiritual energy can provide? Reader and student, you for whom these words are written, learn and remember that the secret strength and renewal of life is adjustment, the adjustment of the atoms whereof the body is composed, to the commands of the soul. Be the god of your own universe. Control your own solar system, that it may warm and revivify you with an ever-recurring spring. Make love the summer of your life, and let it create within you the passion of noble desire, the fervor of joy, the fire of idealism and faith. Know yourself as part of the divine spirit of all things, and be divine in your own creative existence. The whole universe is open to the searchings of your soul, if love be the torch to light your way. Having read thus far, I paused. The little room in which I sat appeared darker, or was it my fancy? I listened for the voices which had so confused and worried me, but there was no sound. I turned the pages of the book before me and found the following. The action of thought. Thought is an actual motive force, more powerful than any other motive force in the world. It is not the mere pulsation in a particular set of brain cells, destined to pass away into nothingness when the pulsation has ceased. Thought is the voice of the soul. Just as the human voice is transmitted through distance on the telephone wires, so is the soul's voice carried through the radiant fibers connected with the nerves to the brain. The brain receives it, but cannot keep it, for it again is transmitted by its own electric power to other brains. And you can no more keep a thought to yourself than you can hold a monopoly in the sunshine. Everywhere in all the worlds, throughout the whole cosmos, souls are speaking through the material medium of the brain. Souls that may not inhabit this world at all, but that may be as far away from us as the last star visible to the strongest telescope. The harmonies that suggest themselves to the musician here today may have fallen from Sirius or Jupiter, striking on his earthly brain with a spiritual sweetness from worlds unknown. The poet writes what he scarcely realizes, obeying the inspiration of his dreams. And we are all, at our best, but mediums for conveying thought, first receiving it from other spheres to ourselves, and then transmitting it from ourselves to others. Shakespeare, the chief poet and prophet of the world, has written, "There is nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so," thus giving out a profound truth, one of the most profound truths of the psychic creed. For what we think, we are, and our thoughts resolve themselves into our actions. In the renewal of life and the preservation of youth, thought is the chief factor. If we think we are old, we age rapidly. If, on the contrary, we think we are young, we preserve our vitality indefinitely. The action of thought influences the living particles of which our bodies are composed, so that we positively age them or rejuvenate them by the attitude we assume. The thinking attitude of the human soul should be one of gratitude, love, and joy. There is no room in spiritual nature for fear, depression, sickness, or death. God intends His creation to be happy, and by bringing the soul and body both into tune with happiness, we obey His laws and fulfill His desire. Therefore, to live long, encourage thoughts of happiness. Avoid all persons who talk of disease, misery, and decay, for these things are the crimes of man, and are offenses against God's primal design of beauty. Drink in deep draughts of sunshine and fresh air. Inhale the perfume of flowers and trees. Keep far away from cities and from crowds. Seek no wealth that is not earned by hand or brain. And above all things, remember that the children of light may walk in the light without fear of darkness. Something in this latter sentence made me stop and look again around me, and again I felt sure that the room was growing darker, and not only darker but smaller. The purple silk hangings which draped the walls were almost within my touch, and I knew they had not been so close to me when I first sat down to read. A nervous tremor ran through me, but I resolved I would not be the dupe of my own fancy, and I set myself once more resolutely to the study of the volume before me. The next paragraph which attracted me was headed, "On the Command of Life's Forces," and began thus: "To live long, you must have perfect control of the forces that engender life. The atoms of which your body is composed are in perpetual movement. Your spiritual self must guide them in the way they should go. Otherwise, they resemble an army without organization or equipment, easily put to rout by a first assault. If you have them under your spiritual orders, you are practically immune from all disease. Disease can never enter your system save through some unguarded corner. You may meet with accident, through the fault of others or through your own willfulness. If through your own willfulness, you have only yourself to blame. If through the fault of others, you may know that it was a destined and preordained removal of yourself from a sphere for which you are judged to be unfitted. Barring such accident, your life need know no end, even on this earth. Your spirit, called the soul, is a creature of light, and it can supply revivifying rays to every atom and cell in your body without stint or cessation. It is an exhaustless supply of radium from which the forces of your life may draw perpetual sustenance. Man uses every exterior means of self-preservation, but forgets the interior power he possesses, which was bestowed upon him that he might replenish the earth and subdue it. To replenish the earth is to give out love ungrudgingly to all nature, To subdue the earth is first to master the atoms of which the human organization is composed, and hold them completely under control, so that by means of this mastery all other atomic movements and forces upon this planet and its encircling atmosphere may be equally controlled. Much is talked of the light rays which pierce solid matter as though it were nothing but clear air, yet this discovery is but the beginning of wonders. There are rays which divine metals, even as the hazel wand divines the presence of water, and the treasures of the earth, the gold, the silver, the jewels, and precious things that are hidden beneath its surface and in the depths of the sea, can be seen in their darkest recesses by the penetrating flash of a ray as yet unknown to any but adepts in the psychic creed. No true adept is ever poor. Poverty cannot exist where perfect control of the life forces is maintained. Gladness, peace, and plenty must naturally attend the soul that is in tune with nature, and life is always perpetuated from the joy of life. Stand, therefore, O patient student, erect and firm. Let the radiating force of the soul possess every nerve and blood vessel of the body, and learn to command all things pertaining to good, with that strength which compels obedience. Not idly did the Supreme Master speak when he told his disciples that if their faith were but as a grain of mustard seed, they could command a mountain to be cast into the sea, and it would obey. Remember that the spirit within your bodily house of clay is divine, and of God, and that with God all things are possible. I raised my head from its bent position over the book and drew a long breath. Something oppressed me with a sense of suffocation, and looking up I saw that I was being steadily closed in, as by a contracting cage. The little room, draped with its soft purple hangings, was now too small for me to move about. I was pinned to my chair, and the ceiling was apparently descending upon me. With a shock of horrified memory, I recalled the old torture of the living tomb practiced by the Spanish Inquisition, when the wretched victim was compelled to watch the walls of his prison slowly narrowing round him inch by inch till he was crushed to death. How could I be sure that no such cruelties were used among the mysterious members of a mysterious brotherhood, whose avowed object of study was the searching out of the secret of life? I made an effort to rise, and found I could stand upright, and there, straight opposite to me, was the entrance to my own room, from which I had wandered into this small inner chamber. It seemed easy enough to get there, and yet I found myself hindered by an invisible barrier. I stood with my heart beating nervously, wondering what was my threatening danger. Almost involuntarily, my eyes still perused the printed page of the book before me, and I read the following sentences in a kind of waking dream. To the soul that will not study the needs of its immortal nature, life itself becomes a narrow cell. All God's creation waits upon it to supply what it shall demand, yet it starves in the midst of plenty. Fear, suspicion, distrust, anger, envy, and callousness paralyze its being and destroy its action. Love, courage, patience, sweetness, generosity, and sympathy are actual life forces to it and to the body it inhabits. All the influences of the social world work against it. All the influences of the natural world work with it. There is nothing of pure nature that will not obey its behest, and this should be enough for its happy existence. Sorrow and despair result from the misguidance of the will. There is no other cause in earth or heaven for any pain or trouble. Misguidance of the will! I spoke the words aloud, then went on reading. What is heaven? A state of perfect happiness. What is happiness? The immortal union of two souls in one, creatures of God's eternal light, partaking each other's thoughts, bestowing upon each other the renewal of joy, and creating loveliness in form and action by their mutual sympathy and tenderness. Age cannot touch them. Death has no meaning for them. Life is their air and space and movement. Life palpitates through them and warms them with color and glory, as the sunshine warms and reddens the petals of the rose. They grow beyond mortality and are immune from all disaster. They are a world in themselves, involuntarily creating other worlds as they pass from one phase to another of production and fruition. For there is no good work accomplished without love, no great triumph achieved without love, no fame, no victory gained without love. The lovers of God are the beloved of God. Their passion is divine, knowing no weariness, no satiety, no end. For God is the supreme lover, and there is nothing higher than love. Here, on a sudden impulse, I took up the book, closed it, and held it clasped in my 2 hands. As I did this, a great darkness overwhelmed me. A sound like thunder crashed on my ears, and I felt the whole room reeling into chaos. The floor sank, and I sank with it, down to a great depth, so swiftly that I had no time to think what had happened till the sensation of falling stopped abruptly, and I found myself in a narrow green lane, completely shadowed by the wide boughs of overarching trees. Hardly could I realize my surroundings when I saw Raphael Santoris himself, walking towards me, but not alone. The eager impulse to run to him was checked. I stood quiet and cold to the heart. A woman was with him, a woman young and very beautiful. His arm was round her, and his eyes looked with unwearied tenderness at her face. I heard his voice, caressing and infinitely gentle. "Beloved," he said, "I call you by this name as I have always called you through many cycles of time. Is it not strange that even the eager spirit, craving for its preordained mate, is subject to error? I thought I had found her whom I should love a little while before I met you, but this was a momentary blindness. You are the one I have sought for many centuries. You are the one and only beloved. Promise never to leave me again." She answered, and I heard her murmur, soft as a sigh, "I promise." Still walking together like lovers, they came on. I knew they must pass me, and I stood in their way that Raphael Santoris at least might see me, might know that I had adventured into the House of Aselzion for his sake, and that so far I had not failed. If he were false, then surely the failure would be his. With a sickening heart I watched him approach. His blue eyes rested on me carelessly with a cold smile. His fair companion glanced at me as at a stranger, and they moved on and passed out of sight. I could not have spoken had I tried. I was stricken dumb and feeble. This was the end, then? I had made my journey to no purpose? He had already found another subject for his influence? Stunned and bewildered with the confusion of thought in my brain, I tried to walk a few paces, and found the ground soft as velvet, while a cool breeze, blowing through the trees, refreshed my aching forehead and eyes. I still held the book, The Secret of Life, and in a dull, aimless way thought how useless it was. What does life matter if love be untrue? The sun was shining somewhere above me, for I saw glinting reflections of it through the close boughs, and there were birds singing. But both beauty of sight and beauty of sound were lost to me. I had no real consciousness left, save that the lover who professed to love me with an eternal love, loved me no more. So the world was desolate, and heaven itself a blank? Death, and death alone, seemed dear and desirable. I walked slowly and with difficulty. My limbs were languid, and I had lost all courage. If I could have found my way to Aselzion, I would have told him, "This is enough. No more do I need the secret of youth or life, since love has left me." Presently I began to think more coherently. A little while back I had heard voices behind a wall saying that Raphael Santoris was dead, drowned in his own yacht, off Armadale in Skye. If that was true, how came he here? I questioned myself in vain, till presently I gathered up sufficient force to remember that love, real love, knows no change. Did I believe in my lover's love, or did I doubt it? That was a point for my own consideration. But had I not the testimony of my own eyes? Was I not myself the witness of his altered mind? Here, seeing a rustic seat under one of the shadiest trees, I sat down, and my mind gradually steadied itself. Why, I inwardly asked, had I been so suddenly and forcibly brought into this place for no apparent reason, save to look upon Raphael Santoris in the company of another woman whom it seemed that he now preferred to me? Ought that to make any difference in my love for him? In love, if love be love, if love be ours, faith and unfaith can ne'er be equal powers. Unfaith in aught is want of faith in all. If the happiness of the one I loved was obtained through other means than mine, ought I to grudge it? And yet, my heart was full of a sick heaviness. It seemed to me that I had lately been the possessor of an inestimable joy which had been ruthlessly snatched from me. Still meditating in solitary sadness, I sat in the soft gloom, wondering at the strange chance that had brought me into such a place, and curiously enough, never thinking that the whole adventure might be the result of a preordained design. Presently, hearing slow footsteps approaching, I looked up and saw an aged man walking towards me, accompanied by a woman of gentle and matronly appearance, who supported him on her arm. The looks of both of these personages were kindly, and inspired confidence at a glance, and I watched them coming with a kind of hope that perhaps they might explain my present dilemma. I was particularly attracted by the venerable and benevolent aspect of the man, and as he drew near, seeing that he evidently intended to speak to me, I rose from my seat and made a step or two forward to meet him. He inclined his head courteously and smiled upon me with a grave and compassionate air. "I am very glad," he said in a friendly tone, "that we have not come too late. We feared, did we not?" Here he looked to his companion for confirmation of his words, "that you might have been hopelessly ensnared and victimized before we could come to the rescue." "Alas, yes," said the woman in accents of deep pity, "and that would have been terrible indeed." I stared at them both, utterly bewildered. They spoke of rescue? Rescue from what? Hopelessly ensnared and victimized? What did they mean? Since I had seen Raphael Santoris with another woman he called beloved, I had felt almost incapable of speech, but now I found my voice suddenly. "I do not understand you," I said as clearly and firmly as I could. "I am here by my own desire, and I am not being ensnared or victimized. Why should I need rescue?" The old man shook his head compassionately. "Poor child," he said, "are you not a prisoner in the House of Aselzion?" "With my own consent," I answered. He lifted his hands in a kind of appealing astonishment, and the woman smiled sadly. "Not so," she told me. "You are under a very serious delusion. You are here by the wicked will of Raphael Santoris, a man who would sacrifice any life remorselessly in the support of his own mad theories. You are under his influence, you poor creature, so easily trapped, too. You think you are following your own way and carrying out your own wishes, but you are really the slave of Santoris, and have been so ever since you met him. You are a mere instrument on which he can play any tune." And she turned to the old man beside her with an appealing gesture. "Is it not so?" He bent his head in the affirmative. For a moment my brain was in a whirl. Could it be possible that what they said was true? Their looks were sincere. They could have no object but kindness in warning me of intended mischief. I tried to conceal the torturing anxiety that possessed me, and asked quietly, "If you have good reason to think all this, what would you advise me to do? If I am in danger, how shall I escape from it?" The woman looked curiously at me, and her eyes glittered with sudden interest. Her venerable companion replied to my question. "Escape is quite easy here and now. You have only to follow us, and we will take you out of this wood and escort you to a place of safety. Then you can return to your own home and forget—" "Forget what?" I interrupted him. "All this foolishness," he answered with a gentle seriousness. "This idea of eternal life and love which the artful conjurer, Raphael Santoris, has instilled into your too sensitive and credulous imagination, these fantastic beliefs in the immortality and individuality of the soul, and you will accept old age and death with the sane resignation of ordinary mortals. Such love as he professes to believe in does not exist, such life can never be, and the secret of his youth—" "Ah!" I exclaimed eagerly, "tell me of that, and of Aselzion's splendid prime when he should be old and feeble. Tell me of that also." For the first time during this interview, my two companions looked confused. I saw this, and I gained confidence from their evident embarrassment. "Why," I pursued, "should you come to me with warnings against those whom God or destiny has brought into my life? You may perhaps say that you yourselves have been sent by God, but does deity contradict itself? I am not conscious of having suffered any evil through Raphael Santoris, or through Aselzion. I am pained and perplexed and tortured by what I hear and see, but my hearing and sight are capable of being deceived. Why should I think of evil things which are not proved?" The woman surveyed me with sudden scorn. "So you will stay here, the dupe of your own sentiments and dreams?" she said contemptuously. "You, a woman, will remain among a community of men who are known impostors, and sacrifice your name and reputation to a mere chimera?" Her look and manner had completely changed, and I was at once on my guard. "My name and reputation are my own to protect," I answered coldly. "Whatever I do, I shall be ready to answer for to anyone having the right to ask." The old man now advanced and laid his hand on my arm. His eyes sparkled angrily. "You must be saved from yourself," he said sharply. "You must come with us whether you will or no. We have seen too many victims of Aselzion's art already. We are resolved to save you from the peril which threatens you." And he made an effort to draw me closer to him, but my spirit was up and I held back with all my force. "No, I will not go with you," I exclaimed hotly. "God alone shall remove me from harm, if any harm is really meant towards me. I do not believe one word you have said against Raphael Santoris or against Aselzion. I love the one and I trust the other. Let me go my own way in peace." Hardly had I spoken these words when both the old man and woman threw themselves upon me, and seizing me by force, endeavoured to drag me away with them. I resisted with all my strength, still holding tightly the book of the Secret of Life in one hand. But their united efforts were beginning to overpower me, and feeling myself growing weaker and weaker, I cried aloud in desperation, "Raphael! Raphael!" In an instant I stood free. My captors loosed their hold of me, and I rushed away, not knowing whither, only running, afraid of pursuit, till I suddenly found myself alone on the borders of a dark stretch of water spreading away in cold blackness to an unseen horizon. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. Dreams within a dream. I stopped abruptly, brought perforce to a standstill. There was nothing but the black water heaving in front of me with a slow and dizzying motion, and faintly illumined by a dim, pearly light like that of a waning moon. I looked behind me, fearing my persecutors were following, and saw that a thick mist filled the air and space to the obliteration of everything that might otherwise have been visible. I had thought it was day, and that the sun was shining, but now it appeared to be night. Utterly fatigued in body and mind, I sat down wearily on the ground, close to the edge of the strange dark flood, which I could scarcely see. The quiet and deep obscurity had a lulling effect on my senses, and I thought languidly how good it would be if I might be allowed to rest where I was for an indefinite time. "I can understand," I said to myself, "why many people long for death, and pray for it as a great blessing. They have lost love, and without love life is valueless. To live on and on through cycles of time in worlds that are empty of all sweetness, companionless and deprived of hope and comfort, this would be hell, not heaven." "Hell, not heaven," said a voice near me. I started and looked up. A shadowy figure stood beside me, that of a woman in dark trailing garments, whose face shone with a pale beauty in the dim light surrounding us both. "So you have found your way here at last," she said gently, "here where all things end and nothing begins." I rose to my feet and confronted her. "Where all things end?" I repeated. "Surely where life exists there is no end." She gave me a fleeting smile. "Life is a dream," she said, "and the things of life are dreams within the dream. There are no realities. You imagine truths which are deceptions." I looked at her in wonder and bewilderment. She was beautiful, and the calm sadness of her eyes expressed compassion and tenderness. "Then, is creation a lie?" I asked. She made no immediate answer, but pointed with one hand towards the dark water. I looked and uttered a cry of ecstasy. There, shining in the heaving blackness like a vision from fairyland, was the dream, glittering from stem to stern with light that sparkled like millions of diamonds. "Your dream of love," said the woman beside me. "Behold it for the last time." With straining eyes and beating heart I watched, and saw the shining vessel begin to sink slowly into the deep watery blackness, down, down still lower, till only her masts were visible. Then something defiant and forceful sprang up within me. I would master this torture, I thought. I would not yield to the agony that threatened to drive me to utter despair. "This is a phantom of sorrow," I said. "It has no meaning. The love that is in my heart is my own. It is my life, my soul, my inmost being. It is eternal as God Himself, and to Him I commend it." I spoke these words aloud, holding the book of the Secret of Life clasped to my breast, and raised my eyes trustfully to the dense darkness which should have been the sky. Then I felt the woman's hand on mine. Her touch was warm and gentle. "Come," she said softly, and I saw a small boat slip out on the gloomy water, guided towards me by one whose face was hidden in a fold of black. My companion drew me with her and signed to me to enter. Something in myself, as well as in her looks, impelled me to obey, and as she stepped into the boat I followed. We were borne along in silence for what seemed to me a long time, till suddenly I began to hear strange sounds of wailing and shuddering cries of appeal, and our darkness was lightened by the drifting to and fro of pale forms that were luminous and human in shape, though scarcely of human resemblance. "What are these?" I whispered. My companion took my hand and held it. "Listen," she answered. And gradually, out of a clamour of weeping and complaint, I heard voices which uttered distinct things. "I am the phantom of wealth," said one. "For me, men and nations have rushed on destruction. For me, they have sacrificed happiness and missed the way to God. For me, innocence has been betrayed and honour murdered. I am but a shadow, but the world follows me as if I were light. I am but the gold dust of the earth, and men take me for the glory of heaven." "I am the phantom of fame," said another. "I come with music and sweet promises. I float before the eyes of man, seeming to him an angel. I speak of triumph and power, and for me brave hearts have broken, and bright spirits have been doomed to despair. I am but a shadow, but the world believes me substance. I am but a breath and a colour, but men take me for a fixed star." "I am the phantom of pride," said a third voice. "For me, humanity scales the height of ambition. For my sake, kings and queens occupy uneasy thrones, and surround themselves with pomp and panoply. For me, men lie and cheat and wrong their neighbours. For me, the homes that should be happy are laid waste. For me, false laws are made and evil conquers good. I am but a shadow, and the world takes me for the sun. I am but a passing flash of light, and men take me for the perfect day." Other voices joined in and echoed wildly around me, and I rose up in the boat, loosing my hold from the clasp of the woman who was with me. "You are phantoms all!" I cried, half unconscious of my own words. "I want God's angels! Where is love?" The voices ceased. The strange flitting figures that wailed round me faded away into mist and disappeared, and a light, deep and golden and wonderful, began to shine through the gloom. My companion spoke. "We have been looking at dreams," she said. "You ask for the only real." I smiled. A sudden inrush of strength and authority possessed me. "You bade me look my last upon my dream of love," I said. "But you knew that was impossible, for love is no dream." The golden radiance widened into a perfect splendour, and our boat now glided over a shining sea. As in a vision, I saw the figure that steered and guided it change from darkness to brightness. The black fold fell from its face, angel eyes looked at me, angel lips smiled, and then I found myself suddenly alone on the shore of a little bay, blue as a sapphire in the reflection of the blue sky above it. The black stretch of water which had seemed so dreary and impassable had disappeared, and to my astonishment I recognized the very shore near the rock garden which was immediately under my turret room. I looked everywhere for the woman who had been in the boat with me, for the boat itself and its guide, but there was no trace of them. Where and how far I had wandered I could not imagine, but presently, regaining nerve and courage, I began to fancy that perhaps my strange experience had been preordained and planned as some test of my faith and fortitude. Had I failed? Surely not, for I had not doubted the truth of God or the power of love. There was only one thing which puzzled me, the memory of those voices behind a wall, the voices which had spoken of Raphael's death and treachery. I could not quite rid myself of the anxiety they had awakened in my mind, though I tried hard not to yield to the temptation of fear and suspicion. I knew and felt that, after all, it is the voices of the world which work most harm to love, and that neither poverty nor sorrow can cut the threads of affection between lovers so swiftly as falsehood and calumny. And yet I allowed myself to be moved by vague uneasiness on this account, and could not entirely regain perfect composure. The door of the winding stair leading to my room in the turret stood open, and I availed myself of this tacit permission to return thither. I found everything as I had left it, except that when I sought for the mysterious little room hung with purple silk, where I had begun to read the book called The Secret of Life, a book which, through all my strange adventure, I still had managed to keep with me, I could not find it. The walls around me were solid, there was no sign of an opening anywhere. I sat down by the window to think. There before my eyes was the sea, calm and in the full radiance of a brilliant sun. No mysterious or magic art suggested itself in the visible scene of a smiling summer day. Had I been long absent from this room, I wondered? I could not tell. Time seemed to be annihilated, and so far as I myself was concerned, I desired nothing in this world or the next, save just to know if Raphael Santoris still lived, and, yes, one other assurance, to feel that I still possessed the treasure of his love. All the past, present, and future hung on this possibility. There was nothing more to hope for or to attain. For if I had lost love, then God himself could give me no comfort, since the essential link with divine things was broken. Gradually, a great and soothing quietude stole over me, and the cloud of depression that had hung over my mind began to clear. I thought of my recent experience with the man and woman who had sought to rescue me, as they said, and how, when in sheer desperation I had called "Raphael! Raphael!" they had suddenly disappeared and left me free. Surely this was a sufficient proof that I was not forgotten by him who had professed to love me, and that his aid might still be depended upon. Why should I doubt him? I had placed my book, The Secret of Life, on the table when I re-entered my room, but now I took it up again, and the pages fell open at the following passage. When once you possess the inestimable treasure of love, remember that every effort will be made to snatch it from you. There is nothing the world envies so much as a happy soul. Those who have been your dearest friends will turn against you, because you have a joy in which they do not share. They will unite with your foes to drag you down from your height of paradise. The powers of the coarse and commonplace will be arrayed against you. Shafts of disdain and ridicule will be hurled at your tenderest feelings. Venomous lies and cruel calumnies will be circulated around you, all to try and draw you from the circle of light into darkness and chaos. If you would stand firm, you must stand within the whirlwind. If you would maintain the centre poise of your soul, you must preserve the balance of movement. The radiant and deathless atoms whereof your body and spirit are composed must be under steady control and complete organization, like a well-disciplined army. Otherwise, the disintegrating forces set up by the malign influences of others around you will not only attack your happiness, but your health, break down your strength, and murder your peace. Love is the only glory of life, the heart and pulse of all things, a possession denied to earth's greatest conquerors, a talisman which opens all the secrets of nature, a divinity whose power is limitless and whose benediction bestows all beauty, all sweetness, all joy. Bear this in mind, and never forget how such a gift is grudged to those who have it by those who have it not. Reading thus far, a light began to break in upon me. Had not all the weird and inexplicable experience of the past hours or days tended to shake me from love and destroy my allegiance to the ideal I cherished? And had I yielded to the temptation? Had I failed? I dared not estimate either failure or success. Leaving my place at the window, I saw that the little lift or dresser in the wall had come up noiselessly with its usual daintily prepared refection of fruit and bread and deliciously cool spring water. I had felt neither hunger nor thirst during my strange wanderings in unknown places, but now I was quite ready for a meal, and enjoyed it with all the zest of an unspoilt appetite. When I had finished, I returned to my precious book, and placing it on the table, I propped up my head between my two hands and set myself resolutely to study. And I write down here the passages I read, exactly as I found them, for those who care to practice the lessons they teach. Free will. The exercise of the will is practically limitless. It is left unfettered so that we may be free to make our own choice of life and evolve our own destiny. It can command all things save love, for love is of God, and God is not subject to authority. Love must be born in the soul and of the soul. It must be a dual flame. That is to say, it must find its counterpart in another soul which is its ordained mate before it can fulfill its highest needs. Then, like two wings moved by the same soaring impulse, it assists the will and carries it to the highest heaven. Through its force, life is generated and preserved. Without it, life escapes to the other phases to find its love again. Nothing is perfect, nothing is lasting, without the light and fire of this dual flame. It cannot be willed either to kindle or to burn. It must be born of itself and in itself, and shed its glory on the souls of its own choice. All else is subject to order and command. Love alone is free. Power. Power over all things and all men is obtained by organization, that is to say, setting one's house in order. The house implied is the body in which the soul has temporary dwelling. Every corner of it must be in order, every atom working healthfully in its place without any suggestion of confusion. Then whatever is desired shall be attained. Nothing in the universe can resist the force of a steadfastly fixed resolve. What the spirit truly seeks must, by eternal law, be given to it, and what the body needs for the fulfillment of the spirit's commands will be bestowed. From the sunlight and the air and the hidden things of space, strength shall be daily and hourly renewed. Everything in nature shall aid in bringing to the resolved soul that which it demands. There is nothing within the circle of creation that can resist its influence. Success, wealth, triumph upon triumph come to every human being who daily sets his house in order, whom nothing can move from his fixed intent, whom no malice can shake, no derision drive from his determined goal, whom no temptation can drag from his appointed course, and who is proof against spite and calumny. For men's minds are for the most part like the shifting sands of the sea, and he alone rules who evolves order from chaos. Eternal life. Life is eternal because it cannot die. Everything that lives must live forever. Everything that lives has always lived. What is called death is by law impossible. Life is perpetually changing into various forms, and every change it makes we call death, because to us it seems a cessation of life, whereas it is simply renewed activity. Every soul imprisoned today in human form has lived in human form before. The very rose that flowers on its stem has flowered in this world before. Each individual spirit preserves its individuality and, to a certain extent, its memory. It is permitted to remember a few out of the million incidents and episodes with which its psychic brain is stored, but only a few during its period of evolvement. When it reaches the utmost height of spiritual capacity and is strong enough to know and see and understand, then it will remember all from the beginning. Nothing can ever be forgotten, inasmuch as forgetfulness implies waste, and there is no waste in the scheme of the universe. Every thought is kept for use. Every word, every sigh and tear is recorded. Life itself, in our limited view of it, can be continued indefinitely on this earth if we use the means given to us to preserve and renew it. It was easy to preserve and prolong it in the early days of the world's prime, for our planet was then nearer to the sun. In the present day, it is returning to a position in the heavens which encourages and sustains life, and men live longer without knowing why, never thinking that it is the result of the immediate situation of the planet with regard to the sun. The earth is not where it was in the days of Christ. It has been rushing through space these 2,000 years, and yet mankind forgets that its place in the heavens is different from that which it formerly occupied, and that with this difference the laws of climate, custom, and living are changed. It is not man who alters his surroundings, it is nature, whose order cannot be disobeyed. Man thinks that the growth of science and what he calls progress is the result of his own cleverness alone. On the contrary, it is the result of a change in his atmospheric ether which not only helps scientific explanation and discovery, but which tends to give him greater power over the elements, as well as to prolong his life and intellectual capability. There is no such thing as standing still in the universe. Every atom, every organism is doing something or going somewhere, and there is no stop. Rest itself is merely a form of progress towards beauty and perfection, and there is no flaw anywhere in the majestic splendor of God's scheme for the ultimate happiness of His entire creation. Arrogant asceticism. The ascetic is a blasphemer of God and of the work for which God alone is responsible. By withdrawing himself from the world of men, he withdraws himself from human sympathy. By chastising his body and its natural emotions and desires, he chastises that which God has made as a temple for his soul to dwell in. By denying the pleasures of the world, he denies all the good which God has prepared and provided for him, and he wrongs the fair happiness of nature and the order in which the universe is planned. The so-called religious person who retires into a monastery, there to pray and fast and bemoan the ills of the flesh, is an unnatural creature and displeasing to his Maker. For God looked upon everything He had made and found it good. Good, not bad, as the arrogant ascetic would assume. Joy, not sorrow, should be the keynote of life. The world is not a vale of tears, but a flower-filled garden, basking in the perpetual sunshine of the smile of God. What is called sin is the work of man. God has no part in it. By pride the angels fell. By pride man delays his eternal delight. When he presumes to be wiser than his Creator, when he endeavours to upset the organization of nature and invents a kind of natural and moral code of his own, then comes disaster. The rule of a pure and happy life is to take all that God sends with thankfulness in moderation, the fruits of the earth, the joys of the senses, the love of one's fellow creatures, the delights of the intellect, the raptures of the soul, and to find no fault with that which is and must ever be faultless. We hear of wise men and philosophers sorrowing over the pain and suffering of the world, but the pain and suffering are wrought by man alone, and man's cruelty to his fellows. From man's culpable neglect of the laws of health has come every disease, as from man's egotism, unbelief, and selfishness have sprung all the crimes in the calendar. I paused here, for it seemed to me that it was getting dark. At any rate, I could not see to read very clearly. I looked at the window, but very little light came through it. A sudden obscurity, like a heavy cloud, darkened all visible things. I quickly made up my mind that I would not yield to any more fanciful terrors, or leave the room, even if I saw another outlet that night. With this determination, I undressed quickly and went to bed. As I laid my head on the pillow, I felt a kind of coldness in the air, which made me shiver a little, an uncanny sensation to which I would not yield. I saw the darkness thickening round me and closed my eyes, resolving to rest, and so succeeded in ordering all my faculties to this end that within a very few minutes I was soundly asleep. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. The Unknown Deep. My slumber was so profound and dreamless that I have no idea how long it lasted, but when finally I awoke, it was with a sense of the most vivid and appalling terror. Every nerve in my body seemed paralyzed. I could not move or cry out. Invisible bands stronger than iron held me a prisoner on my bed, and I could only stare upwards in horror as a victim bound to the rack might stare at the pitiless face of his torturers. A figure, tall, massive, and clothed in black, stood beside me. I could not see its face, but I felt its eyes gazing down upon me with a remorseless, cold inquisitiveness, a silent, searching enquiry which answered itself without words. If every thought in my brain and every emotion of my soul could have been cut out of me with a dissecting knife and laid bare to the outward inspection, those terrible eyes, probing deep into the very innermost recesses of my being, would have done the work. The beating of my heart sounded loud and insistent in my own ears. I lay still, trying to gain control over my trembling spirit, and it was almost with an awful sense of relief that I saw the figure move at last from its rigid attitude and beckon slowly and commandingly with one outstretched arm from which the black, dank draperies hung like drifting cloud. Mechanically obeying the signal, I strove to rise from my bed, and found that I could do so. I sat up shiveringly, looking at the terrifying form that towered above me, enclosing me, as it were, in its own shadow. And then, managing to stand on my feet, though unsteadily, I mutely prepared to follow where it should lead. It moved on, and I went after it, compelled by some overpowering instinct against which I dared not rebel. Once the vague, half-formed thought flitted through my brain, "This is death that summons me away," till with the thought came the remembrance that, according to the schooling I was receiving, there is no such thing as death, but only the imaginary phantom we call by that name. Slowly, sedately, and with an indescribable majesty of movement, the dark figure glided on before me, and I, a trembling little creature, followed it, I knew not whither. There was no obstacle in our course. Doors, walls, and windows seemed to melt asunder into nothingness as we passed, and there was no stop to our onward progress, till suddenly I saw before me a steep and narrow spiral stairway of stone winding up into the very centre of a rocky pinnacle, which in its turn lifted its topmost peak into the darkness of a night sky sprinkled with millions of stars. The sombre figure paused, and again I felt the searchlight of its invisible eyes burning through me. Then, as though satisfied with its brief survey, it began to ascend the spiral stair. I followed step by step. The way was long and difficult, the sharp turns dizzying to the senses, and there seemed no end to the upward winding. Sometimes I stumbled and nearly fell. Sometimes I groped on hands and knees, always seeing before me the black-draped form that moved on with such apparently little care as to whether or no I fared ill or well in my obedience to its summons. And now, as I climbed, all sorts of strange memories began to creep into the crannies of my brain and perplex me with trouble and uncertainty. Chiefly did my mind dwell on cruelties, the cruelties practiced by human beings to one another, moral cruelties especially, they being so much worse than any physical torture. I thought of the world's wicked misjudgments passed on those who are greater in spirit than itself, how, even when we endeavour to do good to others, our kindest actions are often represented as merely so many forms of self-interest and self-seeking, how our supposed best friends often wrong us and listen credulously to enviously invented tales against us, how even in love, love, that most ethereal yet most powerful of passions, a rough word, an unmerited slight, may separate for a lifetime those whose love would otherwise have been perfect. And still I climbed, and still I thought, and still the dark phantom figure beckoned me on and on. And then I began to consider that in climbing to some unknown, unseen height in deep darkness, I was, after all, doing a wiser thing than living in the world with the ways of the world, ways that are for the most part purely hypocritical, and are practiced merely to overreach and outdo one's fellow men and women, ways of fashion, ways of society, ways of government which are merely temporary, while Nature, the invincible and eternal, moves on her appointed course with the same inborn intention, namely, to destroy that which is evil and preserve only that which is good. And man, the sole maker of evil, the only opposer of divine order, fools himself into the belief that his evil shall prosper and his falsehood be accepted as truth if he can only sham a sufficient show of religious faith to deceive himself and others on the ascending plane of history. He who has invented sin has likewise invented a God to pardon it, for there is no sin in the natural universe. The divine law cannot pardon, for it is inviolate and bears no trespass without punishment. So I mused in my inward self, and still I climbed, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure that led me on, and which now, having reached the end of the spiral stair, was slowly mounting to the highest peak of the rocky pinnacle which lifted itself to the stars. An icy wind began to blow, my feet were bare, and I was thinly clad in my night gear with only the addition of a white woolen wrap I had hastily flung round me for warmth when I left my bed to follow my spectral leader, and I shivered through and through with the bitter cold. Yet I went on resolutely. Indeed, having started on this perilous adventure, there was no returning, for when I looked back on the way I had come, the spiral stair had completely vanished, and there was nothing but black and empty space. This discovery so terrified me that for the moment I lost breath, and I came to a halt in the very act of ascending. Then I saw the figure in front of me turn round with a threatening movement, and I felt that with 1 second more of hesitation I should lose my footing altogether and slip away into some vast abysmal depth of unimaginable doom. Making a strong effort, I caught back my escaping self-control and forced my shuddering limbs to obey my will and resume their work. And so, slowly, inch by inch, I resumed my climb, sick with giddiness and fear, and chilled to the very heart. Presently I heard a rumbling roar like the sound of great billows rushing into hollow caverns, which echoed their breaking in thuds of booming thunder. Looking up, I saw the figure I had followed standing still, and I fancied that the sombre draperies in which it was enveloped showed an outline of glimmering light. Fired by a sudden hope, I set myself to tread the difficult path anew, and presently I too stood still, beside my mysterious leader. Above me was a heaven of stars, below an unfathomable deep of darkness where nothing was visible. But from this nothingness arose a mighty turbulence as of an angry sea. I remained where I found myself, afraid to move. One false step might, I felt, hurl me into a destruction which, though it would not be actual death, would certainly be something like chaos. Almost I felt inclined to catch at the cloudy garments of the solemn figure at my side for safety and protection, and while this desire was yet upon me, it turned its veiled head towards me and spoke in a low, deep tone that was infinitely gentle. "So far, and yet not far enough," it said. "To what end wilt thou adventure for the sake of love?" "To no end whatsoever," I answered with sudden boldness, "but to everlasting continuance." Again I thought I saw a faint glowing light within its sombre draperies. "What wouldst thou do for love?" its voice again inquired. "Wouldst thou bear all things, and believe all things? Canst thou listen to falsehood bearing witness against truth, and yet love on? Wilt thou endure all suffering, all misunderstanding, all coldness and cruelty, and yet keep thy soul bright as a burning lamp with the flame of faith and endeavour? Wouldst thou scale the heavens and plunge to the uttermost hell for the sake of him thou lovest, knowing that thy love must make him one with thee at the God-appointed hour?" I looked up at the figure, vainly striving to see its face. "All these things I would do," I answered. "All that is in the power of my soul to endure, mortally or immortally, I will bear for love's sake." Again the light flashed through its black garments. When it next spoke, its voice rang out harshly in ominous warning. "Thy lover is dead," it proclaimed. "He has passed from this sphere to another, and ye shall not meet again for many cycles of time. Dost thou believe it?" A cold agony gripped my breast, but I would not yield to it, and answered resolutely, "No, I do not believe it. He could not die without my knowing and feeling the parting of his soul from mine." There was a pause in which only the thunder of that invisible sea far down below us was audible. Then the voice went on. "Thy lover is false," it said. "His love for thee was a passing mood. Already he regrets, already he wearies in thought of thee and loves thee no more. Dost thou believe it?" I took no time for thought, but answered at once without hesitation. "No, for if he does not love me, his spirit lies, and no spirit can lie." Another pause. Then the voice put this question: "Dost thou truly believe in God, thy Creator, the Maker of heaven and earth?" Lifting my eyes half in hope, half in appeal to the starry deep sky above me, I replied fervently, "I do believe in Him with all my soul." A silence followed which seemed long and weighted with suspense. Then the voice spoke once more. "Dost thou believe in love, the generator of life, and the moving cause and mind of all created things?" And again I replied, "With all my soul." The figure now bent slightly towards me, and the light within its darkness became more defined and brilliant. Presently an arm and hand, white and radiant, a shape as of living flame, was slowly outstretched from the enfolding black draperies. It pointed steadily to the abyss below me. "If thy love is so great," said the voice, "if thy faith is so strong, if thy trust in God is sure and perfect, descend thither." I heard, but could not credit my own hearing. I gazed at the shrouded and veiled speaker, at the commanding arm that signed my mortal body to destruction. For a moment I was lost in wild terror and wilder doubt. Was this fearful suggestion a temptation or a test? Should it be obeyed? I strove to find the centre poise of my own self, to gather all my forces together, to make myself sure of my own will and responsible for my own deeds. And then, there I paused. All that was purely mortal in me shuddered on the brink of the unknown. One look upward to the soft gloom of the purple sky and its myriad stars, one horrified glance downward at the dark depth where I heard the roaring of the sea. I clasped my hands in a kind of prayerful desperation, and looked once more at the solemn shadow beside me. "If thy love is so great," it repeated in slow and impressive tones, "if thy faith is so strong, if thy trust in God is so sure and perfect." There came a moment of tense stillness, a moment in which my life seemed detached from myself, so that I held it like a palpitating separate creature in my hands. Suddenly the recollection of the last vision of all those I had seen among the dark mountains of Korsk came back to me vividly, that of the woman who had knelt outside a barred gate in heaven, waiting to enter in. "Oh, leave her not always exiled and alone," I had prayed then. "Dear God, have pity! Unbar the gate and let her in! She has waited so long!" A sob broke unconsciously from my lips. My eyes filled with burning tears that blinded me. Imploringly I turned towards the relentless figure beside me once more. Its hand still pointed downwards, and again I seemed to hear the words: "If thy love is so great, if thy faith is so strong, if thy trust in God is so sure and perfect." And then I suddenly found my own soul's centre, the very basis of my own actual being. And standing firmly upon that plane of imperishable force, I came to a quick resolve. "Nothing can destroy me," I said within myself. "Nothing can slay the immortal part of me, and nothing can separate my soul from the soul of my beloved. In all earth, in all heaven, there is no cause for fear." Hesitating no longer, I closed my eyes. Then extending my clasped hands, I threw myself forward and plunged into the darkness. Down, down, interminably down. A light followed me like a meteoric shaft of luminance piercing the blackness. I retained sufficient consciousness to wonder at its brilliancy, and for a time I was borne along in my descent as though on wings. Down, still down, and I saw ocean at my feet, a heaving mass of angry waters flecked with a wool-like fleece of foam. The change that is called death, but which is life! This was the only clear thought that flashed like lightning through my brain as I sank swiftly towards the engulfing desert of the sea. Then everything swirled into darkness and silence. A delicate warm glow, like the filtering of sunbeams through shaded silk and crystal, a fragrance of roses, a delicious sound of harp-like music. To these things I was gradually awakened by a gentle pressure on my brows. I looked up, and my whole heart relieved itself into a long, deep sigh of ecstasy. It was Aselzion himself who bent over me, Aselzion whose grave blue eyes watched me with earnest and anxious solicitude. I smiled up at him in response to his wordless questioning as to how I felt, and would have risen but that he imperatively signed to me to lie still. "Rest," he said, and his voice was very low and tender. "Rest, poor child, you have done more than well." Another sigh of pure happiness escaped me. I stretched out my arms lazily, like one aroused from a long and refreshing slumber. My sensations were now perfectly exquisite. A fresh and radiant life seemed pouring itself through my veins, and I was content to remain a perfectly passive recipient of such an inflow of health and joy. The room I found myself in was new to me. It seemed made up of lovely colourings and a profusion of sweet flowers. I lay enshrined, as it were, in the centre of a little temple of beauty. I had no desire to move or to speak. Every trouble, every difficulty had passed from my mind, and I watched Aselzion dreamily as he brought a chair to the side of my couch and sat down. Then, taking my hand in his, felt my pulse with an air of close attention. I smiled again. "Does it still beat?" I asked, finding my voice suddenly. "Surely the great sea has drowned it." Still holding my hand, he looked full into my eyes. "Many waters cannot quench love," he quoted softly. "Dear child, you have proved that truth. Be satisfied." Raising myself on my pillows, I studied his grave face with an earnest scrutiny. "Tell me," I half whispered, "have I failed?" He pressed my hand encouragingly. "No, you have almost conquered." "Almost? Only almost?" I sank back again on the couch, wondering and waiting. He remained beside me, quite silent. After a little, the tension of suspense became unbearable, and I spoke again. "How did I escape?" I asked. "Who saved me when I fell?" He smiled gravely. "There was nothing to escape from," he answered, "and no one saved you since you were not in danger." "Not in danger?" I echoed, amazed. "No, only from yourself." I gazed at him utterly bewildered. He gave me a kind and reassuring glance. "Have patience," he said gently. "All shall be explained to you in good time. Meanwhile, this apartment is yours for the rest of your stay here, which will not now be long. I have had all your things removed from the probation room in the tower, so that you will no more be troubled by its scenic transformations." Here he smiled again. "I will leave you now to recover from the terrors through which you have passed so bravely. Rest and refresh yourself thoroughly, for you have nothing more to fear. When you are quite ready, touch this," and he pointed to a bell. "I shall hear its summons and will come to you at once." Before I could say a word to detain him, he had retired and I was left alone. I rose from my couch, and the first impression I had was that of a singular ease and lightness, a sense of physical strength and well-being that was delightful beyond expression. The loveliness and peace of the room in which I was enchanted me. Everything my eyes rested upon suggested beauty. The windows were shaded with rose silk hangings, and when I drew these aside, I looked out on a marble loggia or balcony overhung with climbing roses. This, in its turn, opened on an exquisite glimpse of garden and blue sea. There was no clock anywhere to tell me the time of day, but the sun was shining, and I imagined it must be afternoon. Adjoining this luxurious apartment was an equally luxurious bathroom, furnished with every conceivable elegance. The bath itself was of marble, and the water bubbled up from its centre like a natural spring, sparkling as it came. I found all my clothes, books, and other belongings arranged with care where I could most easily get at them, and to my joy the book The Secret of Life, which I thought I had lost on my last perilous adventure, lay on a small table by itself like a treasure set apart. I bathed and dressed quickly, allowing myself no time to think upon any strange or perplexing point in my adventures, but giving myself entirely up to the joy of the new and ecstatic life which thrilled through me. A mirror in the room showed me my own face, happy and radiant, my own eyes bright and smiling. No care seemed to have left a trace on my features, and I was fully conscious of a perfect strength and health that made the mere act of breathing a pleasure. In a very short time I was ready to receive Aselzion, and I touched the bell he had indicated as a signal. Then I sat down by the window and looked out on the fair prospect before me. How glorious was the world, I thought, how full of perfect beauty, that heavenly blue of sky and sea melting into one, the tender hues of the clamouring roses against the green of the surrounding foliage, the lovely light that filtered through the air like powdered gold. Were not all these things to be thankful for? And can there be any real unhappiness so long as our souls are in tune with the complete harmony of creation? Hearing a step behind me, I rose, and with a glad smile stretched out my hands to Aselzion, who had just then entered. He took them in his own and pressed them lightly. Then, drawing a chair opposite to mine, he sat down. His face expressed a certain gravity, and his voice when he began to speak was low and gentle. "I have much to tell you," he said, "but I will make it as brief as I can. You came here to pass a certain psychic ordeal, and you have passed it successfully, all but the last phase. Of that we will speak presently. For the moment you are under the impression that you have been through certain episodes of a more or less perplexing and painful nature. So you have, but not in the way you think. Nothing whatever has happened to you save in your own mind. Your adventures have been purely mental, and were the result of several brains working on yours and compelling you to see and to hear what they chose. There, do not look so startled." For I had risen with an involuntary exclamation. "I will explain everything quite clearly, and you will soon understand." He paused, and I sat down again by the window, wondering and waiting. "In this world," he went on slowly, "it is not climate or natural surroundings that affect man so much as the influences brought to bear upon him by his fellow men. Human beings really live surrounded by the waves of thought flung off by their own brains and the brains of those around them. And this is the reason why, if they are not strong enough to find a centre poise, they are influenced by ways and moods of thought which would never be their own by choice and free will. If a mind, or let us say a soul, can resist the impressions brought to bear upon it by other forces than itself, if it can stand alone, clear of obstacle, in the light of the divine image, then it has gained a mastership over all things. But the attainment of such a position is difficult enough to be generally impossible. Influences work around us everywhere. Men and women with great aims in life are swept away from their intentions by the indifference or discouragement of their friends. Brave deeds are hindered from accomplishment by the suggestion of fears which do not really exist. And the daily scattering and waste of psychic force by disturbing or opposing brain waves is sufficient to make the world a perfect paradise were it used to that end." He waited a moment, then bent his eyes earnestly upon me as he resumed. "You do not need to be told by me that you have lived on this earth before, and that you have many times been gently yet forcibly drawn into connection with the other predestined half of yourself, that soul of love which blindly seeking you have often rejected when found. Not of yourself have you rejected it, but simply because of the influences around you to which you have yielded. Now, in this further phase of your existence, you have been given another chance, another opportunity. It is quite possible that had you not come to me, you would have lost your happiness again. And it was this knowledge which made me receive you, against all the rules of our order, when I saw that you were fairly resolved. Your ordeal would have been longer had you not made the first bold advance yourself on the occasion of your entrance into our chapel. The light of the cross and star drew you, and your soul obeyed the attraction of its native element. Had you opposed its intention by doubts and fears, I should have had more trouble with you than I should have cared to undertake. but you made the first step yourself with a rare courage. The rest was comparatively easy." He paused again, and again went on. "I have already said that you are under the impressions of having gone through certain adventures or episodes which have more or less distressed and perplexed you. These things have had no existence except in your mind. When I took you up to your room in the turret, I placed you under my influence and under the influence of 4 other brains, acting in conjunction with myself. We took entire possession of your mentality and made it as far as possible like a blank slate on which we wrote what we chose. The test was to see whether your soul, which is the actual you, could withstand and overcome our suggestions. At first hearing, this sounds as if we had played a trick upon you for our own entertainment, but it is not so. It is merely an application of the most powerful lesson in life, namely, the resistance and conquest of the influences of others, which are the most disturbing and weakening forces we have to contend with." I began to see clearly what he meant me to understand, and I hung upon his words with eager attention. "You have only to look about you in the world," he continued, "to realize the truth of what I say. Every day you may meet some soul whose powers of accomplishment might be superb if it were not for the restricting influences to which it allows itself to succumb. How often do you not come upon a man or woman of brilliant genius, who is nevertheless rendered incompetent by opposing influences, and who therefore lives the life of a bird in a cage? Take the thousands of men wrongly mated, whose very wives and children drag them down and kill every spark of ambition and accomplishment within them. Take the thousands of women persuaded or forced into unions with men whose low estimate of woman's intellect coarsens and degrades her to a level from which it is almost impossible to rise. This is the curse of influences, the magnetic currents of other brains which set our own awry and make half the trouble and mischief in the world. Not one soul in 100,000 has force or courage to resist them. The man accustomed to live with a wife who, without doing any other harm, simply kills his genius by the mere fact of her daily contact, moods, and methods, makes no effort to shake himself free from the apathy her influence causes, but simply sinks passively into inaction. The woman, bound to a man who insists on considering her lower than himself, and often pulled this way and that by the selfish desires or aims of her children or other family belongings, becomes a mere domestic drudge or machine, with no higher aims than are contained in the general ordering of household business. Love, the miraculous touchstone which turns everything to gold, is driven out of the circle of life, with the result that life itself grows weary of its present phase, and makes haste to seek another more congenial. Hence proceeds what we call age and death. I was about to interrupt by an eager question, but he silenced me by a gesture. "Your position," he went on, "from a psychic standard, which is the only necessary, because the only lasting attitude, is that of being brought into connection with the other half of your spiritual and immortal ego, which means the possession of perfect love, and with it perfect life. And because this is so great a gift, and so entirely divine, influences are bound to offer opposition in order that the soul may make its choice voluntarily. Therefore, when I, and the other brains acting with me, placed you under our power, we impressed you with all that most readily shakes the feminine mind, doubt, jealousy, suspicion, and all the wretched terrors these wretched emotions engender. We suggested the death of Raphael Santoris, as well as his treachery. You heard, as you thought, voices behind a wall, but there were no voices, only the suggestion of voices in your mind. You saw strange phantoms and shadows. They had no existence, except in so far as we made them exist and present themselves to your mental vision. You wandered away into unknown places, so you imagined, but as a matter of fact, you never left your room." "Never left my room?" I echoed. "Oh, that cannot be!" "It can be, because it is," he answered me, smiling gravely. "The only thing in your experience that was real was the finding of the book The Secret of Life, in the purple draped shrine. Here it is." And he took it up from the table on which it lay. "And if you had turned it over a little more, you would have found this." And he read aloud: All action is the material result of thought. Suffering is the result of thinking into pain. Disease the result of thinking into weakness. Every emotion is the result of wrong or right thinking, with one exception: love. Love is not an emotion, but a principle, and as the generator of life pervades all things and is all things, thought, working within this principle, creates the things of beauty and lastingness. Thought, working outside this principle, equally creates the things of terror, doubt, confusion, and destruction. There is no other secret of life, no other elixir of youth, no other immortality. He pronounced the last words with gentle and impressive emphasis, and a great sweetness and calm filled my mind as I listened. Or I should say we, for 4 of my brethren were deeply interested in you on account of the courage you had shown. We took you up to the utmost height of endurance in the way of mental terror, and, to our great joy, found your soul strong enough to baffle and conquer the ultimate suggestion of death itself. You held firmly to the truth that there is no death, and with that spiritual certainty risked all for love. Now we have released you from our spells." And his eyes were full of kindness as he looked at me. "And I want to know if you thoroughly realize the importance of the lesson we have taught." I met his inquiring glance fully and steadily. "I think I do," I said. "You mean that I must stand alone." "Alone, yet not alone," he answered, and his fine face was transfigured into light with its intense feeling and power. "Alone with love, which is to say, alone with God, and therefore surrounded by all godlike, lasting, and revivifying things. You will go back from this place to the world of conventions, and you will meet a million influences to turn you from your chosen way. Opinion, criticism, ridicule, calumny, and downright misunderstanding. These will come out against you like armed foes, bristling at every point with weapons of offence. If you tell them of your quest of life and youth and love, and of your experience here, they will cover you with their mockery and derision. If you were to breathe a word of the love between you and Raphael Santoris, 1,000 efforts would be instantly made to separate you, one from the other, and snatch away the happiness you have won. How will you endure these trials? What will be your method of action?" I thought a moment. "The same that I have tried to practice here," I answered. "I shall believe nothing of ill report, but only of good." He bent his eyes upon me searchingly. "Remember," he said, "what force there is in a storm of opinion. The fiercest gale that ever blew down strong trees and made havoc of men's dwellings is a mere whisper compared with the fury of human minds set to destroy one heaven-aspiring soul. Think of the petty grudge borne by the loveless against love, the spite of the restless and unhappy against those who have won peace. All this you will have to bear, for the world is envious, and even a friend breaks down in the strength of friendship when thwarted or rendered jealous by a greater and more resistless power." I sighed a little. "I have few friends," I said, "certainly none that have ever thought it worth while to know my inner and truest self. Most of them are glad to be my friends if I go their way, but if I choose a way of my own, their friendship becomes mere quarrel. But I talk of choosing a way. How can I choose yet? You say my ordeal is not yet over?" "It will be over tonight," he answered, "and I have every hope that you will pass through it unflinchingly. You have not heard from Santoris?" The question gave me a little thrill of surprise. "Heard from him? No," I replied. "He never suggested writing to me." Aselzion smiled. "He is too closely in touch with you to need other correspondence," he said, "but be satisfied that he is safe and well. No misadventure has befallen him." "Thank God!" I murmured. "And if—" "If he loves you no more," went on Aselzion, "if he has made an error of selection, as the scientists would say, and is not even now sure of his predestined helper and inspirer whose love will lift him to the highest attainment, what then?" "What then? Why, I must submit," I answered slowly. "I can wait, even for another 1,000 years." There was a silence, during which I felt Aselzion's eyes upon me. Then he spoke again in a lighter tone. "Let us for a moment talk of what the world calls miracle," he said. "I believe you are just now conscious of perfect health and of a certain joy in the mere fact of life. Is it not so?" Smiling, I bent my head in acquiescence. "Understand, then," he continued, "that while you control the life forces of which you are made, by the power of an all-commanding spirit, this perfect health, this certain joy will continue. And more than this, everything in nature will serve you to this end. You have but to ask your servants, and they will obey. Ask of the sun its warmth and radiance, it will answer with a quick bestowal. Ask of the storm and wind and rain their powers of passion, they will give you their all. Ask of the rose its fragrance and colour, and the very essence of it shall steal into your blood. There is nothing you shall seek that you will not find. Try your own powers now." And with the word he got up and opened the window a little wider, then signed to me to step out on the balcony. "Here are roses, climbing up on their appointed way. Bend them towards you by a single effort of the will." I gazed at him in complete surprise and bewilderment. His answering looks were imperative. "By a single effort of the will," he repeated. I obeyed him. Raising my eyes to the roses where they clambered upward round the loggia, I inwardly commanded them to turn towards me. The effect was instantaneous. As though blown by a light breeze, they all bent down with their burden of bright blossom, some of the flowers touching my hands. "That would be called miraculous by the ignorant," said Aselzion, "and it is nothing more than the physical force of the magnetic light rays within you, which, being focused in a single effort, draw the roses down pliantly to your will. No more miracle is there in this than that of the common magnet which has been vainly trying to teach us lessons about ourselves these many years. Now, relax your will." Again I obeyed, and the roses moved gently away and upward to their former branching height. "This is an object lesson for you," said Aselzion, smiling then. "You must understand that you are now in a position to draw everything to you as easily as you drew those roses. You can draw the germs of health and life to mix and mingle with your blood, or you can equally draw the germs of disease and disintegration. The action is with you. From the sun you can draw fresh fuel for your brain and nerves, from the air the sustenance you demand, from beautiful things their beauty, from wise things their learning, from powerful things their force. Nothing can resist the radiating energy you possess, if you only remember how to employ it. In every action it must be focused on the given point. It must not be disturbed or scattered. The more often it is used, the more powerful it becomes, the more all-conquering. But never forget that it must work within the creative principle of love, not outside it." I sat absorbed and half afraid. "And tonight?" I said softly. He rose from his chair and stood up to his full, superb stature, looking down upon me with a certain mingling of kindness and pity. "Tonight," he replied, "we shall send for you. You will confront the brethren as one who has passed the same mental test through which they are passing, and you will face the last fear. I do not think you will go back upon yourself. I hope not. I strongly desire you to keep your courage to the end." I ventured to touch his hand. "And afterwards?" I queried. He smiled. "Afterwards, life and its secrets are all with you. And love." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lisa Statler. Into the Light. When I was left alone once more, I gave myself up to the enchanting sense of perfect happiness that now seemed to possess my whole being. The world of glorious nature showed me an aspect of brilliancy and beauty that could no more be shadowed by fear or foreboding. It was a mirror in which I saw reflected the perfect mind of the divine. Nothing existed to terrify or daunt the advancing soul, which had become cognizant of its own capabilities, and which, by the very laws governing it, is preordained to rise to the utmost height of supernal power. I had dimly guessed this truth, but I had never surely known it till now. Now I recognized that everything is and must be subservient to this interior force which exists to replenish the earth and subdue it, and that nothing can hinder the accomplishment of its resolved will. As I sat by the window, thinking and dreaming, I began to wonder what would be the nature of that last fear of which Aselzion had spoken. Why should the word fear be mentioned, when there was no cause for fear of any kind? Fear can only arise from a sense of cowardice, and cowardice is the offspring of weakness. From this argument it followed that my strength was not yet thoroughly tested to Aselzion's satisfaction, that he still thought it possible that some latent weakness in my spirit might display itself on further trial. And I resolved that if such was his idea, he should be proved wrong. Nothing, I vowed, should move me now, not all the world arrayed in arms against me should hinder my advance towards the completion of myself in the love of my beloved. I have already said that there was no visible chronicle of time in the House of Aselzion, save such as was evidenced by the broadening or waning light of day. Just now I knew it was late afternoon, as the window where I sat faced the west, and the sun was sinking in a blaze of glory immediately opposite to me. Bars of gold and purple and pale blue formed a kind of cloud gateway across the heavens, and behind this the splendid orb shone in a halo of deep rose. Watching the royal pageantry of colour on all sides, I allowed myself to go forth, as it were, in spirit, to meet and absorb it. Inwardly I set my whole being in tune with the great wave of light which opened itself over the sea and land, and as I did so, found every nerve in my body thrilled with responsive ecstasy, even as harp strings may be thrilled into sound by the sweep of the wind. I rose and went out through the loggia into the garden, feeling more like a disembodied spirit than a mortal. So light and free and joyous were my very movements, so entirely in unison was I with everything in nature. The sunset bathed me in its ruby and purple magnificence. I lifted my eyes to the heavens and murmured almost unconsciously, "Thank God for life! Thank God for love! Thank God for all that life and love must bring to me." A seagull soaring inland flew over my head with a little cry. Its graceful poise reminded me of the days I had passed in Morton Harland's yacht, when I had watched so many of these snow-white creatures dipping into the waves and soaring up again to the skies. And on a sudden impulse I stretched out my hand, determining to stay the bird's flight, if I could, and bring it down to me. The effort succeeded, slowly, and as if checked by some obstacle it felt but could not see. The lovely winged thing swept round and round in an ever-descending circle, and finally alighted on my wrist. I held it so for a moment. It turned its head towards me, its ruby-brown eyes sparkling in the sun. Then I tossed it off again into the air of its own freedom, where after another circling sweep or two it disappeared, and I walked on in a happy reverie, realizing that what I could do with the visible things of nature I could do as easily with the invisible. A sense of power vibrated through me. Footnote: the philosophy of Plato teaches that man originally, by the power of the divine image within him, had immediate command of the whole of nature, but gradually lost this power through his own fault. End of footnote. Power to command and power to resist, power that forbade all hesitation, vacillation, or uncertainty, power which, being connected by both physical and spiritual currents with this planet, the earth, and the atmosphere by which it is surrounded, lifts all that it desires towards itself as it rejects what it does not need. Returning slowly through the garden, and lingering by the beds of flowers that adorned it, I noticed how, when I bent over any particular blossom, it raised itself towards me as though drawn upward by a magnet. I was not inclined to gather a single one for my own pleasure. Some occult sympathy had become established between me and these beautiful creations, and I could no more sever a rose from its stem than I could kill a bird that sang its little song to me. On re-entering my room, I found the usual refection prepared for me, fresh fruit and bread and water, the only kind of food I was allowed. It was quite sufficient for me, In fact, I had not felt at any time the sensation of hunger. I began to wonder how long I had been a probationer in the House of Aselzion. Days or weeks? I could not tell. I was realizing the full truth that with the things of the infinite, time has no existence, and I recalled the verse of an ancient psalm. 1,000 ages in thy sight are like an evening gone, short as the watch that ends the night before the rising sun. And while my thoughts ran in this groove, I opened the book of the Secret of Life, and, as if in answer to my inward communing, found the following. The Delusion of Time. Time has no existence outside this planet. Humanity counts its seasons, its days and hours by the sun, but beyond the sun there are millions and trillions of other and larger suns, compared with which our guiding orb is but a small star. Out in the infinitude of space there is no time, but only eternity. Therefore, the soul which knows itself to be eternal should associate itself with eternal things, and should never count its existence by years. To its being there can be no end, therefore it never ages and never dies. It is only the sham religionists who talk of death. It is only the inefficient and unspiritual who talk of age. The man who allows himself to sink into feebleness and apathy merely because of the passing of years has some mental or spiritual weakness in him which he has not the will to overcome. The woman who suffers her beauty and freshness to wane and fade on account of what she or her dearest friends are pleased to call age shows that she is destitute of spiritual self-control. The soul is always young, and its own radiation can preserve the youth of the body in which it dwells. Age and decrepitude come to those with whom the soul is an unknown quantity. The soul is the only barrier against the forces of disintegration which break down effete substances in preparation for the change which humanity calls death. If the barrier is not strong enough, the enemy takes the city. These facts are simple and true, too simple and too true to be accepted by the world. The world goes to church and asks a divinity to save its soul, practically showing in all its ways of society and government an utter disbelief in the soul's existence. Men and women die when they might as well have lived. If we examine into the cause of their deaths, we shall find it in the manner of their lives. Obstinacy and selfishness have murdered more human beings than any other form of plague. The blasphemy of sham religion has insulted the majesty of the Creator more than any other form of sin, and He has answered it by His supreme silence. The man who attends a ritual of prayer which he does not honestly believe in, merely for the sake of social custom and observance, is openly deriding his Maker, and the priests who gain their living out of such ritual are trading on the divine. Let the people of this earth be taught that they live not in time, but in eternity, that their thoughts, words, and deeds are recorded minutely and accurately, and that each individual human unit is expected to contribute towards the general beauty and adornment of God's scheme of perfection. Every man, every woman must give of his or her best. The artist must give his noblest art, not for what it brings to him personally of gain or renown, but for what it does to others in the way of uplifting. The poet must give his highest thought, not for praise, but for love. The very craftsman must do his best and strongest work, not for the coin paid, but for the fact that it is work, and as such must be done well. And no workers must imagine that they can waste the forces wherewith they have been endowed, for no waste and no indolence is permitted, and in the end no selfishness. The attitude of the selfish human being is pure disintegration, a destroying microbe which crumbles and breaks down the whole constitution, not only ruining the body but the mind, and frequently making havoc of the very wealth that has been too selfishly guarded. For wealth is ephemeral as fame. Only love and the soul are the lasting things of God, the makers of life and the rulers of eternity. So far I read. Then, laying down my book, I listened. Music, solemn and exquisitely beautiful, stole on my ears from the far distance. It seemed to float through the open window as though in a double chorus, rising from the sea and falling from the heavens. Delicious harmonies trembled through the air, soft as fine rain falling on roses, and with their penetrating tenderness 1,000 suggestions, 1,000 memories came to me, all infinitely sweet. I began to think that even if Raphael Santoris were separated from me by some mischance, or changed to me in any way, it need not affect me overmuch, so long as I cherished the love I had for him in my own soul. Our passion was of a higher quality than the merely material. It was material and spiritual together, the spiritual predominating, thus making of it the only passion that can last. What difference could a few years more or less bring if we were bound by the eternal laws governing us to become united in the end? The joy of life is to love rather than to be loved, and the recipient of love is never so fully conscious of perfect happiness as the giver. The music went on in varying moods of lovely harmony, and my mind, like a floating cloud, drifted lazily above the waves of sound. I thought compassionately of the unrest and discontent of thousands who devote themselves to the smallest and narrowest aims in life, people with whom the loss of a mere article of wearing apparel is more important than a national difficulty, people who devote all their faculties to social schemes of self-aggrandizement, people who discuss trifles till discussion is worn threadbare, and ears are tired and brain is weary. People who, assuming to be religious and regular churchgoers, yet do the meanest things, and have no scruple in playing the part of tale-bearer and mischief-maker, setting themselves deliberately to break friendships and destroy love. People who talk of God as though He were their intimate, and who have by their very lives drawn everything of God out of them. I thought of all these, I say, and then I thought how different this world would be if men would hold by the noblest ideals, and suffer the latent greatness in them to have its way. If they would truly rule their own universe, and not allow its movement to fall into chaos, how fair life would become, how replete with health and joy, what a paradise would be created around us, and what constant benediction we should draw down upon us from the Most High. Gradually, as I sat absorbed in my own reveries, the afternoon waned into twilight, and twilight into dusk. One star, brilliant as a great diamond, flashed out suddenly above a rift of cloud, and a soft darkness began to creep stealthily over sky and sea. I moved away from the window and paced slowly up and down the room, waiting and wondering. The music still continued, but it had now grown slower and more solemn, and sounded like a great organ being played in a cathedral. It impressed me with a sense of prayer and praise, more of praise than prayer, for I had nothing to pray for, God having given me my own soul, which was all. As the darkness deepened, a soft suffused light illumined the room, and I now noticed that it was the surface of the walls that shone in this delicate yet luminous way. I put my hand on the wall nearest to me. It was quite cold to the touch, yet bright to the eyes, and was no more fatiguing to look at than sunshine on a landscape. I could not understand how the light was thus arranged and used, but its effect was beautiful. As I walked to and fro, looking at the various graceful and artistic objects which adorned the room, I perceived an easel on which a picture was placed with a curtain of dark velvet drawn across it. Moved by curiosity, I drew the curtain aside, and my heart gave a quick bound of delight. It was an admirably painted portrait of Raphael Santoris. The grave blue eyes looked into my own. A smile rested on the firm, handsome mouth. The whole picture spoke to me and seemed to ask, "Wherefore didst thou doubt?" I stood gazing at it for several minutes enrapt, realizing how much even the counterfeit presentment of a beloved face may mean. And then I began to think how strange it is that we never seem ready to admit the strong insistence of nature on individuality and personality. Up at a vast height above the earth, and looking down upon a crowd of people from the car of a balloon or from an aeroplane, all human beings look the same, just one black mass of tiny moving units. But in descending among them, we find every face and figure wholly different, and though all are made on the same model, there are no two alike. Yet there are many who argue and maintain that though individual personality in bodies may be strongly marked, there is no individual personality in souls, ergo, that nature thinks so little of the intelligent spirit inhabiting a mortal form that she limits individuality to that which is subject to change and has no care for it in that which is eternal. Such an hypothesis is absurd on the face of it, since it is the soul that gives individuality to the body. The individual personality of Raphael Santoris, expressed even in his painted portrait, appealed to me as being that of one I had loved long and tenderly. There was no strangeness in his features, but only an adorable familiarity. Long, long ago, in centuries that had proved like mere days down the vista of time, the soul in those blue eyes had looked love into mine. I recognized their tender, half-entreating, half-commanding gaze. I knew the little fleeting, wistful smile which said so little and yet so much. I felt that the striving, ambitious spirit of this man had sought mine as the help and completion of his own uplifting, and that I had misunderstood him and turned from him at the crucial moment when all might have been well. And I studied his picture long and earnestly, so moved by its aspect that I found myself talking to it softly, as though it were a living thing. "I wonder if I shall ever meet you again," I murmured. "Will you come to me? Or shall I go to you? How shall we find each other? When shall I be able to tell you that I know you now to be the only beloved, the one centre of my life round which all other things must for evermore revolve, the very mainspring of my best thought and action, the God of my universe, from whose love and pleasure spring the light and splendour of creation? When shall I see you again to tell you all that my heart longs to express? When may I fold myself in your arms as a bird folds its wings in a nest, and be at peace, knowing that I have gained the summit of all ambition and desires in love's perfect union? When shall we attune our lives together in that harmonious chord which shall sound its music sweetly through eternity? When shall our souls make a radiant one, through which God's power and benediction shall vibrate like living fire, creating within us all beauty, all wisdom, all courage, all supernal joy? For this is bound to be our future. But when? Moved by my own imagining, I stretched out my arms to the picture of my love, and tears filled my eyes. I was nothing but the weakest of mortals in the sudden recollection of the happiness I might have won long ago had I been wise in time. A door opened quietly behind me, and I turned round quickly. Aselzion's messenger, Honorius, stood before me, and I greeted him with a smile, though my eyes were wet. "Have you come to fetch me?" I asked. "I am ready." He inclined his head a little. "You are not quite ready," he said, and with the word he gave into my hands a folded garment and veil. "You must attire yourself in these. I will wait for you outside." He retired and left me, and I quickly changed my own things for those which had been brought. They were easily put on, as they consisted simply of one long white robe, of a rather heavy make of soft silk, and a white veil which covered me from head to foot. My attiring took me but a few minutes, and when all was done I touched the bell by which I had previously summoned Aselzion. Honorius entered at once. His looks were grave and preoccupied. "If you should not return to this room," he said slowly, "is there any message, any communication you would like me to convey to your friends?" My heart gave a quick bound. There was some actual danger in store for me then? I thought for a moment, then smiled. "None," I answered. "I shall be able to attend to all such personal matters myself, afterwards." Honorius looked at me, and his handsome but rather stern face was grave, even to melancholy. "Do not be too sure," he said in a low tone. "It is not my place to speak, but few pass the ordeal to which you are about to be subjected. Only 2 have passed it in 10 years." "And one of these 2 was—" For an answer he pointed to the portrait of Santoris, thus confirming my instinctive hope and confidence. "I am not afraid," I said, "and I am ready to follow you now, wherever you wish me to go." He made no further remark, and turning round, led the way out of the apartment. We went down many stairs and through many corridors, some dimly lit, some scarcely illumined at all. The night had now fully come, and through one or two of the windows we passed, I could see the dark sky patterned with stars. We came to the domed hall where the fountain played, and this was illumined by the same strange, awe-penetrating light I had previously noticed. The lovely radiance played on the spray of the fountain, making the delicate frontage of ferns and palms and the hues of flowers look like a dream of fairyland. Passing through the hall, I followed my guide down a dark, narrow passage. Then I found myself suddenly alone. Guided by the surging sound of organ music, I went on, and all at once saw a broad stream of light pouring out from the open door of the chapel. Without a moment's hesitation I entered, then paused. The symbol of the cross and star flamed opposite to me, and on every side, wherever I looked, there were men in white robes, with cowls thrown back on their shoulders, all standing in silent rows, watching me as I came. My heart beat quickly, my nerves thrilled. I trembled as I walked, thankful for the veil that partially protected me from that multitude of eyes. Eyes that looked at me in wonder, but not unkindly. Eyes that mutely asked questions never to be answered. Eyes that said as plainly as though in actual speech, "Why are you among us? You, a woman? Why should you have conquered difficulties which we have still to overcome? Is it pride, defiance, or ambition with you? Or is it all love?" I felt 1,000 influences moving around me. The power of many brains at work silently cross-examined my inner spirit, as though it were a witness in defense of some great argument. But I made up my mind not to yield to the overpowering nervousness and sudden alarm of my own position which threatened to shake my self-control. I fixed my eyes on the glittering symbol of the cross and star and moved on slowly. I must have looked a strangely solitary creature, draped in white like a victim for sacrifice, and walking all alone towards those burning, darting rays of light which enveloped the whole of the chapel in a flood of almost blinding splendour. The music still thundered on round me, and I thought I heard voices far off singing. I could distinguish words that came falling through the music, like blossoms falling through rain. Into the light, into the heart of the fire, to the innermost core of the deathless flame I ascend, I aspire. Under me rolls the whirling earth, with the noise of a myriad wheels that run ever round and about the sun. Over me circles the splendid heaven, strewn with the stars of morn and even, and I, the queen of my soul serene, float with my rainbow wings unfurled, alone with love, twixt God and the world. My heart beat rapidly, every nerve in me trembled, yet I went on resolvedly, not allowing myself to even think of danger. And then I saw Aselzion, Aselzion transfigured into an almost supernatural beauty of aspect by the radiance which bathed him in its lustrous glory. Aselzion with outstretched hands beckoning me towards him, and as I approached I instinctively sank on my knees. The music died away suddenly, and there was a profound silence. I felt, though I could not see, that the eyes of all present were fixed upon me, and Aselzion spoke. "Rise," he said, and his voice was clear and imperative. "Not here must thou kneel, not here must thou rest. Rise and go onward. Thou hast gone far, but the way is still beyond. The gate of the last probation stands open. Enter, and may God be thy guide." I rose as he commanded me, and a dazzling flash of light struck my eyes as though the heavens had opened. The blazing cross and star became suddenly severed in two separate portions, dividing asunder and disclosing what seemed to be a hall of living fire. Flames of every colour burned vividly, leaping and falling without pause or cessation. It was a kind of open furnace in which surely everything must be consumed. I looked at Aselzion in silent enquiry, not in fear, and in equally silent answer he pointed to the glowing vault. I understood, and without another moment's hesitation I advanced towards it. As in a dream, I heard a kind of murmuring behind me, and suppressed exclamations from the students or disciples of Aselzion, who were all assembled in the chapel. But I paid no heed to this. My whole soul was set on fulfilling the last task demanded of me. Step by step I went on. I passed Aselzion with a smile. "Goodbye," I murmured. We shall meet again." And then I advanced towards the leaping flames. I felt their hot breath on my cheeks. The scorching wind of them lifted my hair through the folds of my veil. An idea came upon me that for some cause or other I was now to experience that change which men call death, and that through this means I should meet my beloved on the other side of life. And with his name on my lips and a passionate appeal to him in my heart, I stepped into the glowing fire. As I did so, I lost sight of Aselzion, of the chapel, all those who watched my movements, and found myself surrounded on all sides by darting points of light, which, instead of scorching and withering me like a blown leaf in a storm, were like cool and fragrant showers playing all over me. Amazed, I went on, and as I went grew bolder. At one step I was bathed in a rain of delicate rays like sparkling diamond and topaz. At another, a lovely violet light shrouded me in its rich hues. At another, I walked in melting azure like the hues of a summer sky. And the farther in I went, the deeper and more glowing was the light about me. I felt it penetrating every pore of my skin. I held my hands out to it and saw them look transparent in the fine luminance. And presently, gaining courage, I threw back my veil and breathed in the radiance as one breathes the air. My whole body grew light and moved as though it floated rather than walked. I looked with unfatigued, undazzled eyes at the glittering flames sparkling harmlessly about me, which changed to lovely shapes of flowers and leaves beneath my feet, and arched themselves over my head like branches of shading trees. And then, all at once, down the long vista, I caught sight of a shape like that of an angel that waited for me with watchful eyes and outstretched arms. It was but a moment that I saw this vision, and yet I knew what it meant, and I pressed on and on with all my soul rising in me, as it were, to go forth and reach that companion of itself which stood waiting with such tender patience. The light around me now changed to waves of intense luminance, which swept upon me like waves of the sea, and I allowed myself to be borne along with them, I knew not whither. All at once I saw a vast pillar of fire which seemed to block my way. Pausing for a moment, I looked and saw it break asunder and form the cross and star. I gazed upward, wondering. Its rays descending seemed to pierce my eyes, my brain, my very soul. I sprang forward, dazed and dazzled, murmuring, "Let this be the end!" Someone caught me in his arms. Someone drew me to his breast, holding me there as if I were the dearest possession of all the world or life or time could give. And a voice infinitely tender answered me, "Not the end, but the endless, my beloved. Mine at last, and mine forever, in triumph, in victory, in perfect joy." And then I knew that I had found my love, that it was Raphael Santoris who thus held me in his close embrace, that I had fulfilled my own desire, which was to prove my faith if not my worthiness, that I had won all I wanted in this world and the next, and that nothing could ever separate our souls, one from the other, again. This is the deep eternal ecstasy of a knowledge divinely shared by the very angels of God, and of such supernal happiness nothing can be said or written. I pen these last words on the deck of the Dream with my beloved beside me. The sun is sinking in a glory of crimson. We are about to anchor in still waters. A rosy light flashes on our wonderful white sails, which will be presently furled, and we shall sit together, Raphael and I, watching the night draw its soft dark curtain around us, and the stars come out in the sky like diamonds embroidered on deep purple velvet, and listening to the gentle murmur of the little waves breaking into a rocky corner of the distant shore. And the evening will close on a day of peace and happiness, one of the many unwearying beautiful days which, like a procession of angels, brings us new and ever more perfect joy. More than a year has elapsed since my probation in the House of Aselzion, since we, my beloved and I, knelt before the Master and received his blessing on our eternal union. In that brief time I have lost all my worldly friends and acquaintances, who have, if I may so express it, become afraid of me. Afraid chiefly because I possess all that the world can give me without their advice and assistance, and not only afraid but offended because I have found the companion of my soul with whom they have nothing in common. They look upon me as lost to society, and cannot realize how much such loss is gain. Meanwhile, we, Raphael and I, live our own radiant and happy lives in full possession of all that makes life sweet and valuable, and wanting nothing that our own secret forces cannot supply. Wealth is ours, one of the least among the countless gifts Nature provides for those among her children who know where to find her inexhaustible riches. And we also enjoy the perfect health which accompanies the constant inflowing of an exhaustless vitality. The things we attain seem miraculous to others, so that even while accepting help and benefit at our hands, they frown and shake their heads at the attitude we assume towards social hypocrisies and conventions. But we are nevertheless able to create such influences around us that none come near us without feeling stronger, better, and more content. And this is the utmost we are permitted to do for our fellow creatures, inasmuch as none will listen to argument, and none will follow advice. The most ardent soul that ever dwelt in human form cannot lead another soul in the way of lasting life or lasting happiness if it refuses to go. And there is no more absolute truth than this, that each man and each woman must make his or her own destiny both here and hereafter. This is the law which changes not, and which can never be subject to the slightest variation. Forgiveness of sins there is none, since every trespass against law carries its own punishment. Necessity for prayer there is none, since every faithful wish and desire of the soul is granted without parley. Necessity for praise there is much, since the soul lives and grows in the glory of its Creator. And the whole secret of everlasting life and happiness is contained in the full possession and control of the divine centre of ourselves, this radia or living flame, which must be dual in order to be perfect, and which, in its completed state, is an eternal force which nothing can destroy and nothing can resist. All nature harmonizes with its action, and from nature it draws its perpetual sustenance and increasing power. To me and to my beloved, the world is a garden of paradise, rich with beauty and delight. We live in it as a part of its loveliness. We draw into our own organizations the warmth of the sunlight, the glory of colour, the songs of sweet birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the exquisite vibrations of the light and air. Like two notes of a perfect chord, we sound our lives on the keyboard of the infinite, and we know that the music will become fuller and sweeter as the eternal seasons roll on. If it is asked why there should have been any necessity to pass through the psychic ordeal imposed on me by Aselzion, I reply, look at the world in which men and women generally live, and say frankly whether its ways are such as to engender happiness. Look at society, look at politics, look at commerce, all mere schemes for self-aggrandizement. And more than all, look at the sham of modern religion. Is it not too often a mere blasphemy and affront to the majesty of the divine? And are not many, if not all, these mistakes against nature, these offences against eternal law, the result of man's own influence working in opposition to the very decrees of God, which he disobeys even while recognizing that they exist? The chief point of Aselzion's instruction was the test of the brain and soul against influences, the opposing influences of others, and this is truly the chief hindrance to all spiritual progress. The coward sentiment of fear itself is born in us through the influence of timorous persons, and it is generally the dread of what other people will say or what other people will think that holds us back from performing many a noble action. It should be thoroughly understood that in the eternal advancement of one's own soul, other people and their influences are hindrances to progress. It does not matter a jot what anybody thinks or says, provided the central altar of one's own spirituality is clear and clean for the steadfast burning of the dual flame of life and love. All opinion, all criticism becomes absurd in such matters as these, and absolutely worthless. It does not affect me that anyone outside my sphere of thought should be incredulous of my beliefs. Nor can it move me from my happiness to know that persons who live their lives on a lower plane consider me a fool for electing to live mine on the highest. I take joy in the fact that even in so selfish and material an age as this, Aselzion still has his students and disciples, a mere handful out of the millions, it is true, but still sufficient to keep the beautiful truth of the soul's power alive and helpful to the chosen few. For such who have studied these truths and have mastered them sufficiently to practice them in the ordinary round of existence, life presents an ever-living happiness and offers daily proof that there is no such thing as death. Youth remains where love is, and beauty stays with health and vitality. Decay and destruction are changes which are brought about by apathy of the will and indifference to the soul's existence. And the same law which gives the soul its supreme sovereignty equally works for its release from effete and inactive substances. To those who would ask me how I am able to hold and keep the treasures of life, love, and youth, which the majority of mankind are forever losing, I answer that I can say no more than I have said, and the lesson which all may learn is contained in what I have written. It is no use arguing with those whom no argument will convince, or trying to teach those who will not be taught. We, my beloved and I, can only prove the truth of the soul's absolute command over all spiritual, material, and elemental forces by our one life and the way we live it. We, to whom everything that is necessary and desirable for our progress comes on demand. We, whom science serves as in Aladdin's lamp, realizing every imaginable delight. We, with whom love, which with many human beings is judged the most variable and transitory of emotions, is the very principle of life, the very essence of the waves of the air through which we move and have our being. The attainment of such happiness as ours is possible to all, but there is only one way of attainment, and the clue to that way is in the soul of each individual. Each one must find it and follow it, regardless of all influences which may be brought to bear on his or her actions. Each one must discover the centre poise of life's movement and firmly abide by it. It is the immortal creature in each one of us whose destiny is to make eternal progress and advancement through endless phases of life, love, and beauty. And when once we know and admit the actual existence of this immortal centre, we shall realize that with it all things are possible, save death. Radiating outward from itself, it can preserve the health and youth of the body it inhabits indefinitely, till of its own desire it seeks a higher plane of action. Radiating inwardly, it is an irresistible attractive force, drawing to itself the powers and virtues of the planet on which it dwells, and making all the forces of visible and invisible nature subject to its will and command. This is one of those great truths which the world denies, but which it is destined to learn within the next 2,000 years. If anyone should desire to know the fate of Morton Harland and his daughter, that fate has been precisely what they themselves brought about by their way of life and action. Morton Harland himself died, as the world puts it, of a painful and lingering disease which could have been cured had he chosen to take the means offered to him through Raphael Santoris. He did not choose, therefore the end was inevitable. Catherine married Dr. Braille, and they two now live a sufficiently wretched life together, she a moping, querulous invalid, and he, as a society physician, possessed of great wealth and the position wealth brings. We never meet. Our ways are now forever sundered. Mine is the upward and onward path, and with my beloved I ascend the supernal heights where the shadow of evil never falls, and where the secret of life is centered in the spirit of love. The End. End of Chapter 20. End of the Life Everlasting, A Reality of Romance, by Marie Corelli. Read by Lisa Statler, Temple, Pennsylvania.